We have plenty of seats in here. If anybody's in the foyer, you're welcome to come and join us up here. Thanks for waving. All right, we're at 5 o'clock. Everybody signed up to speak, but you can sign up until the citizen comments. So let me know. And Mr. Roderick, I never said thank you for the plaque that you brought me, the pictures. And I apologize that I never got a call to you. Thank you, thank you. It's hanging in my office and I appreciate you. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's annotated civil statute, Article 625217, that the city of Smithfield will conduct a special called council meeting and budget workshop on August 20th, 2025 at 5 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithfield, Texas. I call this meeting to order. First item is presentation from the city manager on the budget. But I lost the city manager.
He's gonna go.
I don't know why all of a sudden he's also.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, test. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Council and Mayor, citizens. We are gathered here today. Those who remember Richard Pryor, I'm sorry, I got to start out with a little humor. Go ahead and advance the chart, please. Can you put it in slideshow mode or is that slideshow mode? Oh, this is the PDF. It doesn't go to slideshow. Híjole, adios mío. Okay, council and citizens and mayor. This is the agenda for today. We're going to review the action items that were assigned from the last budget workshop. We have again kind of changed the order to allow people who don't want to stay here for the next 8 hours to give their comments to the council at the first. We will then go into departmental expense overview. This is the detailed yellow sheets, and there'll be a detailed review of each department's spending, line item by line item. We will then go into the 25-26 proposed budget overview. We'll talk about the budget timeline, the strategy, the history. We'll review the cost savings and revenue opportunities. We'll have an economic development discussion. We'll talk about on-demand leaf and limb, the proposed Series 25 $3 million tax note, and then finish up with the proposed tax rate. There will be a section where the council has to make some decision points regarding the path going forward. At the end, and this will be by motion, so that we have a unanimous vote and clear path going forward. And then we'll come back again for citizen comments, finish up with a summary and next steps. Any questions? Sound good? Okay, let's review the action items from the prior workshop. There were 9 action items assigned. All of those action items have been closed. I don't know if we can switch to PowerPoint or I know y'all can't see back there, can they? I'm sorry, I'll just go through them. PDF does a little crazy thing. PowerPoint will make it larger on the screen, but so maybe at the break we can switch out to a PowerPoint. Okay. All right. Action item 1 was to direct the city manager to investigate obtaining a $3 million tax note. That has been closed. Samco did make their presentation at the last city council meeting. We have since held a bond rating, not a call, but a bond rating RFI, request for information meeting with S&P, Standard & Poor's. The bond rating call as to whether they raise, lower, or keep our bond rating the same happens next Friday. So I'll have more information between now and hopefully the council meeting as to what our bond rating is. Looking like it's going to stay at AA-. The next action item was to reevaluate the proposed on-demand leaf and limb fee structure. We have done that, taking a look at the numbers and recommending instead of $25, it dropped down to $15. And I have a slide for that, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this now, but we did take a look and actually lower the on-demand use rate to $15. Third item was to verify if the city can charge rent to nonprofit entities occupying a city-owned facility, and whether the city can donate funds to nonprofits to help further benefit their cause. Spoke with our attorneys, and basically municipal donations to nonprofit entities are not allowed as it violates the Texas Constitution. And we've already received many requests for donations this year that we're going to have to deny. However, a municipality can waive or greatly reduce utility fees and or rent charged to nonprofit entities that occupy city-owned facilities as long as that entity's mission serves a governmental purpose. So there are several of these entities that you can do this through a MOU, and our attorneys are looking at those entities and identifying which ones you could consider reducing, eliminating rent and or the electric, paying for the electric utility and so forth and such. So more on that in the coming weeks. Research the cost to conduct a third-party efficiency audit. Now, I did some benchmarking against various companies, and that bottom line, it ranges from anywhere from $25,000 to $100,000, depending upon the complexity of the audit, the experience of the auditor, the firm in and of itself. What are you looking at? Is it womb to tomb, soup to nuts? So there's a lot of variables here. And the companies I spoke with are Whitney Penn, KPMG, Maxwell Lock and Ritter, and did find out the TML does offer a service that we could explore going forward. But that's at about a $200 an hour rate. But again, these are all things you can direct or we can figure out once you decide what monies you want to spend for the efficiency audit. Okay. Identify what the 3% COLA would cost. Include the PD STEP program and HRA back for the employees. And that's basically a health reimbursement account that was taken out in the last budget workshop, and that equates to $45,000. Putting back or re-implementing the STEP program is $83,000, and giving a 3% COLA, a burdened COLA to all employees, was $192,000 for aggregate total of $275,000. We will cover that as well later in the presentation. Revise the yellow sheets to reflect the puts and takes that the council wanted. The yellow sheets have been updated, and we're going to review that as part of this meeting. Prioritize the list of project plans and initiatives. There are some projects that will carry over from this year that are just long-term projects, and I propose going over those at the next meeting because there's still some things we're trying to figure out this meeting, and I'll do a consolidated list at the next workshop. Review the proposed no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate. Those have been calculated and included in your packet. And then finally, develop a balanced budget. Our proposed revenues and expenses are balanced, and the budget proposal is $16,512,803, which is about a 1.2 decrease year over year from last year's spending. Are there any questions? It is time now for, next slide, citizen comments. Thank you. If you're tall, don't forget to hold the mic close so folks can hear. Could y'all hear me okay? Thank you.
First up, I have Sam Gerties.
Welcome. Will you please state your name and where you live?
Hi, my name is
Uh-oh.
Samantha Gerties. I live on Gresham Street. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow neighbors. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sam Gerties, and I'm here tonight on behalf of my husband, State Representative Stan Gerties, who is currently at the Capitol fighting to pass Texas's new congressional map. But make no mistake, if he could be anywhere else tonight, it would be right here standing with you again to fight for Smithville families and against another massive tax hike. Last year, Stan stood right here and joined with citizens from across Smithville to push back against a proposed 9.9% tax increase. He called out wasteful spending, challenged bloated budget items, and demanded that the council deliver meaningful relief to the hardworking families of the city. And together we won. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we forced action. The council rolled back the tax increase to 7.2%, cut $37,000 from the budget, eliminated $21,000 in grants with zero oversight, slashed the mayor's unnecessary $6,000 vehicle stipend, and blocked $10,000 bonus for city manager Robert Tamble, the very person pushing the tax hike tonight. But now, here we are again, and this time it's worse. Still the highest proposed tax rate when compared to surrounding cities. They are not even trying to rein it in. Instead of learning from last year's message, the city manager is back with a new proposal that defies both logic and responsibility. A 15.26% property tax hike, the highest possible without triggering an election. They want to raise your taxes as much as possible without having to get your approval. And you want to know why? Because they know you wouldn't approve. This budget also includes $3 million in new debt to be paid off by, you guessed it, the taxpayers. A $20,000 bonus for the city manager, double what we stopped last year. A $7,000 vehicle stipend for the mayor, back from the grave, and $1,000 more. And more than $320,000 in raises and extra benefits. Let me say what everyone in this room is thinking. This is outrageous. Working families are being asked to tighten their belts while City Hall hands out bonuses, raises, and perks like it's monopoly money. The people of Smithville aren't an ATM. They're not here to finance bad decisions year after year. We pay for them with our money. And I want to be clear, we don't oppose spending when it's for a real need. But this budget isn't about needs, it's about wants. It's about protecting the status quo, rewarding insiders, and ignoring the people who actually paid the bill. Here's what should happen instead. Immediately roll back the tax rate to the no new revenue level, eliminate the $20,000 bonus to Robert Tamble, and the vehicle stipend to Sharon Forrester, reject the $3 million in new debt, send a message that this community values fiscal discipline. Every day at the Capitol, stand fights to keep taxes low and protect families from bureaucratic overreach. We don't expect any less from our hometown. Smithville has a proud history, strong people, and a clear voice. Let's make sure City Hall hears it loud and clear again tonight. This cycle of tax and spend governance must, and it ends when we demand better. Thank you.
Next.
Mayor, statement of fact. I would like to address some things, please. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Gerdes. I'm saddened that Mr. Gerdes isn't here. The tax chart that you have referenced and posted on social media lists the cities of Smithville's proposed tax rate versus other municipalities' current tax rate. This isn't apples to apples comparison. It would have been better if you had shown what the other entities are proposing, their increases are, and the majority are having some increase. Granted, not as much as the city of Smithville's, but there is a reason for that, which I'm going to go into. The proposed tax rate is a function of this year's lower BCAD assessed property values, combined with a deficit from the number of residents, 500, who now qualify for the over 65 tax exemption. This left a budget shortfall of $151,000 in property tax revenue. Despite my and our financial advisor's advice last year, the council did not approve the recommended tax rate. In fact, the council, and after Representative Gerdes, made his presentation, voted to approve a tax rate that was 4 cents lower than what was recommended, and thus has exacerbated the current shortfall. Adopting the voter-approved tax rate of 0.67 will remedy the over 65 exemption deficit and adequately fund the services that citizens have come to expect. In response to your social media post and robo-text stating that the Smithville city manager is back with a vengeance and defying the city council, I offer the following statement of fact. Mr. and Ms. Gerties, I have defied no one. Everything included in this year's budget was at the direction of the city council. The tax note, the 3% COLA, the STEP program for the PD, and the $250 for economic development were assigned by the council. The $20,000 performance-based incentive was also at the direction of the city council and is an addendum to my current employment contract. I have not given myself a bonus, as you suggest. In fact, this is an incentive that I have to earn and is not guaranteed. Last year, I earned the $10,000 bonus based on meeting significant performance-based milestones as assigned by the city council. That was taken away. In addition, along with only giving a 1% cost of living adjustment to all employees. The proposed $3 million tax note will help pay for sidewalks on MLK, citywide street paving, drainage, water improvements, playground equipment, patrol cars, radios for the volunteer fire department, remodeling all public restrooms, and a host of other projects that will help improve our safety, quality of life, and prepare for future growth. Mr. and Ms. Gerties, clearly, you and a few of your local supporters have an agenda as you continue to use your position as our state representative to spread misinformation while personally attacking me and interfering in politics at the local level. Mr. Gerties' constituents would be better served if he spent more time passing legislation that doesn't cripple the schools and the municipality's ability to fund their operations. I encourage you to stay for tonight's entire meeting to become informed of all the factors contributing to this year's budget and the challenges facing the city council.
This is not question and hour time. You may sit down. Okay. I think we respected you while you were speaking, so please sit down.
Next,
Who's next up to speak?
John Schindler's next.
Schindler? Mr. Schindler, come on up.
And then the timer's not working, but it is on the back screen. But for some reason, the alarm is not. Oh, sorry, here. It doesn't work. It's not.
My name is John Schindler.
Pick up the mic. Remember your talk.
My name is John Schindler. I live over in Colorado Street. I had a speech prepared tonight, but then a buddy of mine sent me the Civil Rights Act of 1868 and then sent me a 71-page on the definition of person. So this can be related right now. I don't know where in the hell to go. And after that last episode we just had here, I'm way more confused. I was going to tear you guys up. But then Robert gets up and he says, gee, it's against the Texas Constitution. Well, I'm a big Constitution of the United States of America person, and we're not following that. We're not following it at all. I wanted to, in the last extra 3 minutes I didn't get at the last meeting, to talk to you all about your oath of office and how you're violating your oath of office according to the Constitution, and how you can't even hold office. You can't even be here because you're not following it. So that's just one thing. You'll have a $25,000 survey you want to do about how to make the city more efficient. I'd like to see the city employees stand up right now, because I want to know who of those you're going to fire to make them more efficient. You know, they're doing a damn good job. Everybody here is doing a good job. We always want to spend $25,000. I think we need to focus on the city council and see just how in the world y'all could do a better job. I had a pig that I took down to Zimmer Housel's. The pig got out of the back of the truck. He went down about 20 feet down the runway to get slaughtered, and all of a sudden he stopped, turned around, he wanted to get back into the truck. And how in the world that pig knew that something bad was going to happen to him is beyond me. I call that pig common sense. But what I'm missing here is common sense from you guys. Okay, we need more common sense. I'll bring out the 2 points. The $25,000 is absolutely ludicrous. I can do it for you for nothing. It won't take much and nobody will get fired. The second thing is this $250,000 economic. Will y'all get away from that for crying out loud? $250,000. Do you realize San Antonio has a population of what? 250,000 times us? And you know what their Economic Development Foundation person gets paid? $138,000. Now I want to know what in your minds could possibly cause you to go out and get another one to come in here. I looked up the requirements for an economic development coordinator, or whatever you want to call them. Calls for a college education of a bachelor's. Do you realize ours has a doctorate degree in this here? And she's been doing a damn good job. She's brought in tens of millions of dollars. And Robert's brought in many, many millions more in getting this here city where it needs to be. Y'all want to talk about budget? Man, I tell you what, guys, y'all going down the wrong path. And I expect a heck of a lot more out of y'all than what I'm seeing. And I also expect a phone call from you guys so we can sit down and talk, because I don't know who in the heck we're going to get to replace you.
Next, I have Johnny Thomas.
Johnny, where's Johnny Thomas? He wore his Go Fast shoes. Come on, Johnny. Please, state your name and where you live.
My name is Johnny Thomas, and I live at 304 Prima Street, Smithfield, Texas. Born and raised here. And I'm here just to talk a little bit about council and the city, of course, and not having the understanding of what the seniors, citizens have to go through in order to pay their bills. But then yet and still, I heard that the city council wants to hire a person for $250,000, $500,000 in 2 years, $1 million in 4 years, and they want us to pay for picking up our trash, picking up our limb. That don't even make sense. Sure, I was on city council, but I fought for the citizens. You know, what was right and what was understanding to take care of the citizens. Sure, I made a whole bunch of people's upset, but that's okay. As long as you're doing what's right and understanding that this city is based on a lot of seniors, and including me, we don't have very much money to be able to afford a $250,000 person. We got Robert Campbell. He's well versed on being a city councilman and a city manager. We have these peoples. So why are we gonna buckle down and pay $250,000 and they wanna increase our limb pickup? We can't afford it. Some people might be in agreement with it. So be it. Everybody have their own understanding of what's right and what's wrong. But when you put this burden on senior citizens, then not right. I can afford to pay mine. No big deal. But I know so many senior citizens. Robert Campbell was carrying, and the city was carrying individuals that couldn't even pay their light bills. They was carrying them. And now we want to spend $250,000? If it makes sense? Sure, lots of us can afford to pay this, us younger peoples, and have money. But the senior citizens, they're having a tough time.
Johnny,
My time is up.
I didn't mean to scare you. Yes, sir. But thank you. Yes, yes, sir. Trying to be fair to everybody.
Next,
And also, Martin Luther King, the only improvement they've given on Martin Luther King is putting up stop signs every other block.
All right, who's our next one?
next I have Sharon, Sharon with, starts with an M last name. Macio? Okay, yes, Maciosi.
Welcome. Please state your name.
I'm Sharon Maciosi. I live at 604 Olive Street. I am not a public speaker and I'm a nervous wreck, so just bear with.
Closer.
It is. Okay. I'm here to talk about some of the services that we have right now and the thought that we're cutting more of them. We live on Olive Street and every time it rains more than a couple of inches, our yard floods. All of the drainage ditches are clogged. 4 times, and have been called, the city council's been called to try to send somebody out there to clean them up so that the water has somewhere to go. And we spent 3 days, my husband and I and a little boy that we babysit, spent 3 days cleaning out a ditch that the city should have been doing. And now you want to take away or make us pay for leaf and limb? It looks so bad on the streets. We've got broken curbs that you're making us pay for, at least half of it. We want it fixed. In our yard, there's a broken sidewalk that the city put in but won't maintain or remove it. We can pay for it, but you're going to force us to pay for it? And now you're going to force us to pay for what little services we get? I think that's terrible. And then watching the previous budget meetings, the council did say remove 5%. So I don't really understand why there was that disagreement on that. Also, we pay over $500,000 to the library. It's a small town library. Every time I've been in there, there's been 1 employee. I take a little boy that I babysit there to the children's section. Have you looked at it, any of you? The crayons are broken, the colored pencils are not sharpened, and any of the pages that you're supposed to do your little projects on are already marked up and just shoved back in there. For over $500,000 a year, I think we could get fresh products for the kids to use. Those are just small examples, but the fact that we're being taxed to death now and then being asked to pay for our own leaf and limb pickup is just unacceptable.
Mayor and council, statement of fact, please. I want to address the 5%. Yes, the direction from the council was to take a look at the budget in the second workshop to cut 5%. We had that meeting and it was shown that 5% was not sustainable. That's when, during that workshop, the council redirected me to add things back to the budget. Remember? Yes?
No, Robert, I would disagree with that.
This is a statement of fact, not a
Yeah, okay, my
question and
bad,
answer,
my
correct?
bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
correct
second,
interpretation.
the leaf and limb, you're already paying for leaf and limb service. You're paying $10 on your utility bill, and people may or may not be using that service. So the proposal tonight about on-demand is that you remove the $10 that you may or may not be paying for a month and replace it with the on-demand service whereby you use it as you need it. And so we're not taking away leaf and limb, we're just restructuring how the operation works. Okay? That's it.
Well, I just wanted to say in terms of that statement of fact, I don't necessarily agree with that. We did not give direction to add back all those cuts, at least not to my recollection. If we were to bring the whiteboard back out that we were working on, we can see where we ended up. And we prioritized issues that were supposed to be put into the budget as priorities so that we could decide what other cuts or allocations could be made to accommodate those things. Now, that's my impression of the statement of fact there.
I will remind you of what the statement of fact was. 5% cut was the action. You added back COLA, STEP, the $20,000 incentive per contract. You added back other items, the tax note. There were things that were changed. So when I say 5%, yes, I was instructed to do 5%, but you added things back of significant value that have caused the budget to go, not hit that 5% number. I hit 1.23, but that's all I'm trying to say was I didn't put these things back in the budget arbitrarily. There are some things that I did because of they kind of make sense, condemnation of the buildings, but we'll get to that in a
Yeah, we
moment.
can get to that
Let's
in a
get to-
future point.
Let's get back on track.
Mayor,
I would like to hear from the citizens.
Mayor, if I may have one just quick thing that I don't think will be controversial.
Oh, well, I just want to get back on track. Can we wait till we get to the budget or?
I think it's
do
a
you need
statement of
to-
fact about some of the comments that we've heard so far. Robert, if you may, we currently already offer a leaf and limb type service through our solid waste provider. So there's a duplication in the service. One of them is free, the other one is an on-demand that is free as well. So it's just the city service one that goes to our dump that requires the tub grinding and the significant amount of capital cost. That's the one that we're raising the cost of, but the one through our solid waste provider is still there, right?
No, we're not raising the cost. Actually, we're taking the $10 away that everyone's paying, the 1,667 customers, they're paying $10. We're going to on-demand, so it's actually a net savings for people who don't use it. And then when you, if you did leaf and limbs 10 times or 12 times a year, that's 150 versus 120 that you're paying now. So we're not cutting services. I hope I made that clear.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was understood that there's two leaf and limbs.
Next, I have Jeanette Condrey.
Welcome, Jeanette. Will you please state your name and where you live?
I'm fairly new to Smithville, but I lived in Bastrop for almost 20 years and very involved with the city council over there and worked with the city on different committees and so Smithville is just a little bit different, and I'm not really liking a lot that I'm seeing here. One of the things that kind of concerned me was budget is a very important thing for the city and all of the residents, and having a meeting at 5:00 really limits the amount that residents can be present. I don't understand why 5:00 when people are working and they're driving in from Austin and they can't be here at 5:00. And so I think for residents to be able to be more involved with the city, perhaps you might reconsider having the meeting a little bit later so more of the residents could actually participate. And also, I've noticed that over the years, Smithville City has really shrunk instead of growth, and I don't really understand why we don't have more visibility downtown and with new businesses coming in. So that's a concern because that affects the budget greatly. And you're putting all of that tax onto the residents instead of more of new businesses and things coming in. And so I think that maybe should be focused a little bit more on the city council of why that's not happening and why more residents will not move in with the tax rate keep going up. And I know there's residents that's going to be leaving because of the keep raising the tax rates. They just can't afford it. So I just would really like to see Smithville grow and, function and be more fluent. And I'd like to see a little bit of change in the budgets and stuff. Be a little bit, I've been an accountant for more than 40 years, so I really look at all the numbers. So I know from all of the residents would really like to see some changes.
Next,
Next, I have Danya Tovar. Danya? Oh.
Here are your flip-flops. Please state your name and where you live.
My name is Danya Tovar. I live at 105 Burn Street. I'm a citizen of Smithville, and if any of y'all knew my grandfather, you know it's in my blood to ask questions. The 250,000 for economic development, I mean, have we considered maybe hiring Jill an assistant instead of spending that amount of money on a new person to come in? I mean, I know that with hiring somebody, you have computers and there's other things, but $250,000, I really think that we can get somebody to help her and save some of that money and allocate it somewhere else. I know I've told y'all before, the price of everything is going up. If y'all want to fix your roads, thank you for considering or talking about MLK, because I get calls about MLK every day. It costs, again, $60,000 to $80,000 a mile to pave, and y'all don't have a paving crew. You have a pothole crew, but y'all don't have a paving crew to do those things. I'm so glad that y'all reconsidered the HSA or the HRAs, because as a parent, there's been so many times that I neglected myself, didn't have the money to go to the doctor, but because of my HRA, I was able to do that. So thank you for keeping your employees healthy or giving them the incentive for that. I also did see the chart that was online that actually really sparked a lot of concern for me. It was very concerning to see the difference in our numbers versus others. So I did my due diligence and I went to the different cities' websites, and what I found was that the numbers that were listed were the 2024 rates. I know that that was kind of explained, but it was very misleading for the rest of us. And I personally believe, I love this town. This is my town. I grew up here. But if Mr. Gerdes was here, I would ask him, I would tell him, I understand your concern and I love this town. These are my people, but you are dividing us with false information. Shame on you, because these people don't understand where to go look up these things. I can promise you 50, 75, 90% of the people in here did not go to these websites and look up this information. They depend on politicians like you to be honest. And I'm sorry, but that chart was honest, but it was extremely misleading. I also want to thank y'all. I know how hard it is to work on budget. It takes months. It takes a lot of people arguing, a lot of people in your ear. Everybody's pulling you one way or the other. So thank all of y'all for doing that. I do have to agree that sometimes when y'all get up here, you get into arguments, and we can definitely tell who's in it for themselves and who's in it for the town. And I think that we need to take a step back and decide if you're on this council because you want to be here for the town or for yourselves.
Who's next?
Next, I have Brian Wells.
Where's Brian?
He came in.
Hello, Brian. Please state your name and where you live. Thank you. Please state your name. I know. Uh-oh.
Still wearing my tag.
Oh.
I guess I don't need this to get in.
No, we haven't got that.
Hi, I'm Brian Wells. I live at 102 4th Avenue. Thanks so much. I really appreciate the city staff for all their work. Appreciate city council for all your work on volunteer time at that, Mayor. Also particularly appreciate the city staff presentations, especially in the first meeting where there was a lot of information explained about the duties. I found that very informative. I've had the benefit of meeting many of the city staff, getting to know them both at their work, but also personally, and I know we have a lot of quality people. Three things that I just want to, that I recommend. I do recommend keeping our city staff compensation competitive with our peer cities. But also coupled with that, that involves demonstrating metric-based performance reviews and efficiently run departments. So that's one thing I support. Second thing I support is avoiding debt and tax increases to pay for some of these things as a long-term mechanism. The third thing that I support is the funding for a full-time economic development officer, in addition to the staff that we have, who's doing a great job. I realized on the way here, I did come straight from work. I realized on the way here anecdotally that I happen to manage a business line at the company that I work for that's actually comparable in budget and employee count as the city of Smithville. And like the city of Smithville, we're going through pretty tough times. I took on a group that was restructuring and was struggling to meet budget. In fact, it's not meeting its revenue goals for this year. And we're going through our budget cycle too, and it's difficult. Had to make the decision to let some staff go. These were quality people, they were hardworking people that I really liked, but we had to let them go. We didn't have the money for them. I don't have the option to borrow. That's obviously, I mean, in theory, it's a publicly traded company. That's not a realistic option, and it's not a good business model. I can cut my expenses, which we've been doing. My travel expenses, even though I cover Texas and Louisiana, is shrunk pretty small. But what my manager is banging on the desk for me to do is go out and generate more revenue and to invest in the future of the company I work for and to invest in the future of Smithville. We've got to take some really hard steps to invest in building the revenue stream that's long-term and expanding so that we can afford the services that our city staff and the city provides to the citizens and better and just continue to expand those services and have the best quality services and folks that we can afford. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, I have Robert Patelio. Who's right there? Oh, he's coming.
Robert, I lost you for a minute. Welcome. Please state your name and where you live.
So up here, I just want to create a little letter to you guys and to the citizens of the town.
Do you mind getting a little closer to the mic? Thank you. Awesome.
There you go.
Ah, that would help, huh? Okay. So here's the letter to the city council. I believe that our citizens and our city and our city's budget goals would be benefit from a more transparent and well thought out bidding process for contracts than is currently in use. Council members and interested citizens should have a period of time to review all proposed requests for proposals, which are normally called RFPs, and other suggestions before City Council approves an RFP. Once approved, the RFP must be submitted to vendors bidding on the contract in a bidders meeting. This allows vendors to review the RFP in the meeting and ask questions. All bidders hear the same questions and the same answers. Everyone should be on the same page, and all proposals, when submitted to the city manager, should be comparable with other bids. This bidding process allows for a more complete RFP, more comparable proposals, and more transparent results. I am requesting that the Smithville City Council mandate that the city manager follow this procedure for all present and future contracts. Also, there is a new survey coming out soon about garbage and recycling related to new garbage and recycling, the new garbage and recycling contract that is also coming up soon. And I think you're in the middle of doing that now, right? Oh, you can't answer. Okay, sorry, that's true. Also, there's so the choices between the status quo, pickup twice a week, and recycling by the city, which is currently only serving a little bit more than 253 people, or 253 families out of over 1,800 families in Smithville, regardless of the size of the family. I'm a one-person family. The alternative is a program of once-a-week pickup of garbage and recycling by the contractor. If a family needs a second garbage can, it would be available for a nominal fee. Recycling would be by a single stream. All recyclables, what that means is all recyclables would be put in a differently colored can.
It too would be picked up once per week. This alternative would be the most cost-effective solution to our garbage and recycling needs. Garbage cost would be cut in half or better if the RFP process that I just mentioned above is used, and it stipulates also that a dual side-loading garbage truck be used. That way they'd be picking up a lot faster from both sides of the truck. We can use our alleys for the recycling and the garbage. No need for taking it to the street, unless you live on the street, and that's the only way you can do it. The alternative, it would also be picked up, this alternative would be the most cost-effective solution to garbage and recycling needs. Garbage cost cut in half.
Mr. Robert, are you close to being finished?
Yes. Including the labor contract, anyway, the side loading trucks will cut their cost if they're using these trucks. And if this is done through the RFP process, they're all being asked to do the same thing.
Yes, sir.
So if they want the contract, they'll do it. They'll come up with
If I cut you off right there, I'm sorry.
okay,
But thank you for always bringing good information.
okay, thank you. And I have handed out.
Yes, you had. My last comment is Michelle Rutherford.
You gonna sneak in the side door? Where's Michelle?
Coming around the side.
Welcome. Please state your name and where you live.
Hi, I'm Michelle Rutherford. Live at 704 Main Street, right up the road. I'm not here really in favor or opposed to the process which y'all have been going through. I've been following it online since it's hard for me to get here at 5 o'clock as well as what someone else said there. I do want to say that I am opposed to the city spending $250,000 for an EDC department that won't gain us anything for a few years while we have a remarkable person in the position already. Jill Strube does a tremendous job for the city. And I would second what Ms. Tovar said, maybe get her an assistant, but $250,000 seems like a lot when we're saying we don't have any money to spare. So I would be opposed to that. I would be in favor of the audit of various departments. What I'm mostly here in opposition to is the divisive and misleading information that's being put out about our city by our sitting state representative. I think it's awful behavior, and it is something that we should not tolerate. And I understand that he's not even here tonight. Okay, well, I appreciate that he sent a representative, so I'm hoping she will get this message back to him that his behavior is unacceptable. I appreciate the openness that the city council has conducted these workshops in so that we can have input. I think that there are a lot of valid issues that have been put out as far as making sure that we're being responsible with our money and that we are looking at every department to make sure that we're not wasting anything. Nobody wants higher taxes, but as a citizen of Smithville, we are all neighbors, and some of us don't even know each other. But we know that we are neighbors here, and we do not treat each other this poorly. And I am here to condemn Stan Gertie's behavior towards our citizens. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we have one more. Chris Wilkie wants to speak.
Mr. Wilkie, why don't you come on up and speak, and then when you finish speaking, or we have somebody before him? Was there
He'll get
another?
a form. He said he'll fill out a form once he's done.
Yes, go ahead, please.
There's a lot of discussion about the 250K on a economic development deal. What you need to understand in the real world is that if we do this, we're going to go out to the marketplace and we're going to find a qualified person that's results oriented. Results oriented. I look around, I don't see a lot of results. So here's how it works. You hire me figuratively, you hire anybody to go out and find that guru. That guru is going to cost you, or you're making an investment of 125, 130, 140. Then you have to convince that guru, his or her family, to move to Smithville. They're not going to do it with a U-Haul trailer. Okay, so that's another $15,000 to $20,000. Then you've got to set it up. You've got to set up the infrastructure. So everyone says we're not paying for $250,000 for a salary. No, that's probably close, maybe a little less. I don't think any more. To get a professional, results-oriented, to when you walk down the street, you can see, gee, we didn't have that last year. It's going to take a year and a half to get that person up to speed, okay? But if you don't invest, if you don't make the investment now, how do you catch up? We'll pull out another Smithfield credit card and we'll put it here. And then we won't go out and get a second job, the economic development person. So we pull out another Smithfield credit card and we put it here. When does that cycle stop? How many credit cards can Smithfield manage? So anyway, I just want to clarify the $250K thing. That is the real world, plus or minus 10,000, okay? So that person isn't going to be making $250. So anyway, I just wanted to set the record straight as a professional who's done that business for a long time. Thank you.
Will you go see Tracy, please? Thank you. Are we good?
That's in,
Okay,
that's all.
so
it
our
is.
next item. Discussion and action on the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget and tax rate.
Mayor, before we get into that, could I make a opening statement and ask a question of my colleagues? I'm conflicted right now where we are in the budget process. We gave direction for a budget representing a 5% or $838,000 reduction in spending over last year. But we seem to have gotten recommendations for cuts of some of the most popular services rather than a deep dive looking at low-hanging fruit. Then we had a parade of children come up to protest cuts against the library, rec center, and community gardens, none of which were recommended as cuts by the city manager. I was curious how that happened until I began hearing from citizens reports that city staff sent out emails saying their own departments were being targeted by the city council and being cut. So please come and protest the cuts to our favorite rec center, library, or community gardens. So if that did happen, and I would ask the city manager to investigate that, if that activity took place, because that's a violation of our code of conduct, ethics policy, and the new personnel manual about getting involved in trying to influence political decisions. We received proposals for cuts to services. And as I asked in the last meeting, where are the commensurate head cut counts that go with those services? If you're going to take services away, then what happened to the people who were performing the services? So that's an automatic disconnect to me, and it takes away from the proposal lending credence when I have that big of a disconnect between if we're going to cut services, then what happened to the people who were performing the services? So we didn't take that process all the way through. But here we are, we're looking at a proposal that didn't follow the direction we gave at the last workshop, and now we're asked to go through the budget line by line to identify cuts that weren't included in this budget. Not only did we not cut anything, we're asked to raise the property tax 15.26% and borrow $3 million. This is the definition of insanity. We're going to try and keep doing the same thing we've been doing over and over again and expecting different results. And we've got to break that cycle. It's like a cycle, it's breaking a cycle of addiction. Our solution is every year we come in here and generally we raise the property taxes to the maximum amount allowed by law without triggering an election. And every 2 to 3 years, we borrow another couple of $3 million. This is the cycle that we're in. We must break free of that. And one of the ways that we can break free of that is to make sure that we run as clean and efficient a shop as we can, which was the purpose of going through the exercise of what would a budget look like that was 5% less spending than the year before. If we get serious about fixing this, we've got to admit that the only way to get us out of this cycle is to acknowledge that we must have growth. We must have more heads in beds. We must recruit small businesses to come to town so that we can expand the property tax base with new people moving into town. We can increase the sales tax revenue by bringing new businesses into town. And there are certain types of businesses it would be appropriate for us to be recruiting. I think 75% of the businesses in Bastrop County have 10, 12, 15, definitely less than 20 employees. We need to be able to go out and develop relationships with the landowners who right now feel like they don't want to sell their land. But if we increase that value, the value of that land, by executing a land use plan and revising our ordinances so that we can add value to that land. If we were to build a new wastewater treatment plant north of 71 and over to the east is where I think it should go, then now we're saying this is where the growth would go. And we're going to deliver infrastructure and utilities out there. So now the value of that land has been significantly increased. So the landowner is more likely to want to sell it because the value of his property has been increased 6, 8, 10 times over what he thought it was worth. And they're more likely to sell at that point. So the purpose of the economic development proposal, the initiative, and why the number's at 250, and Mr. Wilkie was dead on in terms of what that meant. And I have heard the feedback that we weren't very clear. That $250,000 is used to fund a professional director to come in, and anybody can apply for that job. And we choose the right person to do it, but they have to have the support to be able to execute the job. And so that's why there's another 100,000 there to help them develop whatever brochures, buy some people some lunch every once in a while, and find the people that that we want to have to come to town. So it's not a $250,000 position for a person. It's $250,000 to expand the current economic development department. This being our way out of this cycle, the definition of insanity, the cycle of addiction, of coming back every year and raising the taxes the maximum amount and then borrowing a couple of $3 million every 2 to 3 years. Debt is not revenue. I do have some solutions that I would like to propose to that. I'd like to go around the table. Maybe Brandon, if you give your thoughts on that, come this way in terms of where we need to go from here, particularly addressing the fact that this budget proposal is actually missing some key items that we prioritized on the whiteboard. And I think Jennifer's going to bring the whiteboard back out so we can see where we left off. I don't understand how some of these items got added back in. I don't recall anybody saying, bring back the mayor's stipend or a $20,000 incentive package. Now, somebody may have asked for it, but it wasn't a consensus arrangement. And it's fine if that's what we want to do. But for that to show up in the budget, and for when the city manager did his recap of the action items, one of the top 2 items we had on there was a $250,000 economic development expansion for that department. Yet it didn't even make it to his list of the top 9 items when it was top of that board over there. So if we get the board, or I can help you get it, Jennifer. This is where we left off last time. And then we lost sight of the purpose of what we were doing, which was to identify the cuts that we wanted to keep in the budget. And we ended up apparently adding every single cut back and adding some things that I don't know how it got on there, from the mayor's stipend to the city manager's incentive to, there was a $16,000 cleaning services contract that was cut and is now back in the budget at 20,000. So I don't know how those got there at the expense of the other things that we had identified as being the most important. And Brandon, you've made the chart, so you may have to explain it.
I mean, for me, the number one thing that I remember is myself specifically asking the dais that night if we wanted to go through and prioritize these other cuts to see where they should become in. And the only two that the council decided to prioritize was COLA to make sure the employees were getting the raise that they missed out on last year, and the economic development. That's why there's one next to both of those.
You got a 1 next to economic development and a 1 next to the COLA.
Sorry, my voice carries. But essentially, the one next to the two items, those are the only two that as council we prioritized. The others in the red, they were prioritized, and I believe that they were all put into the tax note and be able to be funded that way. But that's how I remember the meeting ending.
But economic development doesn't show up on the action items that were recapped.
No, and that is for those on Nextdoor. I mean, I posted right before the last meeting, essentially. We're really at this point to decide. I mean, since I was a kid, every 6-8 years, we kind of go through this period where it's like, okay, we're getting the momentum, and then it stalls for lack of want. And you know, if that's what the city wants, then that's fine. I don't think anyone would want to push the will onto the citizens of something they don't want. But I guess my biggest concern is we keep spending like we're about to rapidly grow. And that is my biggest concern, is we've got to choose one way or the other. And we just aren't doing that. And I mean, I wrote this statement. I didn't know when I was going to say it, but I think that right now, I think just makes sense. And I guess, Councilman Jameson, we heard a very similar thing. I had a couple people come up to me and apologize because they felt so bad about coming up and speaking to us here, but also some emails we received about cuts that were happening to certain departments, and that they had no idea that those cuts weren't actually being proposed. They did receive the emails. One was an email, the other I believe was just verbal communication from what I understood. But it's just very frustrating, and I think that that's a lot of what I try to convey in the statement here is as a first-year council member, I expected the budget process to be difficult, and it has been. I mean, it's been grueling, exhausting, and at times it's been disheartening, but it's also been eye-opening. When I first ran for city council, I was warned, and this was when I was running against Councilor Meeks here the previous election cycle. I was warned to choose my friends wisely. I pulled that quote directly from Nextdoor as I wrote this. Since then, I've been accused of associations, of ulterior motives, of playing politics, and let me be clear, my only motive has ever been to leave the city better than I found it. Smithville shaped me as a kid, and serving on this council is my way of giving back. I believe our city is too small to be this divided. Maybe that was naive, but this budget process has proven just how polarized we've become. We asked for a 5% cut, not because we wanted to slash services, but to give citizens an honest picture of what that would look like. We were told it was premature because all the tax numbers had not come in yet. But as it turned out, it was necessary. By the second workshop, it was obvious we didn't have enough money to cover everything. Cuts had to happen. Some were emotional, some were inevitable, some were already being shifted off the city's plate as other jurisdictions took over responsibility. And some cuts that were listed weren't actually cut from the budget. And yet we've seen department heads rally citizens to protest cuts council never proposed. We've seen children and parents stand at this podium pleading for programs that were never on the chopping block. That's not transparency, that's manipulation, and it erodes public trust. At our last meeting, I worked with my colleagues to do the difficult but necessary job in narrowing priorities. We built a simple, clear list so staff could craft a budget aligned with council direction. That was the point: clarity, consensus, and unity. But what was presented tonight does not reflect that. I was told by city staff, council didn't vote, you only gave input or direction. Technically, maybe, but the intent of this council was clear, and when staff disregards that intent, it feels like a slap in the face. Not just to me, but to every council member who worked in good faith, and to every citizen expecting us to speak with one voice. This is an inflection point for Smithville, not just about the budget, but about our future. Are we going to keep spending like a city that's growing rapidly when we're not? Or are we going to be disciplined, smart, and intentional, investing in economic development, infrastructure, and the things that will actually secure Smithville's long-term prosperity? That's the choice before us. We can keep drifting with confusion and mixed messages, or we can step up and lead with focus and accountability. Smithville deserves better than politics, better than gamesmanship, better than being told that clarity doesn't matter. We owe it to our citizens to deliver an honest, responsible budget that reflects these priorities and prepares us for the future. And I'll continue to fight for exactly that.
Well, I echo everything Brandon said, actually. And the exercise we went through, I remember it the same way. I will say that I support the economic development proposal. I previously did not. But when you look around this city and you see what's not happening on Main Street, there are no relationships built with those property owners, no incentive to get them to revitalize Main Street. We've been hearing that for years. Something different does have to happen there. And we don't need an assistant. We need a full-time, dedicated economic development person to get ahead of this curve. We're right there. We have an opportunity at the industrial park up here to get the Tractor Supply in and proceed to develop. We have an opportunity, perhaps no confirmation, to bring in a economic development consultant to help us pretty quickly, beginning maybe in October. And that's something we've discussed, budgeting $100,000. But he could come in right away. He's well-versed. His name's Joe Newman. He was the Bastrop EDC person. He was responsible for bringing Buc-ee's in. He's done some phenomenal things, and he knows the process. But thank you.
So Kathy, you're saying that
So-
we would fund something like a consultant out of the 100,000, 150 for the person, and then the 150 of support funds could be used to hire that consultant?
That's an option, and I think it's a viable option. And it is a hell of a lot of money. Nobody's disputing that. And yeah, we might look on paper like we don't have any money, and we really don't. We're still rubbing two nickels together. But we've got to do something different to begin this development that we so desperately need, and we're behind the curveball now. So as difficult as a decision that is to make, I feel too that that is the way we need to go. Thank you.
Well, I do think that Joe Newman would be the starting point that we need to go with $100,000. I believe we could bring him in. I was at the hospital today at the hospital board meeting. Walk in. I was stopped and talked to by no more than 25 people that were people sitting there in the lobby waiting to see a doctor, and also staff, and also people on the board. I won't go into it, but everybody was no to the 250. They do want to spend money on economic development. You've just said what it was all for. I understand all of that, but I would much rather, I believe, as I've talked to other people, if we're going to develop a industrial district, if we're going to build that on the other side, I believe the way forward would to be, have a vote and have an EDC. And that way it comes out of the out of our sales tax. I believe that is our path forward. That is a permanent way for us to do the industrial development along with commercial and everything else. It will also lead to being able to do the Main Street that you want, because you have an EDC. So you're going to be able to do the Main Street you want. But that has to go to the people. I think it should be on the May election. I saw a post today that was all about let's make everything out to the people, but yet not one day before or 1 week before that, and down in the comments on Nextdoor, God, we gotta love Nextdoor. Down in the comments was, no, let's not bring it to the people or this council. Y'all haven't done anything. They don't vote. They're not going to do anything for this. I am way more saying that yes, they will. They are the people that need to make the decisions about how the direction of our city goes. You are all citizens. You all should have the right to say what the direction is.
Yeah, and that's interesting what you said there, Jimmy, and I think we're almost aligned on this. We have issues of if the citizens were to agree to what I believe is a reallocation of sales tax, because we don't have any additional sales tax. We already use the maximum 1.5%. So you're saying we have to reallocate from that?
Yes, we do. That would be part of the process of doing that, would be reallocating what we're doing some of that for and bringing in, I believe we need like, I think it's at 1.5. I don't know what exactly it's at right now. It's 1.5% or something. We would need a quarter of that to fund that, and that would bring in the 250,000 that you're wanting to start with.
But how do you replace that quarter that you took out of the general fund?
That is the deal. We will have to live smarter from that point on. Okay? That's where we're getting with it. Okay?
So if we were to find a way to go back in and take another look at the budget and actually bring up some realistic cuts that could be made so that we could reallocate those cuts to, let's say, initially fund an economic department at 250, which gives the ability to hire a person, and another 100,000, well, we could bring Joe Newman in. And then if the citizens vote for creation of an economic development corporation, we simply transition that department into the EDC now, and now you don't have to replace that funding.
Well, here's part of the whole thing is you've already said that money that's we're going to have to find a place to get that 250. We're going to make all these other cuts. I'm saying we do the 100,000 and we move from there. We don't do the 250.
I think that we're not doing the program justice if you only do 100. If we're going to do this, we need to be serious about it. We need to send a signal that we understand that the way out of this cycle of addiction is to sincerely put the resources in place necessary to make this successful.
You say you want to live within our budget and we want us to live with this and do what we need to. 250 is not living within our budget.
The EDC will be.
Why don't we do this? Y'all are jumping all over the place. This is part of the presentation to go through in detail. You have to see what you can afford. 250 wasn't doable with the budget without making some cuts that we all agree to. Okay, I was instructed to put things back by all of y'all. Training, AV system, chairs, various things that got put back in. And some, yes, I took the liability because of doing this for 12 years. We need the ability to condemn buildings. If you don't want that 35,000, cut it. But we're not even there yet. Y'all are talking about spending money you're not sure we have. Let's get through the yellow sheets so you can see line item by line item where the money is being spent and the limit of discretionary funding that's actually there. And make the cuts accordingly. I am not against economic development. In fact, I've already been speaking to Mr. Newman. But the fact is, we got to go through these yellow sheets so you can see where the money is being spent and what opportunities you can take to cut. Fair enough?
Actually, I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, at this point. I'd like to move that we direct the city manager to revise the budget proposal to reflect the direction given. Find realistic cuts available to help reallocate funds to the economic development and efficiency audits. To continue the work that Counselor Meek has done on the rec center, which showed us that this type of efficiency audit can generate savings. I believe that you had a recommendation of a 15% cut. I don't see that reflected in the budget. But what happened is we lost sight of what we were doing in the last workshop. We found some candy. We were going to use the tax note and the maximum property tax rate increase, and then we quit making cuts. So I would like to move that we give the city manager direction to go back, take another look at the budget, take a look at some serious cuts that we can make so that we can reallocate funds to our priorities, and then we can come back on August 29th and do this again.
With all due respect, before you second that motion, I just gave it a path forward. I think it's not smart to not understand what monies you have before you assign me to spend or make cuts before you understand what those cuts and the impact they have. That's all I'm asking. Save your motion till later. Let's get through the yellow sheets, identify where we are and then where we're going.
Mayor, I have made a motion.
Okay.
Is it appropriate to ask a question that's not?
Well, you need a second, and then we can.
Oh. Okay, I second. Robert, do we have a firm commitment from Joe to come and work for us?
Mr. Newman is still in the process of transitioning from Ennis. They have hired a person to replace him. He's delayed for some other reason. The individual that's going to take the place, he has to do a transition plan. And then he kind of targeted October, mid-October, that he could be available to serve in that capacity at a part-time basis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Oh, I would like to go through these yellow sheets and then talk about this later, Mitch. I'm not against it. I want to look at this and see what these sheets look like.
Call the vote.
Have a motion in a second. We have to have a vote.
Call the vote, please.
Motion and second, all in favor? All opposed? Did you get that, Jennifer? Okay, so let's please continue with the yellow sheets and everybody look at the line items, and as it's presented, we can make cuts.
Use your mic, they can't hear.
I think I am.
Okay, there are 22 cost centers, 17 general fund, 5 utility fund. And each of the people that own those cost centers are going to come describe what expenditures, what they're for. And let's just do that now. So we're going to start with the Department 100 in the general fund. And again, in your package, you have 5 years of revenue data to compare, to figure out how in the world we came up with revenue projections, and then actual expenses that we're proposing against each of the departments. Okay? In the right-hand corner, all the way at the bottom, you will see the delta. In each of the 22 departments, there's a delta in spending from the prior year. Okay? So for example, in this particular yellow sheet, watch your head, Jimmy. The delta, even with the 3% COLA put in, is $7,000 from last year's budget. Okay? And keep an eye on this little right-hand corner as we go through this process. All right? So Jennifer, you want to come do the it's the first yellow sheet that you have. It's Department 100, page 12, Jennifer says. Thank you.
Ms. Department.
I've got page 1 on my document.
Somebody has to work your machine, right?
If you want to be at the top.
What?
Yeah. Can you enlarge it, Robert, or you want me to just enlarge it here?
None of us can find the page we're supposed to be looking at.
Mine was in the packet. It's page 1, dated August 15, 2025.
What's the page in front of it?
It's going to be this one. It looks like this. And then on the back side, it is a more broken down detail of 100 account.
Keep turning. You get back to the yellow. It's past this. I'm going to do that this back.
And then it just, so, I mean, do y'all have any questions, or you want to go, how do you want to do it?
The most,
I'm not sure what the process is. We're just going to go line by line and start asking questions.
I think the most obvious question for me at the top, I have a suspicion I know what it is, but all the other department salaries, not looking at total personnel, but just the salary line item, it seems consistent that it is 3%. Some are a little less, some are even a lot less. But on the admin budget specifically, 100, it's upwards of 10+% increase.
On the salaries?
Just the salary line item, not total personnel cost for the 100 department.
You got to show us to a number, Brandon.
The $171,026.
Yes, sir.
Second line item under salaries for general admin.
I'm gonna refer to Cynthia on the salaries just because she has the whole spreadsheet on
Makes sense.
all the salaries. He said in it.
So Brandon, what I'm seeing is a $23,378 increase over prior year.
I'm just focused on the salary line, not the total personnel line, which is the 23. So the 10,572 increase,
Okay.
that seems to be a 10% increase in personnel. I don't know if that's more staff or like an intern or something.
It's no extra staff in this. This retains the same amount of people as the prior year. What that is probably putting Robert's 20,000 back in,
Okay.
and that's what cost that job.
Okay.
And again, that is not guaranteed, but also there are other things that happen. We moved department personnel from one department to another. Jack Page retired, so there's give and takes through all of this. I mean, he actually is not going to be contractor anymore. When I say retired, he's already retired, but he's still working for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So-
Okay.
So excuse me, but you're saying that part of this number has a $20,000 bonus for the city manager in it?
No, it's in your salaries.
And it's
Had to
split
figure it
between
in
100 and 610.
I'm sorry?
And it's split between 100 and 610.
So the
Robert's salary is split between the two departments.
Okay, so it's not rolled up anywhere?
It is in that number.
Okay, so where is the $20,000?
in the salary line item.
Tell me a number to look at so I can see what you're talking about.
Under, you're in Fund 100, and so it says salaries, and then it's the proposed budget, that 171.26.
Yeah?
It's included in that number, which makes a difference from the previous year of $10,572.
But if I compare it to the 2425 of 16455, that's not 20,000.
Because it's split.
How much?
It's split, so I got to go to over to another fund and find the rest of it.
Yes.
See, that's why for 2 years I've asked for this stuff to get rolled up. So now we can't see the true impact.
Yes, you can, Mitch. Just, we have two funds in the budget, utility fund and general fund. My pay as well as other individuals are split between the both funds. So 10,000 is here and 10,000 is in 610 admin, which is the comparable budget from the general fund to the utility fund. So if you go to 610, under the utility fund yellow sheets, you will see another 10,000 there. So the 20,000 is in 100, 10,000 of it, and the other 10,000 is in 610 utility fund.
So for the third year, I've asked, why can't that be rolled up? Why do we have to go chase two different sheets to find it? Why can't you roll up for that, for this position, this is the total salary that it's getting paid?
It's in two different departments. So because part of it's in general fund and part of it's a utility fund, it is two different funds.
But it's one position. So you roll those two funds up and say, here's the aggregate. This position is getting paid this amount and this is how we fund it. I mean, if half of us can't follow this, then 90% of the people out there can't follow it. Anyway, I would appreciate maybe the fourth year that we'll do this because it would be much easier if it were rolled up. And I understand you need to break it out by fund because that's an underlying source.
But that's what you just said, Janice. Okay, I don't know, we've been doing this since I've been here 18, 20 years. There are two funds that operate. You have the utility fund, you have the general fund, you have debt service, and you have maintenance. In aggregate, that is what makes up our budget. There are personnel amongst my staff, including myself, percentages of their pay go in a specific fund to help defray some of the cost. You can't afford my salary or public works salary 100% in the general fund. You can't. So we split it.
Understood. So roll it back up and tell me what the total is.
Okay, add the two numbers.
I don't want to add the two numbers. I want a piece of paper where the numbers are added.
Isn't there, under personnel, isn't there a paper that shows everybody's salary? Is it split? Still split by department. By department, okay.
I do have, I think the paper you're talking about, I have the budget from last time. It appears that the city manager, 80% comes out of the utility fund. Accounts payable, payroll clerk, 80% comes out of the utility fund. Accounting assistant, finance director, fire marshal,
And that was,
80% comes out of the utility fund, 20% out of the general.
But I don't
I-
care how they're funded. I just want to know what the
Oh.
position makes.
Would y'all, so they can speak and everybody can hear? Miss, hello? Ma'am? Can we all get through this, please? And whose
I
phone
will.
is going off?
Don't make me go look into it.
Emergency clerk.
How hard is that? Been asking for it for 3 years.
I do see
Is
this
there
paper,
a vote?
which Mitch, in fairness, I do see
Oh.
a total, it is a little bit distracted, and unfortunately, this is a
You wanna go?
confidential document that isn't public consumption. But in the July 18th budget, in the binder that was presented, it does give totals and it does say what the percent is.
sure that was posted online. Now that document might be confidential,
Yeah,
but that one is not confidential.
I think that's the same one I'm looking at.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
We'll make copies for you.
It's right here. See, it's all rolled together. It's all rolled up. So,
That's why you never see it back.
so now by position, we know what the total comp package is for that position. Instead of having to say, oh, there's 20% over here, there's 80% over there. How do I find it? Here's the document.
I believe they're going to make copies of the sheet. It's a little different than the one that
We
we
can talk
have
about the
here.
position. We don't use the name.
I think, yeah, let's make copies. But
Do you have any other questions on?
Well, no,
short-term disability rates?
no, because I'm sorry, on this document right here, am I missing a line where it's shown as compared to prior years so we can show the change?
I mean, that one is what I use. And like Robert said, that's got a lot of your health information stuff. So,
It's got a lot of what?
well, your health information, all benefits and everything that's individual person by person. I can give you a sheet that just gives you grand total for benefits and grand total for salaries for each person. I don't have that in a 5-year comparison. Yes, I have that chart because I use that to get to the other sheet that's in here that I have to split it by department because per budget, I have to split 80% in utility, 20% in general. That's the way I have to do it. So
But then you just roll it up.
well, that's what, I use that, but when we present it to you in the budget, I can't present it to you in the budget because 20% is in general and 80% is in utility. I can give you that
Can
sheet.
roll that up and say for this position, this is what the position gets paid, and we have added a $20,000 incentive to it. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, to me, breaking out by department is a supplemental report. So
I mean, yes, I have
That
that.
could be an action item that we can that we can get to you.
it'd be nice because it's the third year I've asked for it.
And you want it for 2 years? Well, I mean.
And we don't have to have the names on there, just put the positions.
just
Well,
give
that's what I say,
it to
can
you
I get,
and
huh?
then comparison?
do what?
You give them the sheet from last year and you have the sheet from this year, you're gonna have to compare it. Because she doesn't have the sheet.
I don't have a sheet that,
Is that gonna be, is that?
It is what it is. So I guess, Brandon, somebody's pointing out that this budget right here reflects the $20,000 incentive program for the city manager. But it's split 10,000 into each fund. Right? And so how are the decisions made? What's the determination, the litmus test as to how much salary gets dedicated to general fund and how much to utility? Do we have a formula that says this type of 20% of his work is attributed to working on utilities?
it's just,
You have a packet in your packets now. There is a sheet that breaks down everyone and how much their percentages are actually charged to the individual budget. Like Jill is 100% general fund. Edward is probably 80-20. There are 50-50s that we have as well, right? And I'm not looking at that sheet, but it is in your packet.
No, I'm just asking what are the criteria that determines?
The criteria is how much time does that individual spend in each of the departments doing utility fund things versus general fund things? Okay?
So in terms of this $20,000 incentive program, it's split equally between the two,
For me, it is, yes.
but your salary split 80-20.
What'd you say? You got 80-20? Okay, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we split the 20 to 50-50, yet your salary split 80-20.
Said it was
It-
80-20.
it's all 80-20.
So it's not 10 and 10.
Doesn't matter. It's-
So we seem to be stalling in the process. So is the process now, because this is an item that I don't recall being requested to be added in, do we say we want to add this in or do we want to take it out?
The $20,000, is that what you're talking about? Is it
I
the-
guess that's what it is because I didn't know it was going to be in here.
It's the incentive package that is part of the addendum to his contract. We
There's
are
no
under-
addendum in his contract for an incentive package.
We did that when we did the whole thing that we did for 9 months.
You signed 2 years, the contract that you signed, it happened in March, it happened this year. All the council members signed it. Have to meet specific milestones. Let me get back in the light. Yeah, I'm surprised you remember that because it took 7 months to develop my goals and objectives the year before last. And this was part of that process. Okay, Tambla, if you meet your goals and objectives, you get a 1, you walk on water, you get 20,000. Let's just be transparent. If you get the rating scales from 1 to 5, 5, you suck, 1, you do great. If you get a 3, you meet expectations, I get a COLA only if it is offered. If I get a 2 to 2.99, which is meets and exceeds some expectations, I'm eligible for the COLA and a 10K bonus. I earned that last year and it was taken away. And the bonus was 1%. If I walk on water, get a 1 or better, that's a 20K bonus plus COLA. This is all of y'all looked at this 2 years ago. We met month after month and you signed it and agreed to it.
Yes, and this was last year's program.
I have one from the year before too.
I'm talking
This is this
about-
year's
I'm-
program.
We're
as
talking
well.
about putting it in this year's
Yes,
program.
it is.
Right.
It is in there.
It
and
is in there? Because it
that's-
wasn't in there when we
And that
had the
is one of
first
the
budget.
things that Councilmember Jameson pointed out, that we have to put back, that went back on the board.
It did. I pointed that out.
I put
and-
it up?
No, I pointed it out and everybody.
I'm sorry,
agreed.
Jenkins,
Good,
my bad.
Jameson.
Jenkins,
He was pointing at me.
JJ.
I didn't say put that back on there.
I'm sorry, but I went back and looked and we agreed to the 20,000 to put back in there because it was contractual.
Okay, it is not in his contract for this year.
It is in his contract. It's an addendum that goes year to year. His contract goes year to year.
Right, so every year it's revisited.
It's
So
supposed to
if
be
this
written-
is not automatic, if we want to put it in here, we can. It's something that we choose to do or not do every year.
If we don't do it, we run the risk of being sued because his contract says he gets that.
Where?
You
It
passed,
does.
you
It's
passed,
addendum to it. We did make it.
Please stop in the audience. We wouldn't do this at the Capitol, ma'am. Would you please stop? Stop.
you don't have the addendum, ma'am. And again, I'm not going to debate this. It's signed by the council on April 24th of this year to be impacted against this year's performance.
This year's?
Yes.
Okay,
good.
we're talking about next year.
My God.
That's the deal. It goes on this
Yeah,
year's evaluation
Yes.
that we're gonna do in October. We do it in every October.
Every October.
We do his evaluation.
So we're saying that based on this year's performance, we're giving him a
No,
20,000.
we make
No,
the evaluation in there. That's what has to be included in the budget because we make the evaluation. If he doesn't get it, it goes back into the fund.
Is the 20,000 going to be awarded for performance in this current year?
It is it's the current, well, it's not the current fiscal year, but it's in the current year that has to be adjusted. And yes, if you want to put it that way, I'm going to say we did put it back in there.
Or I was not involved in this process, so I just want to ask an ignorant question here
Yeah.
to understand. In October, which is the next fiscal year,
Mm-hmm.
we're evaluating the city manager's performance for the current fiscal year.
Yes, that is correct.
And so any potential bonus
Has to be put in.
awarded for this fiscal year will be paid out of next fiscal year,
That is
which is the
correct.
point of this.
Yes, thank you. That's how that makes sense.
So we're saying that we did not budget for this potential in the current year's budget, so we're going to have to budget in the next year's budget so we can pay for last year's performance. Is that what we're saying?
If we'd have budgeted last year for it, Mitch, it would have been paid out in the next year's budget. That's how it goes from one budget to the next. You pay out the previous year's performance in the next year's budget.
Just like the 3% or one of the years we have done merit increases,
Mhm.
5% merit, you have to budget for it. You go through the merit and you give them their raises in the coming year, or you give them the bonuses October 1 or October 15th. So you're budgeting now for next year's incentive. You have to put it in the budget.
Okay, so this is the current year's incentive.
Correct.
We haven't done this evaluation yet.
You have not.
If you walk on water and get a $20,000 bonus, how are we paying for it?
Out of the next year's
Next year's
budget.
budget.
That's just a disconnect for me. Why didn't we budget it?
We didn't budget it last year because we didn't give him COLAs.
Yeah,
and
you
he
did
said-
budget it, but you took it away.
You took it away, and we took it away because there was no COLA really given to the employees. 1% is not, it's less than $1.
My understanding was it was offered to be given away because you didn't want to take a bonus if the employees weren't getting a COLA.
That
I don't
is
think the
correct.
council took it.
That
away.
is correct.
That's kind of correct. I wasn't given a choice. I was
Well, you
told,
weren't.
I was told to put it back in and for it to be taken out,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Yeah, so this is one line item out of 1,000 that we have to go through. But are you satisfied with the answer now that yes, there is an addendum? It was signed by the council. We have to budget for it next year. Should I, warrant any increase this year after going through the performance review?
So this $20,000 has been added back in case we need to pay you for last year's performance. But shouldn't we go ahead and budget another 20,000 if we're going to continue this practice so that we can pay you for next year's performance in the year instead of pushing it forward to the next year and have a more accurate representation of what we're spending?
Well, that will be in next year's budget process. I'm sorry to make that so difficult, but it's just like giving raises. You have to budget, if you're doing 3% COLA raise, you have to budget for this year to give it out in the next fiscal year, which starts October 1st.
And Jimmy, you are arguing that we are contractually obligated to offer this? Because we have to pay it. I mean, I hear what you're saying. This is a contract for this year's performance, but we got to pay it out of next year's budget.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna make a whole new one and do it all over again. I'm sorry, I'm on. Thank you. We're gonna do a whole new one again in October, and we'll go through the whole thing just like we do. We made a repeatable performance evaluation. That's why it took so long. You said you were really proud of it because this could be something that everybody could use year after year. That were your words.
I'm not sure if you recorded me because we don't record back there.
No, I didn't, but that's your words.
Not sure I said that, but, okay, so so this is a done deal. It's got to be in here because if he gets this rating, we've got to have the money to be able to pay for it. The only way to address whether or not we want to do this in the future is to address it at the next evaluation and say we either want to continue this practice or not. So for those of you who don't think that we should offer this package, there's nothing we can do about it because we're paying for last year's performance out of next year's money.
You're paying for this year's performance. Yeah,
This year's performance out of next year's money.
Yes.
correct.
Go ahead.
I'm here for questions.
Okay, all right.
I'm good.
Everybody go through lines. Do you see something you want to take out? Kathy, do you need?
Let me point your thing, one thing to something that we're going to have to adjust. And this is because a month ago, we didn't have the year-to-date numbers with respect to legal. We put in 75,000, but we're already at 88,000. And I don't see that going down any way, shape or form. And again, you have to try to live within your means, but I think we need to put more money in legal.
What line is that?
Number 5270.
5270.
It's half, 3/4 on the page, right there, 75,000. Sorry, Jimmy. Our run rate,
We spent 35, we're budgeting 75.
you spent 87 year-to-date actual.
Got it.
If you look year-to-date actuals, 87,000. Who knew?
So
We
we
put
were
35.
50,000 over budget.
Yeah, but we have used a lot of legal services and to be,
And as we move forward, a
Just gonna get-
$100,000 sounds like what we're gonna need because of the fact that,
I would agree with that.
because of where we're going and what we're doing. So I believe that line item needs to be $100,000.
you need to make sure we're taking notes on this.
Mayor,
Legal services, 5270 is at 75,000, need to increase to 100.
Mayor, and as far as your question about what items need to be cut, we're given some accounts in here. But there's a lot of numbers and there's not a lot of detail to what the expenses are being written to these accounts. I personally, there's not a single one of these that I would feel comfortable being able to say, that doesn't make sense and we should just cut it without having further knowledge. I think that's where the city staff's experience and the decade plus of experience that they have will be able to help illustrate which of these accounts should be reduced, increased, much to the city manager's point, a recommendation on the fly that we need to increase one of them. I think that those are things that we just don't have the insights, and I don't think it's appropriate for the council to be saying we should cut this specific account.
Well, that was kind of the purpose of the exercise, was to go through these line items, answer questions. What makes up what happens in dues and descriptions? What are you paying for? TML, membership. I mean, there are things that, and I think going forward, we're going to have to provide that detail so you have the information without going through this process, but I thought it was helpful to go through the process to understand.
I agree. I mean, much to your point just a minute ago, 10, 15 minutes on the first line item. This can get really long if we're going to go that in depth on each one of these. But I mean, if everyone's willing, then I'm game.
Jennifer, I have one question. Okay, I talked to you the other day about the aging computers that you have in there, that the Windows is going to go out and we were gonna have to get computers. I only see $500 for that. Do we have enough?
That was in the tax note. If we get the tax note, that's where that'll come out, and it's 75,000.
75,000. Thank you very much for clarifying that it is.
Not just to clarify, it's Windows 11, is going, you will have to upgrade to Windows 11. Otherwise, our computers will just, I mean, we have to upgrade. And we have a lot of old computers that we've just been, Lewis is really great about, our IT guy is really great about trying to just keep them running but he's done that for so long, it's caught up to us, and we need new technology to run.
So, on one more thing, I know you provide computers or whatever to the council when they need them. Can you make those tablets instead of computers? Probably be less money, and we don't need, that way it's just not so cumbersome in what we're doing.
Yes. When we upgrade, and I don't know if those would be in that upgrade, but when we upgrade, yes, I can see about tablets.
Okay, thank you.
So Jennifer, if I go to the bottom,
Okay.
I'm seeing that last year we spent 452, 488. This year we're budgeting 510, 294. And to me, that's a 12.8% increase. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Did we have any cuts in the department?
I mean, there is some cuts. Contract labor was 4,500, that we don't have anymore. All of the cuts you can see on that side, bar, it's gonna.
Those things that have a bracket around them,
Yeah.
the negatives are a
Yeah,
cut.
those are all the cuts. Other professional services went down. Our increase is pretty much legal fees. We've gone up, that's most of your increase.
So when you add and subtract the positives and negatives, we come up with a $58,000 increase representing 12.8%.
Yeah, two items I'd like to bring your attention to that provide some clarity why things got added back. The training, I put back training again, that was an instruction given, put back council training. So that includes your council expenses to attend TML. It includes council, any shirts or anything that you get going forward.
Who asked for that?
Jimmy
We don't
did.
need that. Oh. And we
Yeah,
gotta cut
and-
something.
What?
We gotta cut something. I said, I'll pay my own way and I don't need a t-shirt.
Yeah. Nobody's doing that. That's for, when you get new councilmen, they have the orientation that we both went through when we went to, I don't remember, I think it was Georgetown. If we have new councilmen, I think that needs to be there to be able for them to go to the training that they need. If you want to cut it out, cut it out.
I just want to get to see where we see something's been cut.
There you go.
I didn't know we got shirts.
Well, we haven't gotten shirts.
I ordered my own name badge.
It's also for new council member training when you, oh yeah, you said it on my bad. And it's your armbands for Jamboree. We can cut that too. That's also.
We cut it, but is it back in?
We put it back in because that $10,000 line item, it was just something, a perk that y'all used to have. If you don't want it, take it out. It's $500 or $250.
If you want to cut the training for the city councilman, then just say, let's cut that, let's move and make a vote and we'll go for it.
It's gonna be a long night. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna vote on each one of these?
Well, we have to have action to move them forward.
This is a hell of a way to run a show.
I'd like to make a comment, please. I agree with Robert, I mean, or whoever said it, to go through each of these line items, many seem self-explanatory, but some are not so much. You know, clothing and uniforms, tires, whatever, gas. I mean, I can't see us questioning those things. But one thing that I do or would like to see broken out, or not most, but some of these departments have professional services where there are contracts. It seems to me, and maybe we're doing this, but do the departments that have these large line item fees like professional services, are those contracts reviewed annually, semi-annually, if they're not a citywide contract, or even if they are? I mean, what are those contracts? Are they still efficient? Are they still relevant? Could we get a comparison bid on some of them? I mean, I'm
Tell you
just asking to have those big, large line items,
So
like
mine are
professional services. I would appreciate more clarification.
for sure, and that gets asked every year pretty much is what is that line item? It's 100 and something thousand, 191,000. So that is BCAD local support that we have to pay. That's not a contract that we can negotiate. Bastrop County auditors, RTA, those are our hotspots, our Wi-Fi at different parks and locations in town. I'm not sure that that's one that we could negotiate. C-Click Fix, that's one of the things that we use for work orders and for the citizens. And this is just 100. I'm just going over 100. I also have one for the Department 610. General Code is our ordinances. That's the company that provides us the online ordinances. Spectrum is on here. Avenue Insights, which is our STR short-term rental program. It's a SUDA program, and then that also is our hot tax. That's the Avenue Insights that we've talked about before. That comes out of the other professional services.
Jennifer, let me interject. So what we've done for the process for tonight and what we've done in the past, look at the yellow sheet and focus in on items that one of you have interest in or that have gone up or down significantly. We don't have to go line item by line item when it's $675 and it's for tuition or registration or postage, you know. So if you look in the yellow sheet, you know, the 40,000 should have jumped out at you under legal services. What? 40,000 increase? So that's how I recommend going forward to expedite tonight, and ask questions if you don't know, like professional service, what's in it? Because if you find the detail, oh, that makes sense. But I think in the future, to improve this process, we can give you a sheet that it's going to be a long one. What is in each of those line items? So, you know, we don't have to do this process live. You can have the background and be educated and informed about what is being spent in that item. Sound like a plan?
If I may ask a top line question that keeps us from going down to that line item level. So if I'm looking at this correctly, we've got one page over here, which is the utility fund version of the administration budget, right?
Yeah,
That one?
extend.
It's the summary, utility fund administration. It's 3,241,434. City of Smithville Utility Fund Expense Summary, Fiscal Year Proposed Budget Administration. So this is what the utility, these are the expenses in administration that the utility fund funds, correct? Okay, and so the budget is 3,241,434. Are we looking at the same page?
You are. It's just that it includes the utility transfer. I believe that's in this line item. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get to look at what we're spending and what we spent versus last year. And did we even come close to attempting to cut 5% or not? And I think, Jennifer, when you brought us a proposal, you did have 5%?
At the last meeting?
In the last meeting. So what changed from then when you had 5%? Because now we're up 2.39 in the utility side of this, and we're up 12.8 on the general fund. So it looks to me like if I were to add those together, we've got somewhere around a 7 or 8% increase.
So we added some of the things back into this budget, yes.
I think
The
it's,
COLA, the HRA, and that's just like, across the board.
Well, the COLA wouldn't be 8% to the overall budget.
No,
So how did we get with an 8% increase?
We-
Well, we started out intending to do 5% decrease.
I mean, I can tell you what we added to this one.
So if we took your original proposal that had 5% cuts in it, and we compared it to this one now, which has somewhere around 7 or 8% increase to it,
Well, and then I think,
it's a 12% switch. So somebody told us to go, I don't know who said go add these things back, but we completely lost sight of the process in the project and the goal, which was to cut expenses. And now we're going to go ask for a maximum property tax rate increase and borrow another $3 million.
You put back the COLA. You know, at the time when we gave you the 5%, the COLA wasn't in there, nor was the training, nor was now the increase in the additional legal. We had to put back in, and just FYI, the home grant homes, there's a match that we have to construct that. So, yeah, it's not going to be linear, apples to apples, if you just take the fact that you wanted 5% cut, but you added 3 and some other things that raise it to a level that's above the 5% that you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, so we added a 5% decrease and we went to approximately 7 or 8% increase, which is a 12-point swing.
But individually, the 3% that, across the board for COLA and putting back the HRA, that negates the 5% that you wanted. And you're seeing the 57,000 is a reflection of what was added back.
To make sure I'm following along, are you talking about the entire budget as a whole or just the admin?
I'm
right
talking
now?
about admin right here. This is the utility fund version. This is the expenses in admin that the utility fund
So the 610?
funds. And so at the bottom, it's 8,438,573, which is an increase of 44,545 or 0.53%. Then you move over to the general fund, and we've got another $57,000 increase or 12.8% over there. So somewhere along the way, we lost sight of the fact that the original project was to cut 5%. And I guess we're going to see this throughout each department.
Yes, sir.
So we didn't deliver the budget that we requested.
Not the 5%. You can't when you added back COLA. And that wasn't the instruction. You said, put it back. And I put it back. COLA, step, the
What
tax note.
What percent of the budget? I believe, Cynthia, you were able to give us how much percentage of the budget for each 1% of COLA. Or maybe you gave us a dollar figure. I forget what it was.
We did it at 3, just did it at 3%. What I have given you, yeah, we did 0 and 3. What you do have is what impact the tax rate, whatever tax rate you decide to adopt, there's associated loss of revenue tied to that. That's in the presentation. We did not do that, the 1%, 2%, 3%. So if you're thinking about not giving 1, 2, or 3, that's an action that I have to go back and do because that's not in this presentation.
No, that's not what I'm trying to get at. I was just trying to understand because obviously a 3% COLA isn't going to be a 3% of budget because there's a lot more there. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around how much 3% of COLA adds to a budget, if that makes sense.
Well, it adds 275,000 minus the 83,000 for, I think that's $192,000 is what the COLA cost. In aggregate, burdened with benefits. And then the STEP program added another 83,000. So the delta is $275,000. Which pretty much throws out cutting 5% out the board.
So if we're to drop down to the total of this budget proposal right now, what number is that? What page is that on?
For what?
All departments added together.
Oh my gosh. Cynthia? Well, I'm looking. So you have a sheet in your packets that rolls up the budget in the utility fund and in the general fund. It tells you what we spent last year and then what we're going to this year.
Do we have a sheet that rolls both funds up?
So that sheet there to start out with.
You got a page number?
It's in the very, here.
It's like the third page. If you go in the general, it'll be your third page.
Yeah. So the general fund in aggregate compared to last year dropped 4%. 4.07%. We took out $298,000. You go to the utility fund, the same sheet is there.
Yeah.
We took out 0.53%.
So if you add the two numbers together, the aggregate of utility fund and general fund, did we spend more or less than we spent last year?
You spent 1.23% less than the year over year last year. 16,512 versus 16. It's one of my charts. Yeah. I do. So last year's budget was 16,719,007. This year's budget is 16,512,803. That's a 1.23% year over year decrease in the total budget.
And how are we funding that?
You're funding it through tax note, through the adopting the VAR. And if you choose not to do either one of those things, we're back to the drawing board. And that's okay. You just have to make a decision what tax rate you want to adopt. And know that each penny, each 5 cents, each will be taking out revenue to fund the budget.
So this budget right now at 16.5 million, is that where we are?
16.5, yes.
16.5 million is currently funded by the maximum VAR, the maximum tax rate we can raise without triggering an election, plus a $3 million tax note.
This is correct.
No, I mean, I'll tell y'all up front right now, I'm a no vote.
A no vote for what?
Huh? I would not vote for this budget at this point.
Okay, then we have some time to work through it. Let's get through the rest of the charts and figure it out.
And we're going to take a quick break. A few of us have to go. And we'll be right back. Quick
Eric,
break.
Do we have to do a motion for that?
We have to do what?
Motion for that?
Do we need a motion to go on
We're
a break?
shooting for the break. No.
We're just going to take a quick break.
Oh, we had to last. Okay.
We have to take a break?
Point of order, Mayor.
Point of order?
Point of order. Bio break.
Oh,
There you go.
I was going to make you hold up a yellow sheet. Be right back. Alyssa. Oh.
Are we
You
supposed
go.
to make copies of this? I mean, of the,
Okay.
the sheet? We need to get that back.
No, go use the woman's up front. What
Oh,
do you
yeah,
need?
in line item?
You need your little deal? You got it? Hmm? I'm done.
Uh-oh. That right here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good. Okay. We're gonna be here all night. And if he can't vote for it, he can't vote for it. That's just it. I gotta get up and move around. No, I don't. Are you wanting it down? I think it needs to be moved. Yeah, it's getting a little hot in here, isn't it?
Jimmy, did you get us sandwiches orders?
No, I did not.
What are we gonna call for a sandwich?
I don't know.
I brought a banana, a granola bar, and a pasta.
Well, I brought nothing, but I did eat before.
I only had like chicken nuggets and french fries before. And I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, I haven't brought nothing about my, yeah.
Very simple.
Oh, man, everybody's so important.
Jimmy, I need to say hi to you.
Hey, how are you,
Came in at
brother?
the last minute. This
I
is-
saw that.
It's getting spicy.
Yes. He would. We need to control them, I think. She can. Yes, I know it. I know it. I'm gonna tell her. Yeah, I know. It needs to. So, we are where we are.
Mine today. Do you have to leave the whole thing? You have to wait for it.
Hey, everybody, let's get back together here. Break over. Come on, everybody. All righty, here we go. We're back in session. Okay. Next, go ahead.
Are there any changes to Department 100 besides adding an additional $25,000 to the legal line item as we discussed? Okay,
I think we're good.
we're Department 105, which is finance. Ms. Cynthia.
I assume, Robert, you and Cynthia are gonna keep track of the puts and takes as we go through each one, because we just added 25, so I don't know how that's funded.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna get to. So you also, let's both take notes, so,
I didn't have a sheet.
or we can do the whiteboard. Huh? The whiteboard, there's no paper.
It
Okay.
didn't work last time.
All right, Cynthia, please go with 105.
Okay, Department 105, that's the finance. Not a lot in this department, me and a couple of people. It's your professional services contracts. If you're looking at that professional line is for
What page is
Samco.
that on?
Page 2.
And it says 2 in mine at the bottom. It's a short page like
Right here.
this.
No, you got the wrong page. That's page 2.
Mitch, it's a short page like this. It's on the back of the one we were at a minute ago.
You mixed them up, right? They're in order by page number.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you find it?
I don't know.
We get close.
Here it is.
Just print these pages.
That's the old pack.
Yeah, you'd have to print this one.
Right here.
I'll just look
Right
up on the
here,
screen.
right here.
Put it back together.
Mix it up.
All right, I'm on page 2 with Department 105 Finance. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay. So I know you asked about the professional service a while ago. That's mainly our software that we use for the payroll, the accounting and everything that, AP and all of that.
New system, Cynthia, that,
Actually, this is still the old one
Oh.
because due to the timing and what we're having to do, we're having to retain the old one until the new one is fully converted. So we had to keep it unfortunately this year. And that'll be just, this will be the last year that'll be in there for that one.
so
And then
we
the
paying,
regular conversion
we're
is,
paying for both of those systems currently because
Well-
we're overlapping until the transition is
right,
complete.
because
Gotcha.
we're still using STW for our payroll services. We're currently in the middle of the conversion, so we're paying for the conversion part of this stuff, which is being paid out of the 23 tax note. That conversion part is being paid out of there. So what's in my budget is just the current STW or OpenGov that we're using.
Okay.
And that went down $60, is that correct? Because that's in parentheses.
It's
on
stayed
that-
the same. The STW contract didn't really change from last year. There was a couple of other things that were in professional services the prior year that we no longer were required to have.
Okay.
Is some of the software expense split between departments as well too?
And then the STW, the OpenGov is a split between it's actually 60%, 40% in the general and 60% in the utility. It's just a percentage, the way we split it up. And that's been that way since we've had the software, and I'll, going forward, it'll probably be a 40-60. Because the bulk of your stuff is, all the utility billing and everything is a bigger piece, bigger percentage of it. And then the only other big thing in mine is also the auditor fees, which you can see as auditor. And of course, that is also split between my department and Jennifer's admin on the utility side. And other than that, that's basically all I had. Yeah. Yeah. Only had a 406 increase. Yeah.
So this is the same that was?
Oh.
So how do you get to this page to include?
Which one? Oh, the 350
I'm on the correct page.
computer. Because we're going to be doing the computers in the other thing. So I don't know if you had, there's a few other items that we did decrease, some of my training and stuff that, I can move to online. I won't, you won't travel or whatever, but there's some training that I still have to do, but it'll now be done via online.
When the transition's complete, what will be the difference in price just using the one system once we get fully converted versus, will that be a substantial cost savings? I mean, I know it does more things too, right? So
Yeah, because
eventually it's more efficient.
STW was a cost of about 20, is a cost of 27,000 per year. When we get with the Tyler and it's fully done, I think their total annual cost right now is like 60,000. There's some things that we're removing off of that. Some of that is still being, they added some things that we really don't need. And as we're going through the conversion, we've been taking on, no, we don't need that, and trying to get it down. But there will be the Tyler Technologies is a little bit more expensive, but it also has, all the payroll and all that, everything will be connected.
It eliminates the manual input on a lot of the stuff like payroll, right?
Yeah, on
So
the
it will
payroll
be more
side,
efficient.
it will decrease all of the manual calculation. It will all be done through the computers and all of that. Once it's up. It'll be in February.
Okay, that was the question I was about to ask.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
Yeah, we will start conversion it was supposed to actually be being converted at this moment. With budget, that wasn't feasible. So we had to make the decision to keep the STW, unfortunately, because just due to timing, and we pushed it out. We will start in November, getting things ready, and hopefully by February, it will go live, where we will actually be using it in February.
And then, so the conversion portion, I guess the funding up until February is coming out of the tax note. Is that correct, what you're saying?
Yeah, the full funding, the 23 tax note is where all the conversion and I think the first annual fees and stuff are actually coming out of the tax note. And then, like I said, next budget year, that fee for the OpenGov, that 27,000, that will go away.
Okay.
Thank you, Cynthia.
You're welcome.
Any questions to 105? 406 Delta, thanks for your cost-cutting measures. Okay, let's do 110 PD.
Okay.
Mr. Chief Repko.
Hello. Yeah, that's for raises if that happens. Oh, now let's, man, y'all are putting me in a bad spot here. No, I'm here. I just want to reiterate, not to get on the soapbox, but just for a minute, the data I gave y'all last time. I know that it's been brought up, and I don't know Mrs. Tovar, but I 100% appreciate what she says. That things have gone up, and so we're already doing more with less already. You know, I mean, I know I keep bringing the vest deal up, but that was a big deal. Pants, y'all see they went from 50 to 70. I mean, that's a 40% increase. So we're already having to do.
We're very clear on why you need what you need and why these costs have gone up. And I certainly don't have any questions because you were very clear, in my opinion, and thorough. So thank you. I mean, I don't have.
I have no issues on this department.
No, me either. And I'm gonna commend you for looking at this and looking at all the cuts and everything that's happened that are in the parentheses. You still went up, but you minimized it for what it was, and I totally appreciate that. Hopefully, the things that we put in the tax note for the things that you need, the cars and everything, that will make things easier for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Just more,
All right,
I do have a question. I do have a question more for Cynthia, I guess, just the structuring. The principal bond loan payments, why is that in other instead of capital expenditures? On the
What line
police
is that?
budget? Down towards the bottom, 5754.
It's that we have.
Five,
I mean,
seven,
that's for
five,
the
four?
payments, the principal and interest on the payments that has to be made. It wasn't for the purchase of, I mean,
Okay.
that's the bond that I have to pay, and when I record it for like audit purposes, that has to show that it's for principal and this much is for interest, and that's just the line item it is. I can't show it in the,
So when you buy the thing, it's on the.
when
account
you
budget.
buy it, it's automatically in the capital item.
Okay.
When we purchase it out of the, you know, whether it was a lease or the tax note or whatever way it was.
Okay.
And these were for police cars that were under a lease purchase program back in FY '21. So,
So I think the ones in the police department will drop off next year, if I'm not mistaken. There's one that will drop off next year. And then it'll just be all the tax note stuff. The capital leases that we did will be gone and paid in full.
And if y'all look back at the vehicle maintenance back in 2021, it was 25 grand and we're running 7 grand this year. So keeping us in modern, decent cars that aren't smoking and burning oil and catching on fire, it pays off in the long run.
Do we get our police cars at is there like a fleet price? I mean,
Yes,
what you get, how does that work?
Yeah, so basically the state puts out bids. I mean, and we do this for tires. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cynthia, there's lots of stuff that government purchases that are the same price, HGAC, buy forward, things of that nature. So we pay what DPS pays for the car. They do all the legwork, these bigger entities. I know sometimes we piggyback off of Harris counties, depending on if they have a little bit better price on tires or something like that. But I'm constantly looking at those buy boards and those contracts to get the best price for the things that we use. So, I mean, we pay for a tire, what DPS pays, or Dallas PD or Houston PD. Same thing with a car. Guns are the same way. If I go to GT Distributors and buy a gun, it's the same price that, any department pays for that. So, I mean, it is a good thing as far as having consistent pricing for everyone.
Do we get to do that with public works equipment and big equipment, Edward? Okay, cool.
Another one.
Good
Yeah.
deal. Thank you.
And those are all just state approved contract pricing, and it makes it, I believe, Cynthia, we don't have to go out for bids because it's already like a bare bones price that they're paying. So it solves a lot of the red tape as far as, bidding for a car, and everybody's gonna get the same price anyway, I assume. I don't think they can give it to you much cheaper than what they're selling it to you for now.
Thank you, Chief.
I think that's why we went with the people that were doing the wastewater plants, building them. Is that not correct, Robert? Because they had that GSC where
Source well, correct.
Well, though we
Yes,
don't
sir.
have to go out for bid. Well, we're moving in that direction so that it gives us the lowest price. We don't have to do anything with it.
All in the interest of government efficiency. Right?
Animal control.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey,
He's on.
not me, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we might really want to critique this one here. No. No. A snake pole would last for a little while. I think Will's, equipment's a couple of $100 a year, for traps and possum traps and coon traps and snares and stuff like that.
So I hear we're going to redo our old shelter. Thank you. I couldn't get it out. I couldn't remember the name. I appreciate that.
You're going with this.
Yeah, animal shelter.
They're
So,
they're gonna build a new doghouse.
well, that will be someplace for us to go. Thank you. So what's not going to be open all the time. It's only going to be open during emergencies. If people lost their house and everybody had to come stay here and have a place for their animals.
Yeah,
That is
and
correct.
Ashley may be able to comment on this. I think a natural disaster that happened before I got here, there was a lot of animals that were allowed into the rec center.
Mhm.
And there was some smell issues maybe and some health and sanitation issues. And so the city manager has tasked me, that place is defunct, you know, I mean, it was a full-time operating animal shelter before I got here. It was shut down before I got here almost 11 years ago, but it is kind of dilapidated. But it would be nice if something like that happened at the rec center. Y'all know that it has to be used for, you know, a shelter if it needs to, that animals not go into that space, that they're allowed to be across the street. And so I think for a nominal cost, I think 5,000 to get some new wood and some new tin to, you know, maybe insulate it a little bit just to make it to where it looks better. You know, it looks like trash right now, and I apologize for not doing it sooner, but we're gonna do the work. You know, like we did the PD, we'll go take everything down and put it up. It's just gonna be for some, you know, some more cinder blocks and get the heaters going for if there's a disaster or freeze or something and somebody needs to take their pets there. So no, it's it's a full-time animal shelter is heavily regulated by the state and stuff like that. It requires a vet to be on, you know, on call and all this stuff. So if we just keep it as a temporary emergency only, then we're fine. And it would cost us a lot more to build a shelter that was,
Yeah, we
that
don't
met requirements to be a 24-hour shelter.
Yeah,
So I just don't think we're up for that right now.
thank you.
Did we, on fee structures, I know there's a lot of conversation about potentially charging for changing the fees or something around lost pets. Did that? move
Yeah,
forward?
I've had this conversation with Mr. Campbell, and I need to have it with the judge. So the city, as under other professional services, we pay the county, I think it's $275 per animal now. From what I understand, about half the owners recover them pets. Some are just gonna be straight pets. They're never gonna find the owners. I think where a disconnect is for the city is we pay that to the county to take in that animal. And I don't think that we're having a process where a person is given a citation for an animal running at large to hopefully be fined that amount, or at least to offset, to be a zero-sum game where the city's not paying for your dog getting out, you know, where we can try to make that a zero-sum game, you know. So yeah, I'm working on that.
Chief,
So, yes, sir.
I see your total budget's up 3.8%, mainly due to salaries.
I believe so, sir. Yes.
Well, that's the only place that has any increases.
Yes, sir.
So why is it 3.8 and not 3?
I don't know, Mitch. I'm not a real big numbers guy.
And the burden, yeah.
And if we gave it 3%,
I mean,
Because you've got, he's lost a couple of people, so maybe when we did it the first time, he had an employee that may have been longer in service, so he was having to pay a higher rate of pay.
changing rate of
And
pay,
cha-
you
and
change the
then
employee.
now, or he came in and got somebody now that is more qualified, so
I'm
he's now
satisfied.
having to pay more. So his 3% is not going to be a 3 for
Yeah.
3.
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Is animal control under STEP program?
I'm sorry.
Is animal control under the STEP program?
No. No, he's, you know, no, he's not. No, he's not. I don't think they do that anywhere else. I mean, I can check. Thanks for calling me out with my ACO, Brandon. No, you know, honesty, that was an oversight on my part, you know. I mean, communications and police was what I was kind of focused on. Will's an awesome person, an awesome coworker, and unfortunately he's a one-man band, so he kind of gets inadvertently left off to the side sometimes, and that's my fault. That's failure on my part. But
is he
I make sure that he gets a good raise though, and y'all have, the council, your prior councils have, in line with other city employees, brought him up to where he needs to be, I believe.
Is he an official peace officer?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, he's a certified animal control officer, so there is a licensing requirement to the state to be able to euthanize, to be able to, you know, impound animals, et cetera. He can write citations, you know, on behalf of the city.
Closer to the enforcement officer than a police officer then, technically.
Sorry?
Closer to like code enforcement than,
Right, yeah. Thank you. There she is. Thank you.
Hello. Do y'all have any questions for me?
How did you manage a 2.5% decrease?
How? Well, I do know the credit card processing fees. So last year, well, actually didn't, we asked about it, we looked into it. In April, the end of April, we started using the time payment group. And so that what we had used to, the percentage that we had to pay for using the credit card terminal, we don't use that. We use the payment group.
Well, I see the majority of it in legal fees.
Legal fees. Oh,
Yeah, you got a big number there, a minus 5,000 that offset the 3% raises on the COLA.
so the legal fees, he would typically he would come every third Wednesday of the month. Last year, I asked and talked with Jennifer and then talked with Tyler, our prosecutor, and we've changed it to every other month.
Congratulations for reducing your budget by 2.5%.
Thank you.
No, I'm good. You're good.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
130.
Trey Clemens, you still here?
The old number?
Oh.
You can fill in if necessary, but go ahead. Or I can fill in.
What questions do you have for volunteer?
this is another department that's personnel split across general and utility.
No.
There's a, yeah. There's a personnel cost. What is?
Yeah, who's that?
I think most everything in
130?
this is machinery, services.
130,
training.
there's no salary cost. It's in the benefit line, and that's for their workers' comp
Okay.
that the city pays for all the volunteer fire department. That's what that $1,700 is for.
Okay. And that's just straight out of general fund. That's not.
There's no retirement. It's strictly for workers' comp coverage for them.
Okay.
Wow, he even made cuts. And we did put the radios in the tax note, right? We did. Excellent.
Yes, sir. And that will free up money for them to buy SCBA's that are 10 years old now.
And we need to go to CapCog to see if they have anything that we can get for you there.
Chief, Tyrone wants to know how you were able to cut your budget 3%.
Do you under the bus, dude?
Next department, you'll dismiss.
Dismissed. Thank you. Library.
Library, but don't go far because I know you come back again.
I'm-
Do you have any questions?
I hadn't done yours yet. Just a second.
We're on page 7 for those of you who didn't look at your packets in advance and get ready. I have a page 7 at the bottom of my page.
It's our very page reading challenge.
What's the decrease from the county? Why is there such a substantial decrease?
There is no decrease from the county. We ask for an increase every year, but it has remained at $12,000 for probably the last 5 years.
I need a ruler, apparently.
Library grant purchases, that is right below that. We had a grant program funded by the St. David's Foundation. It was called Libraries for Health. We received $25,000 a year for the last 3 years, and it is ending. We didn't receive any funding for this year yet, but with Austin Mental Health Corporation, we're going to get another batch of funding for $12,500 that's going to cover July through December for that same program.
When you say this year, you're talking, this is gonna go.
Right now, yes, that's why it's split. That's why the line item is 6,250 because that's half of 12,500.
bet.
Yes, some of the periodicals went down because some of the publishers are no longer providing print material. So we've had to cut back on some of the publications that we get.
And periodically that happens.
Yes, it does.
Uh,
It's late at night already, isn't it?
Judy, you've got a lot of different line items in here. Is there any way you could squeeze out 5%?
I'm only showing a 1%, 1.6% increase, and that includes a 3% with the COLA. And if I cut more, then I risk losing accreditation because accreditation is based on the minimum maintenance of effort level that is spent by local governments. So no, there's nowhere I can cut anymore.
So your budget is restricted by another entity.
Yes, by the Texas Library and Archives Commission, Texas State Library and Archives Commission. And they get their directives from the Institute for Museum and Library Services.
Do you have, you or Cynthia, between the two of you, do you have a number of this budget that is grants funded?
The grant line item that is there, that is completely grant funded.
Okay.
We also get $2,000 or roughly $2,000 from the state library in the form of a grant. It's federal funds to cover the postage for interlibrary loans that we are required to lend out to other libraries. We get $20,000 from the Betty Hewitt Foundation. That's not considered local tax funds. We get about $10,000 in donations from people that walk in our door and give us some. We get about $5,000 from Friends of the Library that they support. And actually, that's about $10,000 because they got 2 different grants that funded the Friends of the Library, and they helped us pay for the summer reading club and other programming expenses.
Just so I can make sure, I want to put this in, you do have programs that go on down at the community gardens, am I correct in that?
Yes, the Libraries for Health programs were conducted at the community gardens so that the library could basically be in 2 places at once. The setup of the libraries to be able to get into the community gardens, community center, we received a CARES grant from the Texas State Library and a COVID response grant. And we were able to set that up as a community center and to do COVID response programs through that center. And then we continued it with the Libraries for Health from the St. David's Foundation.
Thank you, that's going to help with the MOU, that's why I brought it up here and now, so that it was put into the public's eye. Thank you.
Are there, I mean, I am asking out of ignorance, not because I based on what I've heard and what I've seen, I think that you've done your due diligence in a lot of the grant finding, but are there other grants out there that maybe if we had this or that, we would suddenly qualify for, or are we really in a band where we can't move?
No, we try and get grants whenever we can, but if the grants cannot supplant what we are spending from local government funds. Otherwise, we would lose accreditation. So the Betty Hewitt, that increased this year, but that doesn't mean that the amount that the library spends on books that are city funded can decrease. So we try and balance it out so that we're maintaining that level of maintenance of effort.
Is that just on book expenditures or is that on payroll as well? City has to pay a certain amount.
Hewitt is on payroll, is on books only. Payroll is out of the city, and most grants do not pay for personnel. They'll pay for programming, they'll pay for some consultant fees to bring somebody in to help conduct the programming, but by and large, they won't pay for personnel.
Can you put some money in for some crayons, please?
Oh, okay. I will address the crayons. We do have boxes of new crayons, but if you've ever handed a box of crayons to a 2-year-old, tell me how many of them are going to remain whole. Coloring books are the same. We do not spend money on coloring books because we have other books that we offer. But the coloring books have been donated, and we do occasionally print coloring pages, and especially when the people come and ask us, can I have a coloring page? So in addition to that, every week we conduct children's story time, Little Bookworms, and there is always a craft that we create that goes along with the theme of the stories that we're reading at that time. With our extra crafts, we put them on another table. It's not the main craft table, but we do put them on another table. So there is a fresh craft put out every week for people to come in after library programs and craft at their will. Does that work?
Thank you, Judy. Okay, next one is community service.
I'll take that one. So this, we haven't really funded community services for, this will be the second year. And as you heard in my initial presentation, that we can't just give donations unless those donations, that entity serves a governmental purpose. So to that point, the only thing that stayed in there was the boot camp, the Bastrop County Juvenile Boot Camp, which we're under MOU for to fund. And that's where children that have issues at school get sent to be rehabilitated and put back into the school system. The $800 for other professional services is for fire alarms, and the insurance and bonds, there's not really any love that we can change on that. 50,000 for hot tax. That's for the, of course, chamber. There is things we have to add back. As before I did the research, I just took out the fact that electricity, we're paying for electricity for certain entities. As communicated earlier, our general counsel says you can continue doing so, but you have to decide what, if any, cuts that you want to give these folks. LPAA, the chamber, the community gardens, all of which do serve a governmental purpose. So right now, that's $8,400 that I took out. But now you can put it back. You have to make a decision whether, at some point in time, whether you want to reduce, provide reduced rent and or reduce electricity or continue paying for it.
So I guess the question is, we're going to have MOUs with each one of them?
Yes, sir.
That's how we're going to be able to move forward. We no longer give grants or anything like that to them. We used to give anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000, whatever it was. I know the community garden serves the purpose, and I just, if we're going to do for one, we have to do for all. So if we're going to provide the electricity and everything through the MOU, then I believe we need to do it for all of them. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I'll let whoever speak.
I would prefer that we continue on the current program for 1 year to give them a chance to adjust and to ramp up their 501c3 operations so that they can raise the money to cover the cost. Give them a year to get there.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you want me to add back the 6,000 and the 2,400 respectively? Through an
Yeah,
MOU?
that's what he's saying. He wants
Through
to
an
add it
MOU.
back through the end of the year, and then he wants to tell them all that they have to do what they need to become whatever that will be.
Give them a year to
communication.
transition to ramp up their 501c3 processes and start raising the money that would cover the cost.
Do we know how much that cost is across all of them?
It looks,
That cost is reflected in this number, yes?
yeah, I think
LPAA.
6,000 was last year's what he put in, and then garbage. So it was like $8,400 for all of the utilities.
It'd be about the same, she says.
What if we offered a step over 2 years? So 100% next year, 50% the year after, and then from there, I think 100% going year to year. We just don't really know where the economy's at, and I think that may put some.
You're saying a staggered stair-step process. We'll pay 100% this year. We cut it by 50% next year, and then the third year, there's nothing.
Yeah, and if, as we go along, if there are certain of the nonprofits that don't get to, or whatever, they don't get to that level, they don't get the support, we can consider continuing on after that point.
Well, these MOUs are going to have to written in a way that says that the service that they're providing, I mean, it can be a very subjective way to determine what service is being provided to the government.
Yes, sir. And Ryan Henry is already working on that based upon the 5 that we gave them to consider. And those MOUs, if you want a stair step, 100%, 50%, we can write that into the document. But for purposes of tonight, I'm hearing put back 8,400.
Yes, yes.
Done.
Do you need a vote on that?
I would like one, yes.
That is a consensus.
Yeah. I mean, you want a motion and a
I
vote?
want a motion and vote.
Okay, I make a motion that we put back in the money for utilities and all the services needed for Community Services Department 155 that covers electricity, water, sewer, and garbage.
I second that motion.
Motion been made and second. All in favor?
Should we,
Yeah, but the caveat that next year it's going to be cut.
yeah, should we amend the motion to discuss the stair step as well too?
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Next year, when we come to the budget, we're going to be discussing it anyway. We're not going to forget it.
I think, but there's a need to put an MOU together that's specific.
Does this need to be in the MOU?
It is going to be the MOU.
Okay, then yes, we will, amendment to the motion is to have a stair step for 2 years, 100%, and then 50% funded over the next 2 years, of which we can amend later on if we want to.
I second that motion.
Okay, motion been made and second, as stated. All in favor?
I need to recuse myself because I'm on the board of directors for the chamber and I don't feel I should vote on this.
Thank you, Kathy.
Uh-huh.
Madam Mayor, a point of order. We did not do this for Department 100, and I would like that done with respect to adding 25,000 back to the legal line item. Would you please entertain that?
Yes, will you go ahead?
Okay, that's for Department 100 to
Yes,
add
sir.
25,000. You already have 40,000 in there and you want 25 more?
We have 75,000 in there. We're going to need to raise it 25,000 to 100,000
Okay.
for next year's
I
budget.
make a motion for Department 100 that we add 25,000 back for legal services.
Second that.
Motion been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6.
Yeah, I think you
Okay,
got them all.
Kathy?
Kathy? We made a motion.
Back into legal services. We made a.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a different department. Yes. What am I doing?
Yes, we got it. You're good. We're good.
All right.
Thank you.
It's everybody.
I think this will help going through, so we don't have so many at the end of the night to do. So thank you for entertaining that.
Does this catch us up from where
Yes,
we need to be?
Now we're at 155, we're going into parks.
And we're keeping a tally of the number. Okay.
Jennifer is.
Yeah.
Good,
We
thank
ain't
you.
had,
I-
we
I'm
had,
writing
we
it
ain't had
also.
no subtractions yet.
Edward. Hey, that's me. Good job. There we go.
We're in a pack.
So throw in a little bit real quick for other professional services. One thing that goes through all of my departments, it's about $240 through each department a year or whatever, but we have Johnson & Johnson, which is our camera systems around everywhere. And I think if I'm right, if I correct right, it gets split between all of my departments, like 240 in every department and stuff. So you'll see that on other professional services.
It's actually contract labor, sir.
No, it's on other professional services.
Well, not here. What I got a different one. Contract labor is
I've got another
500.
services.
I got it under professional services, Johnson Controls Security.
That's under contract labor for me. Okay.
What is it? What are those controls controlling?
The camera systems that we have throughout like City Hall, Rec Center, the warehouse, who else? The Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
There's some there, there's, did I say Rec Center and the Water Tower and Recycling Center?
So they must do other things, because when I met with Ashley, she thought it was lighting on the the tower,
Mm, No, not that I don't think of.
Johnson Controls? Was tower lighting?
Oh, yeah, correct. I can't tell you. I don't think. Now, if I have to get a guy to climb the tower or whatever, he would probably be under other professional services because we're not qualified to climb the 10-man. We can climb the other two water towers because they're inside and we have harnesses and brakes and stuff to get in, and my guys will climb up there because it's inside, but we're not licensed to climb on the outside of the 10-man. But I think we had this past year, they came and they redid all the lights around the 10-man and stuff. So we had a contractor come through and get all that taken care of for us. But that came out of the tax note, 2023's tax note.
Remember you talked to me about that? They couldn't get the parts anywhere else and Johnson Controls knew.
That's
for the lighting?
fire system and things like that that have to go with that. That's what that is. Johnson Controls is your fire system person, are they not? No?
Johnson Controls is the security, right?
Yes.
Security.
Maybe it's the security there then. But there is a Johnson Control part of it. I knew that.
So throughout the other professional services, you'll kind of seed through that. So any other big questions?
I just have one question, Edward, and again, just walk me through this. It's my understanding that the Parks and the Recreation Center does all the rentals, including rental spaces for the park facilities like the RV campground and all that, correct?
That's correct.
So they do that, but the revenue that's brought in goes to your department, not the rec center. Is that correct?
No, I think it goes into the general fund. Where does it? I don't know where, when somebody rents the RV sites. You? Well, yeah.
I'm trying to remember where parks, because I know like rec center is mainly your membership, your programming, and then rentals of their facilities. When you look at the revenue, and I guess I've never thought to switch it over to 152. The campsite is under 150. That's just where it's always been. I mean, I guess if you want it, I can move it. I just.
No. I
never
I
thought
was just
to-
trying to get clarification on how the rentals worked, because I understood that the rec center did all the city facility of rentals, including park space, any rentals associated with park.
Yes, and you are correct there and everything. Now, I did not know that it did go back to to our Department 150.
Is that what the 5240 rentals is, or is that equipment that you rent? That $500 there that's at rentals? 5240 rentals.
I think you're talking about two different things. One of them's that's expense. You're talking about rentals or.
5240, I'm sorry. No, that 5240, I'm sorry, that is for like if we have to rent like a sod cutter or something like that, just a piece of equipment that we have to rent to hook up our parks.
Cynthia, I was about to ask this as an on-topic question, but I think it's quickly becoming an on-topic question. We didn't get revenue numbers this time like we did last time.
They're in here.
Are they?
Yeah.
It's in the pink, and it should be one of the first things in your section.
They're just,
So, flip again.
While they're looking, Mr.
Go ahead.
If I could ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
When you presented to us last time, did you present a budget with 5% cuts in it?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where?
For the parks, I did. Well, majority of it is going to be the 3% COLA for the salaries in there.
3% there?
Yes, and I think the only other thing
I do recall you presenting a budget that was.
There was what we did was, it used to be, if you look on 5688, we spent $19,000 this year, and that was for the River Bend maintenance. And what it used to be, the way it's always been throughout the years, is that also includes Jamboree for stuff that we do for Jamboree to fix and everything. We did have a cooler go out, and we made a deal with the Jamboree. It was a $10,000 fix that we had to put in, but they paid us half back. So 5,000 of it came back to the general fund, into it or whatever. But I actually asked this year if I could split maintenance of River Bend and then make an own line item for Jamboree. Because that way I know what we're spending for Jamboree towards what we're spending for maintenance of the park. So I know we added 5,000 to that because going back for the last couple of years without the air conditioner or whatever, we were just trying to kind of get a close number. I don't plan on really spending all that this year, but I mean, we don't know.
So last month when you presented, it was something that could be cut,
Yeah.
but now
Yeah, it was
the
in,
decision was made to add it.
I mean, and I don't think that was the other 2% to it or whatever. That's probably about a 0.5% or whatever to that. But majority of it was from the COLA and then.
Yes, sir. His cut was 3.48%. His cuts prior to adding back COLA. And so he's pretty much at 1,800 this year.
So I apologize.
This is 15,000. So
When our first meeting, I was 5%, then I went to 3.8. I do apologize. I did have that on there. 4.8.
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I was just trying to understand the mindset of how stuff got added back.
Mhm. And I guess, like I said, to me, majority of, like even go through my departments, the 3% COLA is in for all my departments. So anything that where I was at from the last budget meeting to this budget meeting is all going to be added in for the COLA. Majority of almost everything stayed the same, but there'll be some changes in here. We'll go through them as.
the things we did across all departments was motor fuels and lubricants and maintenance. That we had cut initially that, well, no, let's take a closer look at that. You don't know what the economy is going on, the heat, it was a stretch to do the cuts we did, and we felt after talking to each department head who has cars and vehicles, let's be safe and put it back in as opposed to having to do a journal entry at the end of the year for missing the budget. Anyway, so some of that, Councilman Jameson, was done at my discretion and through input from the directors. Case in point, automotive, it was 16,000. All right, we had 18. It was 16,000 last year. We have 18,000 this year. So that was an add. That was not previously there.
Yeah, I can't guess what the fuel cost is going to be and, oil changes and stuff. So, that's something we have to kind of, I mean, we can cut it and we can just not do oil changes. And I don't know what happens if we run out of gas, but I hope we don't, but we still got to get around to get places. So with that line item, yeah, we just kind of sit down, me and Robert, we sit there and talk and talk and talk, and we just bumped it a little bit just for future references.
I think looking at the revenue, thank you, Cynthia, for pointing out where it was. Parks and Rec, and I understand this is going to be a confusing thing because it's combined Parks and Rec revenue, Parks and services. That's line 4260150. It was 30,000.
Brandon, hold on, please. I'm sorry. You in revenue now?
Yes, sorry.
Let's let Jennifer call up what you're referring to so that people online can understand where we are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Are you in the 5-year or the annual, sir?
5-year.
Okay,
Detail.
thanks. You gotta flip it. She did.
A little further. More. No.
I think it went back. Yeah, go back up. Yeah, there you go.
Previous page.
Little, yeah.
No, go back down.
She scrolls too fast for me. Can you see?
It says charge for services.
There it is.
Hey, there we go.
There you go.
Perfect. So the Parks and Rec, 4260-150. 2020, 30,600. It went up a little bit in 2021, but now it's over the past 2 years, it's going down. I understand there's year-to-date actuals, only 18.9. We're forecasting 25. Is this all just from rentals of the parks? Is this usage from the rec center? What's the breakdown of how this number gets made?
Mostly your campsite rental.
Here, do this.
And
So the charge for services on Parks and Recs is your, I think most of your campsite rental.
And didn't the fee just get raised on that? Did I see that?
And I
somewhere?
know, you know, the campsites over the years, some years it was really good and then some years it's dropped back off. So that's most of your fluctuation is in there. The biggest number is from campsite.
Is this, none of this is under Edward's purview though, correct? Of this revenue number?
Well,
no, that's straight out of Ashley and Alexis.
I think I'll wait to ask more questions on that then until we get to that expense department, but.
I think this is a really good example of why your departments should be combined. You're already, Alexis is doing the rentals and then you have the revenue coming in. I mean, it just seems like a natural fit to those shared resources. Hopefully will improve efficiency if those departments are combined. I mean, this is just one small example, but I mean, maybe, hopefully we'll see that could make a difference.
On revenue, you go back, are you done with the 150?
I think I'll ask whenever we go over the rec center expenses. I don't think Edward can answer any of those.
Okay, so there were no additions or deletions to 150. We can move to 152?
Yes.
To rec, we're all good with Parks and Rec? One,
Record.
we're going to one.
We're done parks.
152.
Thank you.
Thank you.
152.
Still cut your budget 1,800. Thank you.
I didn't realize rec centers right now, so we may go back.
152 rec center. Good.
Since we were just talking about that, and we have them up here, y'all mind if I ask about the revenue first? I guess much of the same questions of just, is it just purely campsite consistency? I know the fees were raised recently, a lot of stuff, but it's half as much revenue almost as 5 years ago. I'm just curious.
So of course, not looking at a specific breakdown, we don't have access to rent the pavilion, so we've lost a facility because it's under the MOU with the workforce.
Which pavilion is that? I'm sorry. I may be trying.
Where they do the ag show part of the Jamboree, it's the actual building that's out there. So that's under the MOU, so we can't rent that one. And then the Chuck Wagon, the restrooms aren't working right now. And so it's harder to draw people in to want to rent it because there's no facilities. They either have to walk or bring in their porta potties. So it's just a little bit of a decline when it comes to that. As far as campsites, I mean, I think that they stay pretty steady overall. I mean, again, we don't have full hookups, there's time limits and all that kind of stuff. And obviously the Centennial one just opened up. I think there's a couple other new ones that have opened up. So
There's
you're gonna-
4 that I've seen in the
yeah,
area.
ebbs
that
and
have
flows on
opened.
that one. As far as just when newer things open up that had the full hookups. Like I say, people can only stay 30 days in our sites. And so if their expectation is long-term, then they have to go somewhere else.
Which, I mean, even the state park is maximum 2 weeks. So I think we're already
Yeah.
greater than.
And we did that for a reason, because we had people that would come in and abuse the living status out there. And so it was getting pretty bad. So we implemented a couple years, I mean, probably
And-
8 years ago, if not more, ordinance of the terms of how long they can stay there.
And it's on septic, right? And things like that. It's not hooked up to city.
No, yeah, I believe it's a septic, no?
Yes, it's septic and all that. Hopefully we can get our wastewater and everything extended out there and improve that. Also improve the bathrooms and everything else. That may make a difference and make the everything go up quite a bit.
As far as the pavilion, I mean, is that a lot of the biggest price difference here, revenue difference?
Like I say, not looking at a breakdown, I would not be able to give you the accurate of that. I just know that it's a $350 rental that, we turn away each time they haven't called lately because I think, like I said, it's been several years that we've had that MOU. And so I think the word's gotten around that it's not available. But yeah, I mean, $350 and, we would have a lot of family reunions, receptions, things of that nature. And I mean, I'm sorry?
That's your part.
Okay, this will take, this will take me a second if you,
I guess I'll ask Robert a question while you're looking at that. As far as the MOU, are we recovering that lost expense of that from the workforce center?
Not right now,
Okay.
no. No, sir. Per the MOU, that was a trade-off.
Okay.
But I need to go back and see if there's, because right now there's no HVAC, it's 117, so they're not running any programs out of there. So I need to go back and check as to what their status is, and might let it dwindle. And then if the MOU is expired, let's take a look at what's it gonna cost to rent this facility.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that I'd be able to give you the answer of what you're looking for without having last year's comparison. So, I mean, you know, again, without being able to pull up a report on specifically what's going on, I can get you that answer, but as
Yeah,
far
no, I think that'd be great. Just, I mean, whenever there's an opportunity where we used to be able to get this much money, and we're seeing, and I think that, especially if it's been brought up that the MOU may be potentially hurting your department's budget by half on that revenue source, I think it's really valid to look and see if it does expire, should we reevaluate this and see if it's conflicting with your revenue budget?
And so are you going from the 18 to the 20? Where's that, the half?
The 30, it's, I
Just
guess
from
a
overall?
third decrease, but yeah, the 30 to the 18, I understand we're nearly.
I can pull some, you know, past history as far as specifically where the fewer dollars are coming in, whether it's campsites or pavilion. I mean, so I can get that for you, but as far as knowing necessarily off the top of my head,
Yeah.
I would not have that.
Yeah, I
right.
think it would just be great to understand, and so we can potentially, I think, give more insight to the city manager and to the council to figure out how we can try to recover that for y'all.
Ashley, your budget is at plus 1% on this one. What was it at the last workshop?
Oops.
Last workshop, it was 5.46 minus.
So it went from a -5 to a +1.
Yes, sir, it did.
What did we add back?
Added back the 3% COLA. And after, and this is one of those executive decisions that I hope you would trust me to make. And 3 ladies can't clean a 25,000-foot facility. So I made an executive decision, which you can renege if you like, to add back a janitorial contract. I mean, one of the things that was brought up that, you know, the rec center is not clean. And again, you got 3 ladies, and Patrick doesn't service that. He does provide toilet paper and paper towels, but he does not clean it. So I've instructed Ashley to go out and get bids and see who can do the job and what it's going to cost. And the bids have ranged from, 18 to 22. And so I made this decision to put.
Was that an RFP process though?
It was not an RFP. You don't have to. It's not another 50,000, but it was smart to do so. And that's why I had to do that. So she has 3 bids. No decisions made yet. That's why we're having this discussion. So if you want that taken out, we can still do that, but it's going to be tough on the ladies and gentlemen who work over there to keep that clean.
During the last workshop, I believe you mentioned it was just a few years ago that y'all did do the cleaning of it. What was?
It's gone back and forth over the course of time. You know, we had a maintenance guy, a full-time maintenance guy, then it went to 2 part-time janitors, then it went to nobody, then it went back to a contract. I mean, so it's just always trying to find the right solution at the time.
I have a couple of questions, please.
Mhm.
So, you know, the group, I kind of was the chair of this, but it began as the rec center report as part of my council initiative last year. And it was just completed in June. And, some of the goals and objectives that were included in the recommendations was what the initial goal was to add senior and adult classes to represent everyone in the community, not just the youth. How many of those have you added in the last year and a half?
And I haven't had directives in the last year and a half. I've only had this report for a couple months.
But we've been talking about it for over a year, and we've met about it. Have you had any luck or finding instructors to begin. I think Charlene also was bringing someone in, possibly a wellness chef to maybe cook in the kitchen, or
Yeah.
can you give us an update on that, please?
Sure. I mean, they pretty much told me he was coming in. But yeah, he did a meal last week, and the idea of that is for him to do, I believe right now, once a month, on one of their bingo nights, because it's a heavier, attended time for them. And just have more of a gathering family meal, for the seniors during that time. Again, he just started one last week, and so it hasn't really been advertised as far as they're still in the works of figuring, I guess, all that out. And then I know Kate has with, I believe it's the Capital of Texas Food Bank, basically like a farmer's market for the seniors to come in. That should be starting in September. And it, as far as I've understood from Kate, it's just a free thing for them to be able to come in and shop produce and whatnot like that. I believe that's once a week. It might be once a month. Again, Kate's kind of heading that up and just filling me in as it goes.
So what's your plan for like adding like yoga, fitness, all kinds of adult and fit and senior classes that we had many, many years ago, and now we're still at one?
Yeah, so it's mainly dependent on the budget, because obviously it costs to bring in people. I shot an email to Elgin and Bastrop as far as where they're finding their instructors. And of course, they're mostly all local or within, a normal driving distance. They don't pay like extra travel and things of that nature. And so they just pay their, I believe it's $20 to $35 rate, depending on what their classes and what the certifications are. And there's various, things that change on that. And so again, it's if I'm paying instructors, that's totally fine. I just have to know where the money would come from.
How'd you do it years ago when there were
It was
20 classes a week?
Yeah, that was a program that actually 5 or 6 ladies in the community presented to Andis, the past director at the time, that they wanted to do all these classes. So he umbrellaed it under being a city employee. And so the certifications were paid under the city, and then it was, they were paid per class. And so that's how those were funded. They all eventually just moved, got a new job, had a baby, things of that nature. So they all just kind of dominoed out. And then so the rate that I was paying people versus the amount of members that were coming in just fizzled. And then we try to, keep it on. I think we had, there was a lady named Kay, and then Cindy, and then actually myself, we were teaching classes. And then again, it just got to the point that I felt we were just paying more out than what we were getting in on memberships. And so I dissolved us paying people and making it to where they could rent again, which is how it was originally. So whenever we had Jazzercise there, they rented. Whenever we had PowerFlex there, she rented the space. And so it was their business versus us paying the employee as an instructor.
So there's quite a few, the rec centers around have robust senior classes and still offer many. Have you visited with any of them at length to see if you can replicate their programs to bring in more instructors? I mean, I don't understand why we can't find these instructors and start having the classes we used to have years ago. I mean, granted, the money has to be found somewhere, but another recommendation was increasing the youth sports fees. They haven't been increased for a good number of years, and all goods and services have gone up over 23% since COVID. Have you considered that? That was made as a recommendation, but I never got any feedback on that.
I don't think, again, it's depending on how many instructors, how many classes, all that, in question, we were doing, roughly $10,000 to $15,000 a year in instructors, paying them $15 a class. I don't know that we could logistically raise the rates of our youth program without hindering those numbers significantly to offset $15,000 for instructors.
Have you looked at what you could raise them to see some substantial revenue? And another argument was there's a scholarship program if it's unaffordable, but it's my understanding that scholarship program has not been promoted.
Well, and actually from your last report, I put it out on Facebook. We have, packets at the rec center now, you know, right in the front lobby, you know, to promote it more, and sponsorships for businesses and things of that nature. So that went out, on social media as well with our kickers registration flyer. So, you know, they would be able to see those links as well.
Okay. I just think there's a whole lot of improvement that can be made based on the recommendations in this report. And I'd like to, if you would, through Robert, please keep us informed of what you're doing and hopefully increase the adult and senior programs we have over there.
Sure.
Because they're virtually non-existent.
Right. And like, and, you know, again, it's, if I'm paying someone, I don't know where I would pay them out of right now. So, I mean, I can put an advertisement for instructors, but if I don't have a fee to pay them out of, I don't know what I'm trying to entice them to come in with.
Well, it was done before and it's being done all over. So I'm just saying, I'm not the director, you are. So I'm just saying, I really hope that this continues to be explored.
I believe also you're doing, exploring raising rental rates of some rooms and such. So, yeah, we can add that to the matrix mix, certainly.
I also think if we get the AV room up and running with the money from the tax note that we've got the AV system in there, that's going to allow you to have maybe a movie night. You can have other things. And that will also allow what you had talked about, having
Streaming
AV.
fitness classes, wouldn't even need to hire a fitness instructor. You could stream some classes, you know?
We're going to have to get that fixed first, and that's still.
Right. And of course, I looked at rates on that. I mean, and you know, I looked at a couple different ones. Obviously, I would imagine Jazzercise and Zumba are private use monthly memberships, you know, for online streaming. There was like a commercial one, it was about $100 a month, you know, to stream whatever that service is. You know, we also, hopefully our revenue side, you know, this upcoming year will be significantly different. Our after school program is up to 50 kids from about 28 to 30 kids. So that, you know, we increase those. And of course with summer camp, we increase those numbers too. So, you know, hopefully we'll have a little bit more revenue that, you know, can maybe offset some things once we get, you know, some coming in.
And Ashley, did you not used to also have a men's racquetball elder tournament and a men's elder basketball tournament that has fallen to the wayside? Or-
The racquetball tournament, is actually pretty much the same guys that still play. And it was only about 6 guys. And like I say, they still play now. So as far as doing an actual round robin tournament, you know, they would pay about $20. So that wasn't bringing in necessarily a whole bunch. The adult men's basketball league, that was about $300 to $350 a team. It's been several years. The officials that we were getting for that, were basically on the outs anyways, because of the conduct that the teams were, having during the games. They just kind of felt like it wasn't really going to be worth it for them with how they were acting during the games. And so regardless, I, you know, advertised for it and none of the teams, you know, registered again, for that particular program, which is oftentimes what's happened with a lot of our adult ones. Kickball, again, I had some, you know, people reach out several years ago, for kickball. We had it all lined up and they didn't even sign a team up. And so it's hard to make a league when either no one signs up or not enough teams sign up. And so we're just kind of waiting for that cycle to come back through of those active adults that, you know, can sustain enough for an actual league.
When you're advertising these, are you primarily just focused on Smithville or SISD, or are you moving into Bastrop and some of the other communities surrounding us?
So as far as the youth ones, we don't tend to advertise much out as far as like hard flyers because they have their programs as well. And so I just don't want to necessarily be that person that's like, oh, we're going to just overshadow yours. Honestly, we pulled some some figures from our last registrations, and we do have quite a bit from like Bastrop and LaGrange. Of course, Rockney comes, things of that nature. And I was like, you know, we might just start putting our flyers down there. If we had this many coming without advertising over there, I was going to talk to Becky at the Bastrop Chamber and just kind of see some, you know, good locations, because I'm not familiar with the best place to put a hard flyer in Bastrop up. So maybe she can give me some, you know, ideas of good places to put those kind of flyers.
Yeah, that's I asked that primarily. I was speaking with someone that I hadn't seen in probably 10 years. in Bastrop and let him know what I was doing in Smithville and all that. And he's like, man, that rec center, unprompted, that was the first thing he talked about. He lives in Tahitian. He talked about the rec center and how he either has to make a decision to drive to Smithville or go to the Y in Austin. And so those are his decision points. He's either going to come to Smithville, which obviously we prefer to draw people in. And so I think, and it was specifically about volleyball and basketball, those two leagues, they're not offered in Bastrop at all.
Yeah, and we have a lot of private schools, charter schools, homeschooling, things of that nature that are using our gym for their basketball and volleyball programs now, which, you know, is been a good problem to have. But then we end up running out of space and we have to, you know, be like, sorry, we already have both sides of our gym, you know, full. So we have to, you know, give them to the next, you know, facility.
Can I recommend a couple of things to circle back to this? Let's go ahead and do some benchmarking with Elgin and Bastrop and maybe do an adult survey. What type of programs would you like to see in Smithville and that you would support? I mean, we can offer them, but if no one's going to show up, I think the key is to get feedback from the community. Wouldn't you agree, Councilman Meek? Addition to your recommendations in the report?
I guess, I just recall taking 4 and 5 classes over there, and those classes were full of local women. And I don't know whether they, you know, once they see that it's going on and it's advertised and they start to show up, it just grows. But I mean, a surveys can never hurt, I suppose.
I just know what program do you pick? I mean, I'm not.
Line
Okay.
dancing, you can do
I'm not gonna do
yoga, you can do Zumba, Robert, you can do some weightlifting.
And, you know, and
What are you saying, Kathy?
which has been very challenging because, you know, we've had a couple different Zumba, you know, people come, you know, in and out over the last couple of years and, you know, why they move on. Cause I mean, their classes are fairly, you know, popular. And so why they move on, they just kind of disappear. One lady left her mirrors and everything and just walked out the door. And I was like, where'd she go? Yoga is pretty challenging. You know, and I try to be really honest, you know, cause we've had a couple of people come in. I can't guarantee a time of the day that will always be quiet for a yoga setting. And so I just try to be honest with them whenever they come in. I don't want to set them up for a failure of their class of, you know, well, you said at 10 o'clock, you know, every Tuesday it was going to be quiet. And then we have a homeschool group come in for PE, you know? So yoga is a pretty challenging one for our space. And, you know, yeah. And, you know, hopefully the advisory board, you know, more eyes is better than, you know, one set. And so hopefully they might have a connection of someone or, you know, like I said, if someone has a better, you know, method of trying to find an instructor around here, I hope that they can bring it to the table. Cause like,
Are we good on the budget? Just we're discussing marketing programs now.
yes, yeah.
Okay, I wanted just to make sure because it was, again, I put back that money. If you do not want money for a janitorial contract, we can definitely take it out. But I thought given all the circumstances, that would be the prudent thing to do. But again, I need concurrence with you guys about the 20,000 we put back in.
I say that's an essential service. That does not seem like an option to me with a place that size. That's
Agreed.
just my opinion.
Agreed.
Is it appropriate to make a recommendation for a goal on increasing revenue though, to help offset some of that expense?
We can certainly do that outside of the budget process.
Yeah, not in this setting.
Okay.
Thank
160.
160.
Street and alleys.
No, man, listen, I got an email from my supervisors today and they told me be at the chamber room at 5 PM for birthday party. I got here and no party. What the? No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. No, big 5-0 today. Yay. Thank you. All right, move on. Sleepy. I'm 50. I'm sleepy. That's my bedtime. All right, go ahead. I'm waiting. No? Lots of, oh, we cut a lot. 11, what was my 11 point? how much?
11.25.
160.
17.39 initially.
That's what I said. Oh, you all right? Ooh-hoo-hoo.
You're still alive?
Any questions?
So it was 17.4 decrease. Now it's 11.25. That's not a COLA adjustment. What's the?
Where'd you make your cuts?
We cut out our miscellaneous contract. We also cut out our streets, curbs, and gutters. We knocked that down. No, we didn't. We kept it at 50,000.
Yeah, 50, yeah.
Okay.
For 50,000.
Yeah, but that's still significant down.
It is.
Yes.
But we had to leave something in there because to carry over from now to next year when the tax note, if it gets done or goes away, you've got to build up that bank to continue doing. If you look at the run rate 5 years back, what that total used to be, we have taken it down pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
And so we decided to put some, back in there. Like we were at 200,000 in 2021. And now this year it's at 75,000. But that's because you could move some over to the tax note, but it's not sustainable.
And why do we have this decline of not doing curb and gutter?
It went to the tax note.
Yeah. Most of it went to the
We were
tax.
still doing the service, it was just moved to a tax note?
Yes, sir.
And plus leaving some residual in the budget to handle that the tax note couldn't.
So street curb and gutter is over in some other department then? That's where it was paid for?
Say it again.
We didn't quit doing the work, we just found another way to pay for it. So where is that line item exist now?
5560?
65.
Yes.
We didn't
No, 5560 is still there. That,
stay the same, yeah.
yeah. We took substantially money out of it from the last 5 years because we put towards the tax note.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
this 50,000,
Tax
the
note.
50, yeah, the 50,000 we left in here will cover what we can't cover through the tax note.
Okay, so the
Actually,
expense line is over in the tax note now?
Yes, yes.
That's what I'm asking.
from the initial cut, the 17.39 that we came to the second workshop, we had taken out 50,000 out of streets and taken out 25,000 out of street curb and gutter. We put it back in this round once we knew that we were directed to go get a tax note. So the delta, it didn't change from, we actually put back 25,000 in this line item for that very purpose. So we could keep a base there going forward. But in addition, we put some in the tax note.
So for the layman reading this report, it represents that we have decreased our expenses against street curb and gutter. While that is not a fact, we have just found another way to pay for it.
Well, the expenses, it didn't change from the second. Right now, it's 50,000 in street curb and gutter. Are you up there, Jennifer? So I can show the other.
On 5560?
Yeah. Street covering, streets is still 50,000, but last time this was 25. I put it back in again to maintain the base because I don't like getting too low in this column. Because when you don't have a tax note,
So if we don't have a tax note, that 50,000 right there is going to cover potholing, patching, fixing curbs, fixing sidewalks that I spoke with over at 604 Olive, Mr. Don, and I can't remember her name. I spoke with them outside earlier. That 50,000 covers all of that. Majority of the rest of the money, the 200,000 that we had spent, back in the day, coming up and down or whatever, that's also for actually building roads and reclaiming and redoing all the roads. We did not do that last year because we didn't have the money, or we cut it down, I guess. Sorry, I didn't say we didn't have the money, but that 50,000 has to take care of us doing our normal daily work.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to explain to someone looking at this, and I've had a couple of people ask me, why aren't we spending the money that we used to spend? So when I look at 2020 and 22, 23, we spent 154.
Because
To 85, then we went to 51, and now we're at 50. It looks like we're decreasing our investment in.
But if they look at it, it actually, for us to build roads and do our stuff qualifies to be in the tax note. So it's better for it to be in the tax note than it is to be in our budget.
Understood. I'm just trying to say that for the casual observer and the people who have asked me, why aren't you spending
That's
what
the
you need
answer.
to spend?
That's the answer.
I got the answer now. I just want to know. That's why I'm saying, where is that line item now? Well, it's over at the tax note.
Do we offhand, do we know what that number is between 5560 and the tax note number?
Tax note right here.
And while you're looking for that, hey, didn't Danya say that, the amount that the county to do the road stuff now was gonna be more expensive?
Oh, yeah, everything's expensive.
And they used to help us do that. I mean, they used to contribute quite a bit and materials and everything, but not.
That's correct.
Well, they
For,
can't do it now.
for one load of pre-mix, cold mix, just for us to patch road for one dump truck to come is almost $5,000. It used to be like $2,200 3 years ago. I mean, it's gone up substantially. And we put 150,000 in the tax note to go through, plus this 50 would be $200,000 to do, actually build roads, maintain our roads, curbs, streets, gutters, yes,
And drainage is also drainage. small
drainage too.
Projects right there.
Drainage projects, small, yeah.
What's that miscellaneous contract labor?
Miscellaneous contract labor, that is my concrete guy and the guys that actually do all the concrete work. We don't have a crew that does concrete. So when we have to do sidewalks, curbs, he also does our maintenance of walking down the
But you
drainage.
anticipate him doing $50,000 less work?
Yes.
Just trying to make sure I know how you got to your numbers.
Yep, I'm with you.
Certainly I appreciate that it's a -11 on
Mhm.
that. But now I know you just moved it out to another.
Well, I
100.
did and I didn't. I mean, again, where the tax note's not a guaranteed thing. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. I still have 50,000 in my budget at a less 11%. I can still work for a year. Yes, we might not build roads and we might not do all the patching and the curbs that need to be fixed and stuff, but we'll take care of what has to be done right then and there. And the rest will have to just be told no until another budget season. Again, the tax note is not guaranteed, so that's what we put together proposing. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, I still have to work. You. Solid waste. That's me. I could stay up here. Happy birthday again. Let's see where we at here. Woo. This one has the garbage contract in there, so we gotta talk to Cynthia about that one, because I can't really answer that question. That's a lot. But we still saved $106,000 out of this department we brought down.
Happy birthday, all right?
I'll get it about 2 a.m. No, I'm just like, thank you.
What a terrible boss.
No, you're good. You're good. It's
Okay.
a busy time of the year, man. Trust me, it's just another day.
I'll take this. Okay, so, the biggest thing is the garbage contract. Obviously, you know that we're going to rebid this contract, this year. And we're putting together a survey to figure out what people want. I don't know if it's worst case or best case, but we did the budget going to once a week service. That reduced the expense by $7 to $8 per customer. Again, that might change. It might stay the same. I don't know, but the feeling I get is that the citizens want to move to once a week, add recycling. But we'll have to wait and see.
How much does recycling cost with that?
We didn't do recycling here.
You didn't figure in
I did
recycling?
not, but it'll be a 8. It depends on how many, there's so many options. Do you want it once a week? Do you want every 2 weeks recycling? Do you want bulk? Yeah, so that's what we're waiting for, but worst case, you go to once a week and add recycling, and we'll have to just adjust it.
Another line item real quick that we have is 5352 citywide cleanup. That's one thing we did leave in, because it's a big thing that we do, throughout the year, bringing in trash and TVs and stuff like that. And they always need help getting that done. So that takes, some of my guys to have to come in on a Saturday and work, 3 or 4 times a year, on top
That's your household hazardous waste.
hazardous waste. Yeah. Paints, all that good stuff. So
Yeah, we do that 3 times a year.
that's one of the big items we did have to leave in there.
Is that reimbursed by the county or?
Used to be, not no more. They couldn't budget it themselves either. They did, they had to take it out. So we tried it to where like, hey, well, okay, we just won't give nobody, but they couldn't handle it by themselves. So we put a little bit in there to help cover that cost.
Are they pitching in $7,000 worth of road work?
Yeah, true. No, that's code enforcement.
Oh, that's not gonna be Jennifer. Madam Enforcement Officer.
So this one, the big change was we added back in the abatement, 30,000. If you don't want that, that's to clean properties. It's the contract labor, other professional services.
Initially, there was an 8.76 reduction in this department, and that did involve zeroing out any condemnation of buildings, and that's just, I don't think that's something we need to do. And so that'll be a decision you have to make. We put it back in at the $30,000, Jennifer? Yep.
It's 30,000.
Yeah, there's been a lot of commentary on the social medias about how the city with the buildings that are just falling down, how they need to be torn down or whatever. And even the 30,000 is not going to do, but maybe 1 or 2
Yeah, it's
that.
right.
But it's still doing something, and it's something I think we really need to do to show the people that we are trying to move forward with removing eyesores.
Yeah, and I think that this is a difficult one for me because it is definitely a blight, but it's also, this is a lot of money. I'm happy to see the one by Dairy Queen is finally gone. I have to commend the owner of the house that just burned down on the south side on South 2nd Street. It's already gone. That was 3 weeks ago, and it's already been cleaned up. And so I think that public sentiment towards these kind of things is kind of crazy. If you can have that house cleared in 3 weeks' time, it probably was still warm when it went in the dumpster. But it's for the one to still be on, I forget the name of it, Charleston. Yeah.
Yeah, allow me to kind of explain this. This line item also includes mowing of properties and unwholesome conditions. All of this requires legal involvement. We can't just jump in and go tear a house down, and that's why you'll see an additional monies in the legal line item right below the condemnation line item, because there is a process and it's tough. And Lewis has indeed, what are you doing? Sorry. Who's playing with my feet? No, I'll be all right. Lewis has identified by priority, the ones that have been around a long time and trying to focus on, but still without the funding to do so and the legal support, we're not going to be able to. So again, the decision that, maybe you don't put all of it in there, but I think it's in the best interest, and I can't speak for y'all, to keep the ball moving forward to try to take care of some of these dilapidated structures.
I know the one on Cleveland at 2nd Street has been an eyesore since I've ever been around. It needs to go down.
Did we hire somebody new on the personnel line? Plus 8.4?
In enforcement, yes, sir. We are going to convert Mr. Doug Berrien to a full-time employee. He was already kind of in there at the delta is contract labor versus full-time is about the same. And then the timing of it is also going to allow for some savings. So,
So he's going from 2 days a week to 4.
yes, sir.
What about Jack?
Jack is doing the opposite. He is going to be on an as-needed basis for us. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer.
That's correct. He's as needed, as a fire marshal. We do not have a fire marshal, so he will be, he'll do all the daycare inspections, annual daycare inspections. So just, it's not gonna be what his run rate is now, but,
So where's he budgeted here on that
Budget-
as needed?
and that salary, he is still budgeted for, minimal. Jack.
It's minimal. And floodplain manager. He is still our only certified floodplain manager, but Mr. Doug Berrien is working on his certification.
Well, Doug didn't get much going from 2 days a week to 5.
He was already budgeted in last year's budget. He was already a full-time. He just couldn't,
He is really very
that
good.
time couldn't come on as full-time.
Boy, you talk about efficient. He's doing that for another.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to ask. I mean, Jack he wouldn't be under contract labor?
Not anymore, no. We put him in a salary because of workers' comp. If he gets hurt on the job, we want him to be covered.
So I needed a decision point regarding the 30,000 for condemnation. Do you want to leave it
Keep
or,
it or give it.
or reduce it or?
Anybody want to make a motion for 30,000 or take it out?
I think for me, it's an eligible item as we get down towards the end. Of being able to remove, but
Come back to it.
No one just come back to it? Can make a note. I see a young man brought in pizza for us, but I think we need to get through the yellow sheets and then we'll take a break. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so 30,000 is 175.
So go back and buy 175.
Cemetery number 180.
Mr. Bullis, happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What's
Next year, we need to put me all in one row, just stay up here.
we can have Cynthia renumber you.
I know, I had to keep walking back and forth. All right. All right, cemetery. Cut,
You dropped it by 6.7. How did you do it?
7%, look at that.
How'd you do that?
Let's see. Knocked it down, just.
Looks like you
decreased on
got somebody's salary.
Yeah, we just.
He got no lawnmowers. He put goats out the cemetery.
I wish, man, we could sure use it out there too, but, yeah, we
How's
did
that
get a,
cemetery software working?
we did get a new lawnmower, so that helps and stuff, staying, not having to maintenance it so much or whatever, new hire, young, so he's gung ho, ready to roll with it. So knocking it out left and right. Just, like I said, I mean, we can do it. You can look at our numbers we spent this year from last year and we just knocked them down.
9% the first round, and I didn't calculate currently. What's your current savings?
6.7.
6.7, there you go.
So are we still using that software package?
We're still trying to develop it. We had some issues with Mount Pleasant Cemetery, mapping that because, folks buried on top of folks, and we are GPSing the coordinates, and they're in the final stages. I would say 80 to 85%. Jennifer, where we are with this software?
Yeah, but isn't it, it's live now where you.
What is live now? Yes, but
You can use it. You can go and search. Yeah. Where
Or are
you-
we still paying for both the software and the person?
they're two different entities. The sexton is the one out there that actually coordinates and schedules the burials. The software is to document where people are and genealogy and.
Did we save any money
I hope
by-
so.
by investing in the software?
We saved efficiency as opposed to having to keep records on 3x5 cards and Excel spreadsheets. Yeah. I think that was a 30.
Look-
Yeah.
And like you said,
Yeah.
Mount Pleasant Cemetery, we didn't know there was 140 unmarked graves. and-
Ma'am, I can't hear you. Could you speak into the microphone?
As far as for the Mount Pleasant Cemetery, it has significantly helped because we didn't know where anybody was. And when they went out and did the sonar stuff to see where these 140 graves are, now they're platting it out to see what is available, and we don't go out there and dig somebody up like we've done.
That is,
Put them on top of each other.
that is excellent news, because now I see value of the investment.
It is, and it's really cool software.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And thank you for speaking into the microphone.
Is there, I mean, how many total spots are available now if the 140 are now gone?
At Mount Pleasant, there's a whole section, a whole new section. I can't give you that number, but I mean, we've got plenty of space in both cemeteries right now.
Yeah, Oak Hill still has a big section all the way at the end too, back there, so.
Okay, cemetery, good.
Good.
Thank you. Rest-
Thank you.
All right, next item is.
Oh, airport.
Are you-
That's me. It is indeed. Yeah, you're gonna be up next. Again, the biggest thing here is, not having, the expense of, revenue in, revenue out of, grant funding. We did indeed leave 5,000 in for, do I have the right budget? What am I doing?
190.
Yeah, so the special projects, it went from 91,000 down to 5,000. And that's going to cover miscellaneous repairs to the pilot lounge or so forth and such. All the other went to the tax note, and all the other I'm speaking of. If we put, again, we want to leverage grant funding to get, pennies on the dollar. So the ramp grant, you can take up to $100,000 in funding for projects at the airport, like seal coating and crack filling the ramp, so pebbles don't mess with the pilot's props. That's a 90-10 match. So that match, I moved over to the tax note. That's $10,000 will get you 90 to actually crack fill and seal coat the ramp, to make that airport not a hazard with rocks, if that makes any sense. If anyone has flown, you get little pebbles and rocks that fly up, and seal coating those rocks prevents that from happening. So that's the major changes in this budget here. In addition, we noticed that fuel sales are still going up, which is good. So you need to increase the expense to accommodate the sales. So initially, we had a lower number in the expense item that we raised because of the recent receipts have determined we're making bank out there. But you have to offset that expense with the revenue, and you'll see that on the revenue sheets, should you want to take an eyeball or a peek at it. Okay?
What is the profit of the airport at this point? Or projected for next year, I'm sorry.
I'm saying, again, 35 to $40,000 could be. I think we're at, what are the sales? We have fuel sales. I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry. A lot of numbers in my head right now. There's a bunch of puts and takes. The airport mooring contract, the FBO pays us, the rentals. What do you have? Speak here.
So fuel sales for next year, we estimated the revenue to be 250 compared to the 226 expense. And then all the other hangar rentals and all the other, we budgeted, we say that's going to bring in around 97,000, just because we keep records and we know how much is leased, and just estimating that should be around that 97,000 next year.
So you're gonna bring in 97,000 on a $307,000 budget? So it's a 33% margin.
Plus the 250. So you got 250 in aviation fuel, plus the 97,000 in, well, add those two items and then subtract your expense, which is the
It's roughly
expense
2%.
I have at 307. So 97 plus the 250. 307,
That's pretty close.
40,000.
So what's the percent, what's the ROI on the expense budget?
12 to
If you're making 40,000 on 307, is that what we're saying? You're spending 307 and you're making a profit of 40?
Yeah. So do 40 divided by 3.
I got that at 13%.
Look at the cemetery. I said, big numbers, let's start adding up. Y'all bring calculators next time.
Yeah. So what do you,
Should just be profit divided by the expense.
Yeah.
so you got 40,000 divided by 307,
It's 12.9%.
roughly. 13%.
Where are we priced on our fuel compared to other areas? How much lower percentage wise?
We try to go, 20 cents lower than anyone else on average. Our margin that we aim for is 35 to 40% off of what we buy it for. So we get it for, because of the 10,000 gallon, tanks that come in, we get a better rate because we're bringing in more fuel. We mark it up about 25 to 30 cents. And it's still cheaper than what the other, Sandy does this through his, contacts of all the other airports, and we do try to make it lower than anyone else in the area. And we're seeing that in sales and number of flights and people who visit at the airport to go grab a car and get a burger or enchiladas from Quinto Patio or wherever. I don't think they do a lot of drinking at the front room because, pilots and drinking and such, but
Hey, Susie, just for the benefit of the chamber, if there were a way for us to try and measure the impact that this has on businesses, the increased use of the airport, that the fact that they're taking the courtesy cars into town, I don't know how you do it, but there's got to be some way to
Yeah.
say that these people, not only are we making 13% on the amount of money that we spend, but we're also generating business in town. I think that would be an interesting thing to track if you had the ability.
yeah, well, also, I'm sorry, you're gonna need to come to the microphone because they can't hear you online.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I started a conversation with a citizen in the audience and I shouldn't have done that.
We are, that's all right. We're tracking who comes, yeah, Sandy,
Who comes in? and
where'd you come from? Where'd you go? There's a little survey now that we're doing at the airport.
The airport.
And there's also coupons with which Sandy's worked a deal out with local eateries. If you're a pilot, you get 10% off, like at 5 restaurants. So, yeah, we're tracking that.
Yeah, I mean, if we got 100 people using the courtesy cars in the year and we think that they're spending $150 when they go into town, then we've got a story to tell, so.
Okay.
Robert, back to the fuel margins, you said 30%?
Please don't. I've got so many numbers in my head. If you wanted something specific, let me get back to you.
Okay, yeah, because number I calculated was 10%, so I just wanted
Yeah.
to,
Yeah, just
Dude,
make-
I'm
just send him
living
an
on
email.
3 hours sleep, so.
Just
I
send him
think
an email
we're-
and he'll get you that. No worries.
I think where I'm at is just if that's a potential revenue of increasing it by a little bit. I mean,
Oh, we
not a
can,
lot, but yeah.
but not too much where people fly
Exactly,
everywhere.
exactly, yeah.
And, Sandy's model and what we're doing, it's working, so.
Okay, next item. Report. Grants and economic development, and then we'll take a short break, I think. No,
We got
we
Department
got
200.
maintenance. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
forgot maintenance. Come on, Jill.
Edward, you're there, come on. Come on, we just do it.
Which one are we? Grants and economic?
We are 200.
Maintenance.
Turn the page.
Never sit down. Good boy.
I'm gonna finish up.
No
We gotta go home for a birthday party.
Go to, it's my birthday present right here. Stay here all night. Good. This one ain't that, it's not as good as the last one, so there ain't much to really cut through here or whatever and stuff from last time. I ended up with the 1.5% this time from last time. But this is just my mechanic and Dean. So, you know, Dean's done a lot for us since he's came in from last year or whatever, you know, doing the stuff. And Mayor, I don't know if you noticed your leg got fixed under the table right there. Yeah, I was actually sitting close by there the other day doing a grant deal. I was like, why is his leg broken? I called Dean. I said, come fix it. That's what he does. That's what he does.
He was sitting in your seat.
I know.
Cynthia, I think the overall question of where this budget lives, because it's not in the summary, from what I can tell. So is this in the general fund total expenses? So I'm not seeing it in version 3 or 1.
So maintenance department is kind of a standalone. Basically what happens is it has expenses, but those expenses are then distributed into all the departments as it's done. So what happens, you see a budget now, you see the expenses, you see the revenue and the expense, they equally offset. At the end of the budget year, that basically goes to zero because all that money has been allocated to
It bills the other departments.
150, 160, all the other departments. And so it basically zeroes out. And that's in that automotive maintenance line that's in every department.
Yeah.
So that's why that's why you don't see it in the grand total, is because it's its own thing and basically goes to zero when I clear the books at the end of the year.
Okay.
So I don't want to double.
And that's captured on some of the charts that I provided. The maintenance is its own thing.
Revenues always equal expenses on it because it zeros at the end of the year.
Perfect.
And then salary wise, Dean works out of this department 200, but he actually, his salary gets out of 100, 610 too. So he's one of those split department guys. Thank you.
Edward, thanks for the job you did on these cuts. That's awesome.
Okay, where did Jill go? Come on down.
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Hey, Jill.
Hey. So I just wanted to say, I think that putting it out to a vote, checking into Economic Development Corporation, I think that makes a lot of sense. So just my 2 cents on that. You can see the yellow sheets. The biggest change in there is that there was an extra $100,000 put into that. I think Robert was, that would go towards Joe Newman if he would take that contract. I would also be in support of bringing Joe in to do some of that work. And I think in addition to some of the things that y'all have been thinking about with Joe, I think what we probably need first would be a feasibility kind of a study or needs assessment study, something that would actually say what kinds of things, what is the landscape here? Give us a whole, where are we at? Make sure, how are we doing for what we're doing? I want to say that Robert and I and our partners, the Chamber, the Workforce Training Center, we've been all working together very well to do what we can do for economic development in the city of Smithville. I think if you look at some of the numbers that Robert's presented and will present, I think we have some numbers showing that we've made some good progress. We have businesses that are coming in. I've got, just by a brief count, I've got about 37 businesses that have come in for the last 20 years that have been here for the last 20 years and have stuck around, not including the ones that were here and gone, but the ones that have stuck around and stayed here, including about five of them that are here now and it's already established, plus 2 additional that are about to get up and running. So, we've got some things happening. We're a small community. We haven't had much money in the economic development budget to do a whole lot, but we've been working pretty steadily. So, if you have any questions?
What's the hit with the dues and subscriptions I notice it's up 21.
Yeah, so that's going to be we've added Placer AI, GIS locator, um, GSLI solutions. So there's a number of other tools that we've added into that line item so that we can do the job more effectively.
So this is tracking who's coming to town, where people are, how many people are coming to look for things. And
Yeah, AI Placer especially. So some of these things, so AI Placer is one where it does a geofence around wherever you put the geofence so that you can track it by dates that go back to, I think, 2016 or 2017. So you can make a really good comparison. We did that for Jamboree and for Festival of Lights and just showed how over time, how that has grown and how, I think, if I remember correctly, Jamboree was about
27,000,
7,000 people. We did that for the fly-in and there were 1,200.
1,200 for the flock.
So we've been using that to do reports on some of these projects, which really helps to understand what's going on. And Placer AI also, it tracks so you can see where they're coming from and then where they go to afterwards. And it tells you where their home is. So what percentage is in City of Smithville, how many are coming in from Austin, Houston, I don't know, wherever else they might be coming from. You can see how far away people are coming to come to our events for various things. And the other, the GIS locator is something that we've added to our website to be able to make our economic development website a little bit more attractive and interesting and provide enough information that that a site selector could come in and pull the demographics or the occupations or whatever data that they would want to do to be able to make a decision about coming here, that they can pull that information from our website directly.
thank you.
This money, just to give a little more color on this, is that originally these tools were financed by ARPA funding. And when that went away, we found, hey, these tools are pretty good. So this line item continues those subscriptions.
Excuse me. If we were council and then eventually citizen approval to go to an EDC, which would have roughly a $350,000 budget, where do you see that dramatic of a budget increase compared to $100,000 or $250,000 budget for this department? How would that be applied?
So I would expect, I mean, there would have to be so an EDC is not, it's its own entity, right? So you'd have to have an executive director or some kind of president, whatever the lead person is in that. So that can be that 120, 100,000, whatever it is that, a competitive salary, whatever that looks like. But that'll be probably that'll be the biggest single item. I would say you'd need to have at least one staff person to be able to run that effectively. And then the rest would go to projects. We could have some kind of incentive program, which we don't have any funding for incentives right now. That might be something we could do. We could do a better job at getting the facade grants together. There's a number of different kinds of things that we could do for various projects that would support businesses that are also not to do business retention and expansion, as well as attracting businesses in. And that's what an EDC would be. Once the person would get in there and that job could look around and see what it is that, I don't want to have whoever, there's lots of things that could happen. It would just depend on how you wanted to prioritize and how you wanted to make the money go. But having enough money in the budget to be able to do some interesting projects and to bring some, to really, we've only had about $40,000 to do anything, projects and programs. And so having a little bit of money to be able to advance that agenda would be beneficial.
So would that allow for us to become a member of Main Street or whatever, having the EDC?
That I don't want to, my understanding of Main Street, there's the First Street program, which is basically, you don't have a lot of restrictions on how you operate that, but you do have to basically have your, do the reporting requirements, it's a way of getting your feet wet into what the Main Street program really is. My understanding is that the Main Street program itself, when you're actually in the Main Street program, is that you still need to have one dedicated staff member. So if the EDC would include one dedicated staff member for the Main Street program, as long as their budget number works, that would
be something to look at, because that would address everybody's issue of not being able to do anything downtown, even though I know you can't get building owners to do something that they don't want to do. but you might be able to get somebody that could go talk to them and make some concessions to get things done.
So I guess my question would be, I think that there's a lot of question amongst council and city staff and whatnot of the 100,000 versus the 250,000. Knowing that there is a process and requirements for a full-time employee before you join Main Street, before you start being eligible for some of the economic development grants, is there not an argument that you should, if we're getting close to that number anyway, to jump to the 250 to make sure that they have a budget and then to be able to start applying for the grants to help offset and potentially bring down our troops?
We apply for grants all the time. That doesn't stop. You know, having a director for EDC wouldn't make any difference as far as the work in trying to get economic development dollars in from other, you know, other people's money, right? If you had another person that was working towards that effort, it would just expand the program. That said, Main Street itself, you have to be a Main Street member to benefit from the grants from that program. There are other programs, other avenues, other kinds of grants that are out there that we could still tap into and that we do tap into. I mean, we got the Economic Development Administration gave us funding to be able to bring water and wastewater out to the industrial park several years ago. You know, we're doing the Innovation Center, the Workforce Training Center. We've gotten a lot of funding to be able to do various projects in economic development that have moved the needle somewhat here in Smithville. So, you know, I would also argue cultural district as arts and as economic development, that's something that's really big, and placemaking is huge as far as economic development because people want to be somewhere that is a place that's, you know, taking care of itself, that looks good, that mows the grass, you know, whatever, all those kinds of things, has artwork, has the murals out. Having that mural program has been really beneficial in a lot of ways too. So, you know, there's a lot of ways that you can bring funds in from a whole lot of different sources to be able to work at some economic development programming. And of course, infrastructure. I mean, that's the hugest thing. If you're going to bring anybody in that's of any size whatsoever, you have to be able to give them the infrastructure, you know, flush the toilets and turn the lights on, right? You have to have that. So before we can start to really go after some of those larger size businesses, those are some things that we just have to make sure that we have all of the foundational things in place.
We're thinking that a lot of those foundational are going to be the next 3 to 5 years, that those are going to be wrapped up. Is that correct?
It's ongoing.
Yes. I mean,
Or hope. I mean,
No,
I'm not
things are-
asking you to promise, but
no, but there are things in the works now, infrastructure projects that will continue for the next 1 to 2 years, you know, drainage and sidewalks. If you're talking about the wastewater plant, yeah, that, it sounds like through the presentations, 3 years from now, we could be having more capacity and the ability to expand. I am not certain, though, that any of these grants that you're speaking about pay for salary.
No.
That you get somebody and then you're eligible for those grants, First Street, Main Street. So that's the key here.
and they can start covering some of the
It's-
program expenses.
The program expenses, some operational costs, but like I think Judy mentioned before, there's very few grants that'll pay for salary. So they want to have they want us to pay for that person who's going to be the dedicated person there, because that's the sustainable way to do it. By having a person that's on a grant to pay for themselves year after year, it's too hard. It's just it's a difficult model, and there's just not enough grants out there to pay for salary to be able to make things move forward. So it has to be something dedicated for the salary.
And then if we went EDC, it's a percentage of sales tax in perpetuity. And so if we start getting Tractor Supply, if we start getting some other, like the truck stops and stuff like that, we're just continuing to grow that EDC budget, and it's not going back to benefit the city. And I
That
think
is
my
an
opinion.
untrue statement
it will be.
because at
I-
times.
I'm questioning. I'm not
We
just
can,
making a
we can
statement.
go back and shrink that amount. Sorry about that. The amount of, percentage. Say, one year, we're this 5-year period, we're setting at $1 million to $1.5 million, and then all of a sudden we jump to 3. I believe it has to be a vote, does it not? But we
Public vote?
can shrink that percentage.
You have to pick the percentage that you want. It can be an eighth, a quarter, a half.
Mhm.
But you also have to be cognizant of what's been assigned in our current sales tax.
Mhm.
You know, there's a 0.5% right now that's going to pay off or the property tax, to reduce property taxes. So if you want to leverage that money, you would have to take that away or use a different combination
Mhm.
and dedicate that funding to the EDC,
Yes.
which would cover
Mhm.
a person, and then in perpetuity, from a guaranteed funding source, you're adding bank to offer incentives.
Mhm.
Whereas 250 out of the general fund, we got to find that money again next year.
Right.
And
You're
the
moving
following
it-
year.
You're just moving from one pot to the other.
But
Because
once-
we're not increasing the sales tax, correct? Because we've already got the maximum sales tax in place, so we're reallocating a portion of that.
you would reallocate.
So
and the
you're
sales tax
creating one
goes
hole
up.
in the general fund, right?
As your sales tax go up, you get more revenue to actually pay for that person. Either way, you're impacting the general fund budget. It's just one's guaranteed source, whereas the others depending upon fees, taxes, rates, so forth and such, as opposed to just the sales tax.
What would the argument be for trying to choose someone that's not, Edward's good sports. We're going to talk about Edward. What's the difference between finding his salary every year versus an economic developer department salary and budget every year?
You know, wherever it is, the difference is in the general, again, you bring somebody in 250,000, you got to cover that in subsequent years. You've got to modify the budget, reduce spending, increase revenue, and to fund that individual. It's just because we have it this year, might not have it next year. We may have to raise or fees, so forth and such. If you have a dedicated source using sales tax, it's a guaranteed, you're going to cover that individual's cost. Although it still affects the general side, you don't have to monkey around with rates, fees, and increasing taxes because you have a dedicated source to pay for your economic development activity.
But there's not a guaranteed source on any of the other employees.
That's correct. That you're right. So my point is you have to fund it, and that's the risk.
You still have to cut expenses from the general fund that this money has been
To fund
taken out of. So there's no gain there.
Oh, I think there is in the long run because as sales taxes go up, we're still going to get more money because there's still going to be percentages of sales tax going into the general fund. So it's going to work out in the long run. We can still allocate to have general fund money coming in out of the sales tax.
Wait,
And
how are you replacing what you took out of the general fund?
that's how you will do it. We were taking, the general fund gets some of the sales tax.
Right
okay?
now, it's $800,000.
Right. I don't know if it's 100. How much is it?
800,000.
It's
Maybe $1 million this year.
maybe, yeah, and it'll be $1 million or
Sales tax.
so. As we grow, that changes. And I'm saying as getting an economic development court moving forward allows us to have that person on the ground full-time. We're not worrying about raising, how that person is getting funded. That person is always, also, it ends all this, you're doing, I'm sorry, Robert, that we have always been doing backroom deals because this is going to be done by a board and that's going to be transparent and out in the open. And to me, that makes a big difference about what would be done with it.
980,000 is the number that sales tax bring in currently.
That's projected for this year.
For next year, yes.
Yeah.
So I think that this is almost a conversation of semantics where we have our general fund budget. What we are discussing is lowering expenses and not lowering revenue. If we have an EDC, we're lowering revenue, shifting that revenue to a different fund, because I'm sure that's going to require a third fund for EDC, or is that separately accounted? And then we're going to have to figure out how to lower the expenses to match that revenue. But I think that where the argument has been for economic development is we need this money to continue to give back to the city. So if we're talking Tractor Supply, who knows, they bring in another couple hundred, now we're up to 1.2. All of a sudden, we're having to continually allocate more money to the EDC, which everyone here is concerned that there may be a shortage of short-term properties that are, as far as in the next 5 years, that may be willing to change hands or develop. And so we're allocating a larger budget each year as our sales tax base continues to grow, instead of saying, hey, let's set it really at this 250 and let's make sure through the budget process every year. And to your point, I think there is a public perception. I don't know if it's accurate or not or fair or not, but maybe putting a commission together, maybe putting a board together that runs underneath the city. But I don't think we're big enough yet for an EDC. And I think that some of these towns are benefiting from it, but some of them aren't benefiting from an EDC.
Just talk to Adina Lewis.
Yeah,
She
she
said don't do it.
no budget.
Yeah, she has no budget.
Her salary is $15,000 out of her $130,000 budget.
Yeah, her recommendation was don't do it. I mean, the bigger picture here, at least for me personally, is that we're mired in this system right now where we've got to find a way out of doing what we keep doing over and over again. We're going to raise the property tax maximum allowed without triggering an election, and then we're going to borrow $2 to $3 million every 2 to 3 years. If we're going to try and get out of that, we've got to invest in ways that can actually, we got to admit that we've got to grow. We've got to have a plan about growing, and then we invest in the economic development side so that we can expand the property tax base, bring in more people, heads and beds. This is not a new concept, but this way we've got dedicated personnel and funding to at least get us down the path to get this thing going. Now, if we choose to go to economic development in May, that's fine. We've already got this department set up. And if the economic development passes, the EDC passes, then you just transition those personnel into the EDC. And now we haven't lost 6 months. But on the other side of that, it's not going to work at 125. That's not going to fund it.
And I think for clarity, I mean, I don't know that anyone on this dais has any issue with Joe Newman at all. It's just.
Well,
I
here,
don't think we're losing 6 months. If we go in with the 125, we have Joe Newman, we're moving forward. He will fund for a year, and we will be able to really know where we are at that point. I don't think going to 250 is, I just think we need to consider what we're doing with this and how to fund it at a lower rate. It makes no sense to me. The return on investment for the 250 is going to be way down the road. It's not, it may be 3 years, but it could be 7 or 10. Okay? I'm not willing to put that much money into a department over and over and over again, and we don't have a place to use it because we're not growing as fast as that.
And I think that's the danger of the EDC.
It's the purpose of the program, though.
I think the danger of the EDC, though, is how hard is it to unwind? How do we get that money back?
It's not going to be hard to unwind. You can, people have done it in other cities when they have built out their industrial parks. They unwind it. Okay, it doesn't need to be there anymore. So, but we are at the point where we need to figure out how much commercial building, industrial park, and everything we need to go for so we can set it up here. We're not like the county, because the county is working under different rules in different ways. That's why Dina would not like it. I know that in talking with Dory Kelly, she and I went over this several times, and she said, it sounds like where y'all are going, it would be beneficial to you. So I'm going off of those things.
Well, there's nothing that would preclude using Joe during this startup phase, because we have a specific project that he would be working on and enhancing and helping fill out the industrial park. And as we move through the process of hiring this next person, then we still have some work going on. And then if we go to the EDC, if the election passes, then you can transition those people. But you still have to have an overriding plan about exactly how we're going to attack this.
Okay, I think, I agree. We've discussed this back and forth. Let's get through these and let's get to a break. I think everybody needs the break.
Yeah, before
Well,
you
we
go
need a
on-
decision point on this.
Well, I want to, again, I would be derelict in my duties if I didn't try once again to point this out. The narrative is we've done nothing. What have you done? Not what have you done for us? What have you done for us lately? This is 5 years of data of what this economic development department has accomplished. 48% increase in sales tax, not adjusted for CPI, but still, it's a 48% increase. 62% increase in BCAT assessed property values, 291 million to 469 million. That's $175 million. 7 economic development 380 agreements that we've done that brought in people, annexation, 295 acres, case in point, and we wrote all of these 380s. The first was Riverside Resources, just right after we did the EDA grant to get water and sewer there. That's why they came, because there was infrastructure there. Heart of the States was the next one we did. That was the 380, 50 homes. The initial value was 12.5 that he estimated, and he brought in $1 million of infrastructure that we inherited. The value of Heart of the States today is $22 million. So I'm just confused at how we're not doing enough when it's been happening. It continues to happen. I've got $50 to $75 million of undeveloped property, developers that haven't moved forward. And we're still recruiting new people. I spoke to someone today about the Pines. I spoke about Riverbend Commons, Todd McCullough, 35 acre, he wants to annex. So I have no problem expanding the department, but the narrative is that we're not doing enough. I don't see how you can say this. How is this not economic development?
I don't think
100% increase in hot tax in 5 years?
I don't know where you get the narrative from.
Yeah, I don't
That
either.
that
No,
narrative
the
is not
narrative-
out there. This has not been a statement. It's not an indictment about poor performance. This is about the
The
opportunity to
narrative is that
focus.
we need an economic development director when I have one standing right here.
This is about expanding a department and bringing additional resources. If Jill ends up being this person, so be it. This is about committing to the process that gets us out of
Okay.
the system that we're in.
How many times have you said we need more sales tax and we need more hot tax, we need more this, that, and the other? I'm just saying, this is what's happened. I'm okay with expanding and want to do so. Newman is a wonderful, experienced person, and I'd like to bring him in. The point here, why we got here, I don't have 250,000 in the budget unless you tell me what you want cut.
No, we're not going to tell you what to cut. I mean, we can make a motion and turn this and say,
Why wouldn't you?
Mitch, I think.
because that's your job to find the place to cut.
If I can on this, if we can't find 250, then why are you recommending an EDC that's going to strip 350 of your revenue?
It won't strip 350. It's a percentage that you pick. I'm saying I would like to go forward with Newman.
The number that you mentioned last meeting was 350,000.
I was wrong. I can be, it's depending on if you pick the 5% or the 25% or the 8th and how much actual sales tax come in. It was a recommendation. I'm not saying go there. It was an option. I'm not saying that's the answer. It was an option for y'all to consider. That's it. Just as bringing in Joe Newman at $100,000. If you can get the job done for 100, why would you spend 250? And I'm having trouble getting there.
It's not a firm commitment to
Go
the
ahead.
program. So if we were to do so, and with all apologies, if any narrative has been perceived that this is attack on anybody's performance, this is about enhancing the program so that we can get out of this cycle of addiction of what we're doing every year and at least dedicate ourselves into finding ways to grow other sources of revenue than maximizing the tax increase and borrowing $2 to $3 million every 2 to 3 years. So apologies to any narrative or I certainly have never put that out. I've never positioned this that way. But given that, Mayor, I would like to make a motion, if I may.
Well, wasn't quite done because there's another chart I wanted to show.
To go over some
I'm done with this really for the most part, but again,
But I
no-
would like to point out one other thing with Jill.
go ahead.
as you attack my $7,000, I do go with her, which we have very limited resources here, but she is invited to a lot of tables with Austin Chamber Austin. I always get it backward.
Opportunity, Austin.
Opportunity Austin. If there's a crumb to be picked up at that table, Jill does pick it up. We represent Smithville very well, but we have a very limited resource here for what people are looking for. And part of that is taking care of our house. I mean, our infrastructure. We can't bring in a big business. We don't have enough place at the wastewater, though. There are,
So are you saying you want to keep doing things the way we've been doing them?
if you feel that you need another opinion, I'm for Joe Newman. I've known him. People have worked with him. And so my opinion to this is, I've spoken with Jill. Let Joe come in, let him look at our stuff, and let him come to the table and tell you what we're doing is actually on cue. We don't need to spend 250,000 when it doesn't change what resources we have here in the city of Smithville and our proper.
It's about prioritizing the resources that
Then
we
Joe
have.
Newman can bring that back to the table and he can
And
prioritize it.
you're out to Jill made a great point. What if we'd actually given, and my fault for not thinking about that, more money in the budget for her to do economic development? So I take that one. Imagine she had 50,000 to market to do,
Yes,
and we haven't because budget has always been tough.
Yes, it's hard because she has nothing to market. We're gonna bring in Joe Newman, who has a book of different obstacles that maybe he can bring something new. Jill's not objecting to any of that, but Joe Newman's not gonna come in and waste our money. If he comes in and looks at our stuff and knows that we can't bring in anything, he's not gonna waste our time and money. And then we have another person to explain what we have here. And
Yeah.
it's not slowing anything down, it's not changing anything, but it'll
So-
give you a different perspective, I guess is where I'm going.
I need
think
direct,
where
if we want
I
to go
am-
to 250, that's
Well,
fine.
this
If
is
you
where
want
I'm
to keep
still
it,
trying
I'm
to
sorry, go ahead.
discuss,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Where first, there's a lot of great things that you have done. There's a lot of great things that you have done. I know a lot of the 380s are things that you have done, and you've worked on the very large grants as well too. You have helped support him in every single thing that's happened, and you have your own accomplishments with a lot of the grants that are going on in this city and a lot of the economic development framework. And so, much to what Mitch is saying, this is not a condemnation against either one of you. This is just saying we've got a wastewater treatment plant that we're thinking is going to be ready in 3 years. I think everyone in this room thinks getting a business here is not going to take less than 3 years. It's going to take more than that. And so we're trying to plan for something that is happening 3 years from now. And if we're looking at those metrics, we're behind the curve right now. And how fast are we going to come up on this? All the LUEs are allocated for the industrial park anyway, so that can fully develop and not have an infrastructure hit on our wastewater treatment plant. And we have some reserves with Riverbend Park as well too. And so those things are, and we can even bring on the enclave, and there's a lot that we can bring on right now. And that's great. And that's a testament to what you've set up and and everything that's coming forward. And I think that as I've spoken with everyone on the dais, the position is not something that is going to not be offered to you. It is a position that you're able to apply for. You're going to go through a interview process just like any other competent candidate would, and then a decision is going to be made. But that doesn't negate any sort of issue or saying that y'all are doing a bad job by any means. This is just saying we're making a very sizable investment, and how are we going to pay for it? We've got to figure out what that looks like 5 to 10 years from now, and the groundwork needs to start now. How long did it take Joe to get Buc-ee's there? I mean, it took years of him working.
I appreciate those comments, and that's exactly what we needed to hear and figure out how we're going to fund it. Again, first cut of the budget, you're given direction, and yeah, there's some cuts we can make, but you might not like those cuts. And I don't recommend, given the 6-hour presentation, tell your story chart. You've heard that my staff is understaffed right now. And the recommendation or suggestion has been, you got to cut staff. You got to make the hard decisions. If I cut staff, services will suffer. So that was not something that I even contemplated. After seeing every one of you nod your heads, oh man, yeah, we need to get you more help. So that being said, no problem with bringing on Mr. Newman or even allocating 250, but I have to find it. And that's why we're having this discussion now. And I know it's my responsibility to do so, Mr. Jameson, and I'll do that. But you might not like the cuts that I recommend. And that's why I thought as a team, we would do that together. So that's where I am.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if I may. I move that we modify the line item in Department 300, line item 5290, other professional services, contract labor, 5320, line 5320, currently budgeted at 125, that we adjust that to 250,000.
Contract labor? Is that just strictly for an employee, 250? Because that's what contract labor is. Or are you going to want it for other services? Or you
The
want
the
just?
concept
EPD?
is that it hires a director and funds the department with another $100,000 to accomplish its objectives. So if it needs to go to two different line items, tell me where to go.
I mean, it may be, I need to create another line item that may not exist in here. That's why I'm asking. Contract labor is typically just for a person.
Okay, I'll amend that motion.
I mean, just add 250 to the,
Yeah, Mayor, I move that we amend Department 300, where $125,000 is currently budgeted, in line 5320 for contract labor. We add another 125,000 to the total budget, and it is coded in its correct line.
I'll second that.
I have a question. What we can ask now?
Yeah, sure. It could be discussed.
So this is strictly to fund the 250. This is not if we brought Joe on for 100,000.
No, I mean, I don't know. The concept for me is that we get to work hiring someone at an approximately $150,000 salary, probably 120, and we may have to do a relocation package. It's talking to a couple of different recruiters. And then we fund another $100,000 for that, for the department to do what it needs to do. I have no problem with us going out to Joe Newman right now and say, hey, brother, come on board and help us with what we got. We've got some money while we're looking to expand the department, but you have a particular area of expertise that you can help us with expanding and filling in the industrial park and doing these other things that we've got. I've got no problem using that $100,000 for him.
So that.
Now, from what I hear, he's not going to cost that much, but.
Well, no, I've already spoken with him. It's going to be 100 for a year, working 3 days a week. That line item also includes the efficiency audits at 25,000. So.
That was up there?
Yes, that's where it is, contract labor.
That wouldn't be under admin?
It's under contract labor.
Or I guess
So the
it's more-
efficiency audits is in that number?
They are not an employee. That's correct. 125, 100 for Newman, 25,000 for the efficiency audit. And it was in the packet. It was communicated.
Well, the efficiency audit's a different discussion.
Yeah, I think that would be under a completely different department.
Well, that's where I put it. So if you want someplace else in economic development, we can move that. But again, you got to find 125,000 more dollars to fund it. And I just want to let you know that's where the efficiency was. So if you don't want it there, let to 100 or I don't know. Where do you want to put it?
Mitch, what is my question here?
Where was what?
Optional places of moving it to. I mean, a reasonable.
That should go in general administration.
It could be both. I'm sorry. It could be split between the 610 utility at 50/50 because you're going to look at, I assume, all departments. So it needs to be split in 100 and 610 or.
we probably should have put it in 100 and 610. We put it in that line.
Well, if the number's 25,000, you can't do a full audit. That'll be a mini audit. We'll have to pick 4 or 5 departments. Now, have to be aware that when the audit occurs, if they find something that is a typical audit, we can find some stuff that says, hey, we need to look more into this. Let's go look at another department. Then the audit gets expanded. But 25 is not going to do it. Robert, you looked at that already.
I did, but there's only so much funding to go around, and you have reached that with the STEP and the COLA. And you've gone through the majority of the budgets. There's not a lot of discretionary funding and things to cut. I can cut condemnation. That was 30,000. I mean, that's why we're doing this exercise. And so that's my point. If we can do it for 100 now, let's pull that trigger and figure it out. Or maybe 150, something to give him to work with, some marketing or whatever. But I don't see where you're going to get 75,000 plus 100. That's 225,000 more on this budget.
Well, we went about the budget process instead of looking at the direction that was given right there, instead of finding a way to fund the 250 on economic development and the efficiency, other priorities were brought ahead of that. And that was not the direction that was given.
Well, the other priority was the COLA. It didn't
Okay.
figure in the 83,000 for the STEP and the actual expense of the entire COLA. So things have changed, and it's my responsibility to tell you what those are and give you your options. So it wasn't like, no, I'm not going to put it in there. I didn't have the funding and the place to do so. And that's where we're trying to work through this, now to figure it out. But I'm hearing no giving on your part. You got to have 225,000 more dollars that I just don't have.
How long do we think it will take to find someone for this department?
I would
Well,
like Mr. Newman to help us with that.
I think that's a great idea. How long do we think it would take to find someone for the department, to go through the hiring process and review all the applicants?
I mean, honestly, to do it in a totally transparent fashion, I think we need to do an RFP to find some recruiting services. We've got 2 local ones who'll do it pro bono, but I don't think we should go through an RFP on that and get recruiting services. But I doubt you could find the person within 4 or 5 months. And if we want to bring on Joe right away, then bring Joe right away. You could fund it. I guess what you're saying is, can we fund this for 175 because we're not going to hire the person until later?
75, 200.
Yeah, but you got to be committed to this and say that next year we got to come back and fund it again. I mean, we can't just give it 6 months and quit. We either commit to it or we don't
I
do
mean,
it.
if we're talking about a $350,000 budget, I think 250 is right there. So whatever.
Yeah,
that
I don't see
number
how we
might
get
be.
to the 350 on the economic development.
No, I don't
department.
either.
The
He's
corporation,
out
I
of-
don't see how that's coming.
He's a year. So it'll be October to October. It'll be
Yeah.
funded for the entire year at 3 days a week. And like I said, he's go once y'all give me the direction to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if we make it a fund a half of year salary, knowing that it may be 6 months before someone's hired in that position, have Joe in there to lay the groundwork as Jill's talking, and then that transition period of the final 6 months, and then roll them out.
Well, no matter how you do it, this is all about, we're sitting here negotiating an amount. So what are you saying? Instead of 100 and 250, you're saying 175? I mean, I don't know what you're saying. Now, at
We're
the same
thinking
time, Robert's
150.
going to tell us that he doesn't have a place to go. We're basically giving Robert direction to do the hard decision and go find the money somehow.
Yeah.
And also consider not doing a 22 department audit in the middle of everything else we have going on. Let's see if this works and pick some departments that you want. That's why, again, it was give and take compromise.
Well, I don't mind the
can't-
25,000. I don't mind doing a mini audit. I really don't.
I mean,
I
we
think
have,
that,
for TML, she's coming September 8th, right?
I don't know about that.
I
next
asked
year?
you if you'd put it on the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
And you
I'm
said
sorry.
yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
again, she's
now,
And at 200 an hour, I mean,
but
we've
Kathy,
already,
with all due respect, if we're going to do that, we need to go through an RFP process. We
No,
need
I-
to be
no,
transparent,
that-
and TML can be.
information, right? Don't we
Yeah.
want some presentations? to-
Absolutely.
To see,
Bring them in, and a couple of the ones that Rob.
that's just one, but I think it's a good place to start, right? And
And I'm good with the lesser amount on efficiency audits.
Yeah.
I think based on what you've discovered in your own work, that there may be other opportunities. Now, I thought at some point by merging Parks and Recs, we were going to come up with 15% savings, but we haven't come up with much savings at all in this budget. I mean, that's the disappointing thing to me. So, I mean, I've never seen a budget that can't be cut. It's just very difficult when we're in a small town with everybody knows each other, and it's hard to make tough decisions. And that's just the bottom line.
Yeah.
So given that, but what you found in your work, if that applies to, say, half the other departments, then there could be $500,000 worth of savings out there, but we've got to be willing to execute it.
Well, we don't have that kind of money, and we talked about maybe doing random, you know, we don't need to do the rec center again. You know, I mean, those,
Yeah,
that,
so,
that,
I mean, take 25,000 and we just
Yeah.
pick 5 departments. I don't have a problem with that.
Brandon,
But right now, we don't have the 25,000.
are you talking that, okay, so we take the 125 that we have right here, 100,000 for Joe, the 25 is for that. You're saying fund a half a year for the economic development. So what you're saying is instead of putting another 100 and, you know, to make it 250, you're talking like somebody that would be hired at maximum $40,000. So we put 70,000 in there for a half a year. I think that is, if we're going to move forward, it's a compromise and we can work that way.
75,000, I can find.
That, if we go with 75 and the 100, that makes it $200,000 on that line item. That's,
Well, it doesn't, I'm sorry, the 25,000 is coming out. So you
Uh-huh.
have 100,000 plus 75 is 175,000. The audits go elsewhere.
right.
So
So
I have to
175 and fund that for a half a year. We do what we have to do to find someone, whether it is go with a hiring company that's a headhunter or whatever, or what we could do, because there may be some people local that will be looking because of the changes that are happening at Bastrop right now. We might have a qualified person that we could talk to and get them in 6 to 9 months. So I say we put it open out there that we're looking, put it on TML pages and a few other places and find out. And then if we don't get any nibbles, we go for something
I would
else.
like to leverage Mr. Newman's expertise of 40 years, get him in here, and maybe he can guide us through all of this, where to hire, what efficiency people to bring in, whether to do EDC or not. He's the one that can work with the existing staff to make it happen. And
The only disagreement with the
175,
efficiency
sir?
audit. The only disagreement I have is with the efficiency audit of, if that's what you're recommending, that he bring that in.
No,
Okay.
I want to move that to split between 100 and 610 at 25K, and you can pick whatever department that you want to do.
Perfect.
The total delta to this budget is, what I'm hearing, add 75,000. That gets Newman in, that gives him some playing money to market, and then we can start looking either for a full-time or migrate to EDC and or both. Again, I can get 75. I think we
So,
can work.
so what's the number? You're saying we take 25 out of the 125 because that's 25 of efficiency audits going to another department.
And add 75,000 back to it. Make it
Would be a total of
So the new number is 175.
75.
And 25 for,
Well, that 25 is going to another department, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, given that, I have no issues with it as long as we're committed to going out and starting to search for this person now. So I prefer it doing in a totally transparent fashion where we put an RFP out for people who want to help us. We've got 2 recruiters here in town who have both said they'll do it pro bono.
I think
We
having,
can go through TML, all this other stuff, but I mean, I don't want this to look like that we're trying to handpick somebody and shove them in there. I want to go through a process that's transparent.
I don't mind that at all. But one thing I will say, while we're doing that, since we know that we can pull the trigger on Joe, why don't we let Joe and Robert email one another back and forth about what would be the best process and way to do that through the RPI and what we would be looking for and how we would be doing it.
To the,
Let's,
RFP.
yeah, the RP, yes.
I mean,
Let's
should we-
let him, say, oh man, you guys can do this, but here's what you need to do. And this is kind of what I have experienced and where I've been. And we're going to get his experience to move us forward. I have no problem with committing to it, but he might say, well, let's wait till 120 days, because that right there is when people are usually moving out of current jobs and into new, because that's this world of economic development. These people turn over and go back and forth and go other places.
But if we've got two locals that'll do it pro bono, there's no reason to wait till that comes out. But yeah, I mean, if Joe's got recommendations, then he can come report back to us and say, here's what I think is going on and what you guys could benefit. I'm just looking for the commitment that we're going to hire this job.
I envision just my conversations with him and what Robert's conversations and emails he shared about what Joe can bring to the table is not just him being proactive and, economic development in terms of bringing in new revenue. I envision we rely heavily on his experience to help guide us.
Absolutely.
I think that's as much of the process as it is going after new business. I think Joe can help. I mean, I just feel like and everyone thinks the same thing. I mean, he's highly respected. So
I think that's the best way. And I also hear what you're saying, that we want to get started on it. You want a commitment. You have the commitment of the council that we're willing to go down this road. So let's go down this road the right way. I think everybody here is in agreement to let Joe give us a firsthand look, because he just hired the new guy, helped hire the new guy that's running Ennis. So he knows how to do this and what to do about it.
I got no problem with that.
Okay, then we need to get an amended motion from you.
Before you do,
I never made the
You
motion.
never made the motion.
Never
let me give you,
Motion.
No,
on the
there's
table.
a second.
There's a motion and a second.
Made a motion and seconded.
Well, I'm going to amend that motion.
Do you want to withdraw to make a new one?
You want to?
I would like to withdraw the motion. And then I'd like to make another motion, Mayor, if I may. Mayor, I would like
Get
to
directed
move
now.
that we change the $125,000 line item in Department 300, line 5320
Yes.
to 175.
I think you have to.
Or we got to split it by lines again.
I would just say to remove that item and put in new funding for that department of this.
Mayor, I would like to
for this
withdraw my motion. I think that my colleague, Brandon, has a much better way of moving this.
Withdrawing, and Brandon, take the field. Take the field.
Mayor, I
But-
make a motion that on account 300, grants and economic development, line item 5320
5320, correct?
is zeroed out. And we allocate a total of $175,000 to Department 300 for the purpose of hiring Joe Newman for 1 year and hiring an economic director for the last 6 months of the fiscal year.
I'll second that.
Oh, okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
discussion on motion. I'm sorry.
Oops.
So Newman's getting the 100 plus some change. Where you get where's the 75? If you're going to hire half of a year person
Half of
is,
the year.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's getting late.
Half of the fiscal year.
Gotcha.
So it gives you till April to be able to find someone and
April.
hire them.
That's
Right?
too
Isn't
soon.
that the second?
Just way
six
too
months?
soon. Shit. Do that.
Okay, we have.
No math.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second, and everybody, I believe, up here understands where we're doing the 175. Am I correct?
Do you need
Okay.
to speak before we go any longer?
Cause you're looking red. Okay, so.
I will say we have to do a second one for the efficiency audit.
Yes, we will do that after we vote.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's approved. Okay, so do we need to talk about the efficiency one before we forget what we're doing?
No, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Shouldn't it?
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we make a line item somewhere in the budget that Cynthia wants it for $25,000 for the efficiency audits.
Perfect. Second, anybody?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor. 1, 2, 5, approved. So we knocked those two things out.
Now let's break.
Oh,
Yeah, before you go on the, I've already just shared my thoughts. There'll be some movement from streets and roads to capture, to take it over the tax note. And also we need to come back to the condemnation to figure out what, if you will help me do that. If not, I can just do it and come back and you can crucify me then, whatever. I need your help is what I'm trying to say. Where I'm going to get that 75,000 from.
I think another question is and the reason why I wanted to speak about the rec center revenue is if there's a potential push to increase revenue in that area, there's some numbers there too.
Yeah, we got to get to that revenue charts here. So break time. Thank you for let me explain where I'm thinking to go and get that money. Break time.
okay, we're gonna take a break and there's some
What?
pizza in the back.
What'd you say? 108,000 for what? For what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thanks, Jennifer.
That's basically extra, cost you extra.
Oh, it was way past me. I had some food.
It's in at 120. It's gonna go to 170.
Yeah, so you take out, yeah, I don't think that. I zero it out. I'm gonna put 175 there, 25 elsewhere, whatever.
So I'm just saying, your difference to your hit to your budget's on 25, 50.
That's $128,000. So where do I get that from?
Well, that's the thing. What do you want me to cut?
Susie, thank you.
What would it cut?
Better.
Girl, do you want some pizza? I'll bring you some.
I'm being tired.
Well, I know.
Yeah, I'm so tired.
How many hours? Then you gotta listen to my sidekick over there. I know. Yeah. I know. I know. No, can't do that. Karen, are you getting some?
I have a headache.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Huh?
I think we made it. Team player, buddy. I'm good. How are you? Mitch, when you leaving? When are you leaving? 6 o'clock. Oh, time you gotta get up. Oh, hell, you got plenty of time. Time you gotta get up. Let's go get me an escort. They gonna let me give a ride over there. How long you gonna be gone?
10 days, although that first motion you had gone through, I was gonna recommend we have our next budget workshop on the 29th. I was willing to come home early. I was willing to come home early. I've never been anybody mom. I've never been anywhere like that.
Hey, congratulations, y'all got equipment and everything else out on it.
Oh, yeah.
I saw the stuff.
I wanted to go down back, you know, around back. Sign it. Some point say lots of things.
Do that right for Christmas.
Yeah. Well, what I'm waiting.
No, sign it. It is. It is.
Do you eat that?
It's still salty, it's pretty salty.
I got a film in my mouth now, I can't tell.
Yeah.
I've been like super poor like 4 or 5 months. And it is really surprising what I'll eat, man. Hey, the food free, I'll take it.
Hold it there. It's not earlier. All of a sudden.
I'm gonna right. I didn't know. You're right. I can see stuff with that contract.
People start leaving, man. The air conditioner was right now.
Yeah. Because they didn't touch it.
Supplement.
Well, if you have to change houses, you have on the whole dog too.
That's a lot of your time. It just drives around this car.
You're that guy in the county truck driving around acting like you're doing that. What do y'all call it? Window county? They go through some windows. And they go, they all go to the same place.
Next door has to be.
Evil. I have to get on and play, because I want to say, I want to get on and play. Like I really like it. I can't. No. Well, just play this out. That's why I will catch some people. That's why Tom's good. Tom, yeah, Tom wanted to get on that story.
Y'all want another drink?
No, yeah.
Yes?
I would like to.
Another water?
No,
We're good? Okay.
That is.
I think those are ready.
Can I, Steve, you're out here. So, one thing, like, I think, Susie kind of talked about it with some, I know you guys have.
I don't have another one of those.
What about?
I had thought about that.
Yeah.
Because you can buy them pretty cheap.
Yeah, I got.
And we got it. What have you want it?
I got the Coke.
Why can't you do it to a husband and wife?
Put it in a vehicle.
So like the airport vehicle, kind of courtesy car.
That I think,
That's like.
that I think, I'm talking about, but I think that we would have to put up with labor.
Yeah, you would have to tell.
Oh, in my car? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I would have done.
My personal car, my work car.
Yeah.
Put it in my work trip. I own that trip. I don't know.
Chairs and get this type of stuff. Yeah, right. Thank you, dear.
Right? That's in my,
Yeah.
that's in my. So
Hey.
is it?
Yeah, well, can you drag them all back?
Well, we have to, tax rate.
Like that's, like not all businesses, like there's.
I'm here, baby. So she said, Jimmy, she says, I know what you said, but you followed me the minute and a half ago. That's different since first, that's, because there's big distortion. What I said was, I know, anybody, $5,000 there. Anybody's.
What's that?
Anybody's. And if they give cash, you have, you might not have members. Yeah. Send you a photo. She texted me, she said, I just got, I know, she called me, she said, they called me, I said, well, you have to, I said, need verification of what I'm saying. I said, she says, I don't. I said, no.
Okay, I mean, it was, the cheese wasn't very good.
To say that I did know.
The pepperoni was also better.
And she said, it's in there. I don't know, but I think they have.
All right, we're going to begin with or without anybody. That's 7-Eleven pizza. That's one, two pizza. That's 7-Eleven pizza.
Yeah. Have some. Sorry. Are we back up, Jennifer? We're live.
No. Oh. no.
All right, city manager, what do we need?
Moving on to the utility side of the house, the first one up is Miss Jennifer, 610 admin. 610 admin. And unless you want to eyeball the revenue, but again, basically most of the revenue, it was just taking the 5 years and extrapolating it out, except those things we know we're getting more revenue on. 610. This is the other admin and utility.
610. That's 610, I got it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okey doke. Mm-hmm. It's different flavor.
So, what is this, the whole thing, the whole shape of it?
Yes.
So this is the whole fund right here.
Yes. For the 610.
Okay. for
Which
the
is
610.
admin.
Not, yeah, just admin 610, not for the whole utility fund, no.
Admin for the utility fund.
Yes.
What's the decrease in contract labor?
And that's Jack.
Oh, okay.
And then the credit card fees, that's
That's,
just a pure pass, or was pass through, or?
it was not a pass-through. That was an expense that we had. We did charge the customer $4 for every, transaction. That didn't, sometimes it covered the fee that we were charged by the credit card companies, but sometimes it didn't. We ate probably, I would 20,000. But now that we're moving to the Tyler Tech, they're gonna have the credit card fees in, the merchant will do it theirself. So it's, they collect it. They're gonna do it. So we won't have a loss and we don't have to deal with it. Yeah. It'll be about it's a percentage instead of, a flat rate. So depending on your bill.
Charge off bad debts came down quite a bit. Is that just because of the 30-day difference?
I'll let Cynthia answer. Charge off bad debts. It's a debt.
5770.
Charge off bad debts.
That's related to how people don't pay their utility bill. It's a guess. And as we've moved more now towards turning people off and disconnecting them before they have a larger bill, the amount that I'm going to have to charge off for bad debts should decrease. It's a guessing game because anything over 120 days old that's on our utility aging report gets wrote off at the end, has to be wrote off. It's uncollectible.
Do you
It
have
stays
the-
on our books just as an uncollectible item.
Okay.
And so that number, when we first started, was really high and, it lowers. And I think as we're moving now to disconnecting more, that number should hopefully go down so
Okay.
that we don't have those people anymore.
Do you have a
leave
rough
us.
projection of what it would be this year?
I think the number that I've got in there is what I'm estimating at the end of the year, because I pulled the report. I know where I was last year, and so that's my best guess.
Why was 2020 so much lower?
Oh, yeah, COVID, there was a moratorium. You cannot charge people. They were allowed to not pay, right? And with a charge off.
Disconnecting.
Oh, yeah, that's right, reverse.
So now the amount of people with outstanding
Yeah.
utility bills increase. So we had been working towards that in 2020. and COVID hit, so you no longer could
You're right.
charge off, so that number increased. Now y'all directed us to go back and do it, so hopefully that number we will see increase.
Yeah, so we had 120 days overdue back in 2017, 18 timeframe. And we've been working every year to try to bring that down to 90 to 60 to, we got down to 30 and then COVID hit, back up. And now we're coming back down, you know, if you're over 30 days, you're going to be disconnected. Our ordinance says 5.
Yeah.
So anyway,
And I was looking at the wrong line item, so I'm gonna ask about the one above that. Special projects has gone from 22.2 to 5. What would that be?
So the 5, what we're gonna budget for is gonna be for, council chairs in this in 610, well, it'll be council chairs.
Why would that be here and not 100?
it's split. There's 5 and 105 and,
Okay.
and I believe so in 610. 5,000 went, I'm sorry, 5,000 went, you didn't put it in 100?
I think that was where it was.
Where's my other sheet? And then also originally we had AV equipment, that's going to the tax note, the AV equipment for the rec center. That would have gone on this type of a line item split, but we're moving that to tax note.
I guess for stuff like this, for just citizen transparency, what is the argument for not originally putting it into 100 and then later going in and just increasing the general fund transfer to cover that?
Oh, that's what's interesting. We actually lowered the utility fund transfer from the general by $68,000 this year. We haven't gotten there. So what was your question? I'm sorry.
I guess, I mean, much to that point, why put the chairs in the utility fund instead of into the regular fund, the general fund, and then transferring it over? Just so then it would be 73 instead of 68. It is a little chilly.
Cut that off, man. I don't have an answer for you right now. The 5,000 is, it's there, we reserved it, yeah.
Technically, I guess I could have put it in general, but then you're having to balance the general, so.
It's gonna be okay where it is. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking for like citizen transparency and just so that everybody knows what's happening there.
Yeah, so stop. Of particular note, we didn't talk about this, but again, the tax note is structured into 2. Y'all done yet? The tax note is I love y'all, me, just kidding. You have 2 million in the general fund, you have $1 million in the utility fund, and that is being paid out through this 610 account. Okay, so this budget has the tax note baked into it in both sides of the house, the general and the utility. So I just wanted you to know why that increased so much.
Say that again.
This is where you're paying for the tax note, the interest, the bond, and the $1 million portion of the utility fund that's going to require a $6.35 monthly fee over the next 7 years to fund the $1 million that you want to set aside for either matching grant or fix the priority 1 BEFCO.
That's the increase of 134,000. That's what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then you see the utility fund transfer down 65. So we are still trying to bring that down to break the cycle of madness.
0.5% at a time.
Oh, that's madness. All right. 620.
51 almost now.
About another year older.
It's been a while. Been a while. I know, by little. Hey, I'm getting my steps in today, though. Sounds good. Yeah.
No.
All right, electrical. Oof, yeah. That was a tough one.
20,000 down, and you're a miracle worker.
Yeah. Yeah, we cut almost $21,000, 0.05, yeah. It was. I calculated it. It didn't come up here. I'll calculate real quick.
0.81%.
0.8,
Was like 1% down.
31,165. Oops.
31,000 is what you had first cut. Now it's 20.
Mm-hmm.
Moved you to the tax note.
Yeah, look at that. See? Yeah, working on it. Working on it. Yeah, I mean, we butted it out. So anything, oh, sorry. We've knocked it out. Didn't really add much. We did put the Garwood Park on the reconductor on the tax note, if that happens. If not, we're gonna make it. I can't look that way. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, next. 6:30. Recycling center. It's a good one. I'm at.
Recycling was 4.59 initially, and now is at over 5.
Yep. Thank you.
How'd you do it?
So, and also too, a lot of, we learned a lot of stuff this year, you know, and stuff, especially by calling the trucks at the right time to recycle and stuff. You know, beforehand, we were like, we got 20 bales of cardboard. Now let's call the truck, and we'd come over and it wasn't enough to fill the truck up. So we were getting charged for it. Now with Keep Texas Beautiful, they've actually taught us a lot and stuff, you know, and said, hey, you need to have at least 50 bales before you can load a truck. And now we make more money than we do losing money. So by doing that, cuts down on our cost here, and just keep Bobby running. Well, he don't really run, but but he's out there. He does a good job, though. He keeps it clean over there.
I know you had made a comment about concrete there. Is that
Thumbs up.
birthday guy? Isn't
Go ahead. Sorry, I just missed.
I know you were talking about like concrete.
The driveway.
Yes. Is that tax note or is that not happening? Is that
I would probably have it in my,
asking if it's there or if it's not? I'm not offering anything.
it needs to be paved. I can kind of pull it out of my budget, probably somewhere else too, if I need to or whatever, because it's not, Richard he'll make us a really good deal on it or whatever and stuff. So it'll happen. I can't do it right now because I don't have the money for the rest of this budget. I'm trying to keep it where we're at, but come October, yeah, we're going to look at trying to pave it.
Awesome.
And our new school superintendent is excited about us being able to do their white paper. We just got to figure out how to get it from point A to point B.
All right. Okay. Woo. Five, 5.3.
Did Robert threaten you?
Robert helped me. But no, me and him spent a lot of time on these last couple, a lot of time.
Worked out.
But we got it. We worked it out. We did what we were supposed to do and try to get us down as much as possible.
How'd you?
With this budget right here on this paper for water, I can still work for the year. Needless to say.
What were the biggest things that changed between those?
You know, we cut down on some of the cost for tools, piping, stuff like that and everything, stuff that we could knock down a little bit. You know, a little bit of change everywhere just helped out a lot. So I see. Yeah. We just don't buy as much stuff no more. We just do with what we got. Duct tape, super glue.
But we do water rating. And our water department guys are.
Working on it, man. No, I got plenty to do. I got enough departments to worry about.
Yeah, but other people don't have tax note to bail them out.
That's true. That's true. And one thing that has happened, and again, I have to admit with this, but a couple years ago with the tax note, it helped me pull out a lot of equipment that I needed to get this stuff done that we're doing now. So I'm able to cut my budget down because I don't need all the big equipment and stuff that I got a couple years ago.
Did a good job.
Thank you. Appreciate that. 660. Yeah, that was real tough. That's a tough one. But we're down a little bit, but not by much.
Doesn't really
Little
matter
of an
because
increase.
this is one that's got to be repaired no matter what. This has to be taken care of.
That's kind of like our reconductor and electrical lines. It's kind of the same with the sewer. There's a lot out there that needs to be redone and everything. So there's a lot of issues that need to be fixed and everything and stuff. So sewer's a big deal.
I'm excited that if with the new company
too.
moving forward.
Me too.
those Lift stations, oh, that will just make a big, wonderful difference.
Me too. Me too. Because like I said, especially Gasly sewer plant, it's out there. It needs to be redone so bad. It's been around for a long time. I'm surprised we've patched it and done what we could to keep it up and running and everything. So I'm excited too.
Hey, I'm good.
Very good.
Good.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it.
I'm out.
Go back.
That was your fault
We'll
earlier.
do this later. Yeah, because it'll depend on.
All right.
Given the late hour, this is going to go a lot faster than, there's the schedule, got, 2 more budget workshops and this is why it's so critical tonight that you draw a line in the sand and give me direction. We have 7 days to modify this budget and get it posted to the citizens per new legislation. So that doesn't mean we're meeting in 7 days, but it all has to be published and modified before the next meeting on the 3rd. Okay? Move on. I'm not going to go through the strategy. We talked about all this. Let's move on. There's the delta year over year with this proposed budget, 1.23. Go ahead. If we're on the path to take out a tax note. All the budget numbers do include that tax note, raising our bonded debt from 9 million to 11.2. And that number is not guaranteed. That's the worst case scenario. When you shop the bonds, you'll get better rates. And hopefully the interest on that comes down. That's just what Andrew Friedman from Samco said. Okay, this is the worst case. So that could come down. So having said that, let's go to the next slide. There's just a breakdown of the budgets. You've got utility fund, general fund, INS debt service, and the maintenance fund. That shows the 1.23. It shows the history of our budgets year over year and the tax rates that we've had in the past. And yes, 15.26 is a very large tax rate. Let's move on. There's a breakdown of the budget by department from the general fund and the utility fund. What percentage of the money in the utility fund goes to the electric department or admin? Similarly, with the general fund, what percent are we spending on the police department? What percent are we spending on economic development? So it just gives you a breakdown of what, this is already dead. There it goes. Sorry, Jimmy. Of the various departments and what percentage of that department adds up to the total budget. And of course, the utility fund and general fund, you have to add the debt service and the maintenance, and that gets you your 16,512. I just thought it was a better, kind of a nice way to show where the money's being spent. Next. This chart basically reflects what the best I could from memory, and having that chart, what the initial cuts that you asked me to do when, at the second workshop, Councilman Jamerson asked me to put this back in, and I did. They're as close as my memory serves. I think I'm 2,000 off from the 836, but that's where the initial cuts were. And from that, when you started telling me, and again, 7.5 hour meeting, all y'all were giving input. I want this, I want that. Did the best I could to take it in. Now, of course, I did add the condemnation and the janitorial without your permission, quote unquote. So next slide. Yes,
May I ask a question?
yes, ma'am.
If you'll go back, I thought we had approved the air ambulance service. Is that something different?
Yeah, my goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't even, okay, we cut the air ambulance service because we became, and just found this out, because we're an ESD, they're picking it up, so we're covered. Yeah, but that comes, because they're picking it up, it comes out of our budget. That's goodness, because that's a great, I hope you never have to take it, but if you do, you got a free ride.
Thank you.
Depends on where you're gonna end up, heaven or hell. No, not that ride. All right, so cost savings opportunities to implement on-demand leaf and limb service. Again, there are people being charged that never use it, thought that was unfair. There's got to be a better way. And we're gonna talk about leaf and limb in a moment. Rebid the municipal solid waste contract that'll provide some savings and different opportunities and options for citizens going forward. Grab the tax note, do the third-party audits, expand EcoD, pretty much all the things that we've already discussed. The only fee that affects everyone is a $6.35 or 34. We're still working on that. Monthly fee to repay the $1 million portion of the tax note. All the other proposed fee increases are for individual services that you may or may not ever use. And we're going to go over those as well. Next, as best we can. This is what got put back. We didn't get Chief Repka's 2 officers. I was less 150. I've been redirected, so we don't have to spend a bunch of time on that. Next. So this is the total budget, the whole shebang, soup to nuts, womb to tomb. This is the percentages that you're spending in each of the departments. I just thought I'd show you that for your edification, and the top 5 departments are listed there. Let's move on. We've already had this discussion. One more, go again. And here's the options. We've talked this already. We can, bring in Mr. Newman. He can evaluate, help us hire, and decide whether we go type A, type B, or do anything at all. That's TBD. Okay. And I think you've already had the decision path, so I don't have to talk about that. I got my directions. Leaf and limb, as you know, for years, decades, we do the route. Depending upon where you live, it's the pink route, yellow route, orange route, and that fee is $10 per customer. I'm proposing to go to on-demand. I've already adjusted the rate to 15. Accordingly, let's go to the next one. Next slide. Yeah, so minimum that you would pay is for 4 cubic yards, and that's a large size extended F-150 or Chevrolet, whatever, truck full, not with sideboards, but it's your typical load that normal people put out. And they're not going to be out there with a tape measure. But if they require a load that have to extra equipment, or they can't get through the chipper, or a very, very large load, there's going to be a fee. Okay, there is now. I mean, even if you're paying the $10, people who have Volkswagen and school bus length piles of brush, and you wonder, why aren't they picking this up? Well, because the people haven't paid. The Edwards guys will go out. Oh man, that's a Volkswagen. Well, that's 75, or that's a semi, and that's 150. But there's been some hits online. How come it takes so long? Well, because we tell you what it is, and we're not going to pick it up until you pay. I'm not getting stuck with that bill. So this will work the same way. Our target is 7-day turnaround. File it through SeeClickFix or call City Hall. Now, there's a learning curve we're going to have to do, because just the whole process in and of itself. The decision point here is, do you want to adopt an on-demand leaf and limb service at 15, 100, and 150 accordingly? So that's a decision point. So I'd like y'all to think about that, talk about it.
Yes, we need to figure out, are we gonna do leaf and limb? How we're gonna do it? Is that correct? We need to vote on it?
That's correct. You've heard the pros and cons. That's what we're recommending. The staff is recommending. It improves efficiency. You don't have four guys just going throughout the streets all the time. But there are some administrative kinks and scheduling that we're going to have to work out. Just give us your patience. But this would go into effect October 1st. And it's also reflected in the revenue and expense statements in our budget. So we have removed, assuming that you guys say, yes, let's go to this system, the $10 a month for the 1,667 customers is not in the budget. We've estimated, Edward did a great job for 2 or 3 months documenting the number of pickups he had per day. So as it turns out, we could actually make more revenue doing it this way.
What's in the budget is options.
Yes. Yes, what's in this year's budget
Can you
is
repeat
option.
that?
Is option 3.
Move to on-demand.
Yeah.
And you can still bag and bundle if you want. but-
Give me a motion.
I do have one question on that. I'm tired. That is assuming the 50 requests. Are we anticipating that we're charging on demand, that will still?
I was conservative in this approach. He does actually 50 to 75 per day, and it changes whether it's winter or summer. And we also estimated maybe 1 or 2 of the large loads, possibly more. So we were conservative in our number of revenue. Tried to be. But if you look around town, there's a lot of big piles.
Yes, there is.
Them's too.
Mitch, give me a motion. Wait back up, Mitch. Come on.
Mayor, I move we adopt option 3 on demand for leaf and limb as described in the packet from the city manager.
Second.
Motion made, second, all in favor. It's approved.
Thank you. We'll do a communication and marketing campaign and start, testing out. Yes, sir.
One thing I would like is for us to really push out the bag and bundle only and make sure that we tell them that it's through their solid waste management company can do that. So if they want to, they can bag their leaves up and they can cut their limbs and bundle them up and have them picked up once a month, however, whenever they do it. Let's give them the option and show them that they don't have to use this if they don't want
Correct.
to.
And that's in our current contract, and we'll probably be bidding our new contract as well. You have the option.
Absolutely.
It's a cost. So we'll get there. But so it's a combination, what I'm hearing you saying. We already have it. You're not instructing me to do anything else we don't already do. Just sure we market that to the people so they know.
Question, please. Jimmy, you were talking about those bags you can get at Home Depot. Is there a way to offer some kind of a bulk price for our customers? Is there a company that we could use where people could buy those bags without going to Home Depot every time? Or maybe we could make a little money off of it. I don't know.
Little resale operation.
Yeah, I have to work on that one, but I do know like LaGrange, and I don't know how this would work. I'd have to think about that now that you brought that up, but I know LaGrange like gives out the bags to the people, but they have to bring the bags back to LaGrange to recycle to it. Yes.
And
So-
that's not what's going to be happening here this week.
That's right. That's not. So that is gonna have to be something, yes, we're gonna have to definitely look into and figure out. I just wrote that on my phone too, that I need to look into this bag and bundle deal or whatever, because I'm sure that's gonna come up a big thing.
I know Austin for the longest time.
I'm not
just thought
joking
this
when I
was-
ask this, but I bet you could buy those things in bulk off of Amazon.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know, and we could sell them.
Make a dollar.
Sell them when they come to pay for them, the circus or whatever.
Revenue-oriented this late at night, we have to wonder.
No, that's a very good question. Because like I said, I just wrote that down too when you said that. So I'm gonna look into that.
You keeping track of that action item so Edward has to go buy bags? Good. Thank you.
Great job, Edward.
Happy birthday. Moving on. Tax note. we've already talked this to death about the whys and the hows, and there'll be a decision point, but let's take an actual look at some of the things that we put in. And next slide. I don't know how you're going to look at this because people can't see. Maybe you can enlarge it to just talk about the PD, and then we'll scroll down. Okay, so this, again, were actions from the prior workshop. Definitely understood you wanted Chief Repka to have his patrol cars and encrypted radios. So those are in blue, and those are the got-tos. The other things that he would like are miscellaneous equipment, weapons, ammunition, office equipment and computers, gun range upgrades, animal shelter rehab, which he already spoke with. That's $250,000. Questions? Moving down to the next public works column, the things that the got-tos, gotta haves. Grant match for the wastewater treatment facility, and we've already talked about that. It can either be used for the match or repairs of the priority one projects from BEFCO. Have to do tub grinding at the brush dump. There's no getting around that. That's $50K. And you already talked about streets, drainage, sidewalks, and curbs. Electric utility upgrades, at Scarwood reconductor, power line, tree trimming, transformer purchases, and engineering studies. When we have to do these subdivisions, we have to hire someone to do studies, and that is an eligible expense, as eventually that study will go to upgrade the utility line. So I confirmed that with our bond attorney. So that helped lower some of the expenses in the utility fund side of the house under Edwards purvey.
And that expense is then covered by the developer?
No, we have to do the engineering for getting our system to the property line. And sometimes if the developer, we got hired for Adam at one point. Didn't we do the study for him, for M5? Yeah. So yes, the developer will pay for that if they don't have the expertise. The other things are negotiable, but these are wants and needs that Edward has provided for the majority. Utility trucks, 4. You get a bundle deal, 20,000 a piece used, which is good. Wash bay at the warehouse, mowers, a mechanic truck lift and diagnostic computer. So our mechanic can do his job more efficiently. A stump grinder, yeah. That'll save us some bucks from having to hire it out. Miscellaneous tools and equipment. This is one that's optional, sewer extension at Riverbend. This is to upgrade the bathrooms at Chuckwagon Square and the pavilion. So you have a place to go and you can rent that facility out, because we're not getting the rentals we used to. And we're getting a lot of complaints when we have anything out there because the septic backs up. The green bathrooms aren't even open. I would love to remodel those bathrooms. Who doesn't like peeing standing on a brick into a trough? I'm sorry, I'm speaking for the males, my bad. So I grew up there. I mean, long story, let's just move on. So those are things that you can decide yes or not, but I think economic, from a development standpoint, if you upgrade that facility, more people will come.
Sorry, I thought it was on. What is the rough routing of that sewer line? Is it near other properties or is there benefit?
The rough routing, meaning where's it coming from? We, as part of the EDA grant, we did a bore underneath the river to bring the water and sewer along 71. Well, the stub out there is right at Riverbend Park. So you'd have to go from approximately, if you come in to the right, it's in that area. And we have to come down all the way to the Riverbend. The lift station's right there too.
Yes, yeah, the lift station's right there off of 71. So we would just have to come under the bridge and route it all the way out to Chuckwagon Square, to the bathrooms, and then to the pavilion too also.
Now, 100,000.
Thank you, Edward. Good job.
Happy birthday. 100,000 is not going to touch that, but it could help us with a grant match to do so. I mean, that's a long run. But again, it doesn't have to be very large, does it?
Depending on if we want to do a force main or just a gravity fall, depends on what we can do. So yes, that there.
And that little lift station, correct me if I'm wrong, is 26 feet deep.
It is. You're
So we
correct.
have the fall backwards. It doesn't look like it. Oh, this is way up on a hill and here's Riverbend. No. Hello. It's deep.
Robert, this is like the last time we've got 3 years, right?
Yes, sir.
So just for those of you who weren't on council, the last time we did this, we spent $2.5 million in 45 minutes. I caution us not to do that this time because a lot of the things that we decided to spend that money on got moved. So let's be real careful about having to spend this money right away. Let's spend it on what we must have and let's save some for,
And to that point,
that's my opinion.
we gain interest on it, so it is smarter to save more, take the very essential things and work the rest of it. That's what we learned in the last tax note. And we probably earned 155,000 in interest, even off, going on a spending spree October 2nd, when we took it out. So, yeah, I think prudence is key.
One of the things this is just because I hear so much about how bad the public restrooms are. It's just public opinion, but I would like to see that move from 18 up the line quite a bit because I really want that done.
I'm sorry, there was no priority here in the ranking of the numbers. The priorities were the colored ones.
Okay.
Turn the page where you can see it bigger.
There's no page.
Yes, there is.
That's what I've got.
Oh, my bad, Jimmy.
Sorry.
Take it back. More time.
No, but I'm with you. We will, that is a main priority. Yes.
That is a priority that I want to see
Yes.
happen.
And just remember too, on the sewer extension at Riverbend, when that happens, or if it does, or whatever, we get it there in the future after that, we can put sewer back in the RV park.
Yeah.
We can charge more revenue, more people, full hookups.
And were the restrooms at the railroad park are in good shape? The public restrooms?
No.
What's it
No.
gonna take to get those up with all our little fall events coming up? Money? Unfortunately.
Cameras, we need them working.
We definitely need the cameras working.
Working on that. But I don't know what you can remodel a restroom for, 10, 15,000, but I'm talking, let's make them nice. Because right now it feels very institutional and prison-like. Not that I've spent much time in prison, but I
heard it too. I heard that too. I like.
You said it.
We need background check.
Y'all forgot to do that on me, didn't you? Let's move on. So again, these things were put in as, hey, this would be nice to do, but we don't have to stick with them. And the great thing, if something else comes up and, okay, we can't get playground equipment or, you're able to move around if you stay within the context of how the tax note was written, the criteria.
What's our interest rate?
Sir,
What's our interest rate?
we'll find that out. It's all a function of the bond rating.
Maybe 4,
And we'll shop, no, probably less.
3?
We'll shop. I'm.
2.
What was the worst case?
I hesitate to articulate for the fear may deviate from the true course of rectitude. So we're gonna move on.
3% on 2 million, we hold that 2 million for 3 years, we'll make some money.
Money. Okay, so, hearing nothing, let me go back, reiterate that go back to the tax note. Sorry. Just one last thing. You have already set this ball in motion. If you choose not to take out the tax note, you will owe S&P $17,500 because that's what it cost them to do a bond rating on us. And all of the projects, all the savings, everything that you've pushed to the tax note goes back to the budget and it ain't gonna work. Just-
Question, Robert, if I might.
Yes, sir.
In terms of the immediate need for the proceeds, and I've had this brought up to me by quite a few people, why can we not do this as a certificate and let the voters vote on it?
Yeah, you'll pay more interest over time. It's not trying to sneak it in. It's the most effective route from point A to point B with the least amount of time to do so.
Yeah, and I get it as the most efficient, but the question is, why can't we let the voters vote on it? I mean, we could actually let the voters vote on a tax note.
I've never heard it done, but the thing here,
We call an election and say, we want to know whether you want to approve us doing a tax note. But I'm representing some people right now. This is not necessarily where I fall, but I wanted to ask the question because I had not thought of the option. I mean, I knew if we did a certificate that would require a vote or could require a vote.
certificate of obligation does not require a vote. The only
With a,
vote is a bond election.
but-
Certificates you can take out without taking to the voters.
but there's a low threshold on the referendum on which one? It's a 5% threshold, 5% of registered voters you can get a referendum on. I thought it was the COO.
That's, I think that.
Yeah, that's not this year. I can look into it, but again, you've already,
Samco deck.
it's both, what are you saying back there? Yeah,
Even on the tax note, because what I read, the tax note's not subject to referendum at all, according to the Samco deck.
well, I can certainly do an action to answer that question.
Well, I don't know what my colleagues think about it. I wanted to bring it up.
I want to move this forward. I think we need to move the tax rate and the tax note forward because I don't want to do what we did last time when we were on the last minute of the last day, changing things back and forth. I want to get this set and we move forward. If the tax note is on a referendum and the voters want to come and get at it that way, that's fine. But I would like to move this forward. We need to come out of here so that Robert can move forward and the next meeting, we are all on board and on deck doing it.
Question that I brought up last meeting. Whenever we started tallying all this up, it came to less than $2 million. And so I asked at that point, should we do a 2 million instead of a 3 million? And I think that we had some discussion and said, well, let's just go for the 3 and there's more money we can spend and all this kind of stuff. And do we know what the percent increase would be if we only went 2 million, 1 million utility, 1 million general? Do we have a rough number?
We could calculate that, but fact of the matter is you're out of time. This thing's already been processed and shopped and being shopped within the bond market at a $3 million, 2 to the general, 1 to the utility. I think the ship has sailed because we have budget due in less than 3 weeks, complete. All of the tax rate data is tied to this debt service and the numbers. If you change that, you're not going to make budget. If you don't get the tax note, you got to go back and none of this stuff comes to fruition. Unless I cut half the staff.
No, and I think that, I guess, I just didn't realize how much the rate was going up. I mean, we have, of the past 5 years.
Oh, the rate, as far as the INS rate or the?
Both of them, I mean, the total.
INS rate went up 1 cent from 23 to 24 or 22, 24. The M&O, and I've got a chart that shows exactly that, but the tax rate in and of itself, the NNR, it was higher than the VAR last year, this year. And the VAR this year is like, it's a lot. So you have to, like Councilman Jenkins said, I'm looking for a decision one way or the other tonight. We do not have time to fiddle fart around, excuse my French. If you don't want the VAR, then adopt something you can live with. If you don't want the tax note, the budget's not going to work. Again, you set this in motion. You can take it back, but there'll be significant consequences. We're back to what we were before.
And how much will we owe, Sam?
About 15 to 20,000, not Samco.
Not Samco.
I don't know if they're with
I know why I said Samco.
The bond.
Yeah.
What do you say, 15, 17?
15,000.
S&D. Those were, we had calculated.
Yeah.
Cynthia, would you mind explaining how much of the number that was increased by 15.89% the one that was on the previous slide, is tied to the tax note, the $3 million tax note.
Go back to the INS chart. No, we have to go to
The tax rate number, sorry.
tax worksheet, right? You can see that. No, I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong way. Let's go down to the tax rate. My bad. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. That's your chart. So the debt portion, I'll let you explain it.
So you're asking how much did that increase due to the 2 million?
3 million. Or I guess the 2 million, okay, yeah.
It's only 2 million because that's the only portion of it that's in the general fund. And so the rate, I had my one before. It went from, what was it,
It was 0.222.
like 0.22? I'm trying to find my book.
So essentially, I understand it doesn't work this way, and so I'm not asking you to say that this is a 1-for-1 match, but the 0.678806 would be 0.668806, because you said 1 cent on the debt rate?
Yeah, so in the first round without this was in the preliminary too. What I'm looking at was the debt rate was 0.238. When I added the 2 million in, because you're only having to pay back 328,000 next year out of the debt service, moves your debt rate up to 0.24.
So 0.7 of a cent.
So a penny, yeah.
So just to be clear, whatever tax rate you decide to adopt is not going to affect the INS portion of this,
Unless you don't do the tax.
unless you don't have the tax note. And that changes everything back to truth and taxation, republishing. It's going to be a nightmare.
I don't know if we, yeah. Yeah, you can't vote on the tax rate.
No, I'm voting on tax note.
Oh, okay.
I'm voting on the tax.
Okay, just making sure.
I know, no. Right. All right.
Y'all said at the same time.
I make a motion that we approve a $2 million tax note repaid from property taxes for the INS portion of debt, and a $1 million tax note repaid by a monthly fee added to the utility bill at $6.35 per customer.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? 2, 3. Opposed? Did you get that? Very good, thank you. Okay, carry on.
One thing else I have, I want you to really be thinking about what tax rate you want to adopt. And realistically, I would like that tonight. Because again, 7 days to make these changes to the budget and get it published to the public for the meeting on the 3rd. So if you come to me on the 3rd and decide, oh no, let's do 5 cents, I need a decision tonight. So we can get the information by law that we have to get out.
When does that have to be published?
Wednesday. 3 business days in advance of the meeting. Tuesday, Wednesday, I made that wrong? Oh, it was a holiday, my bad.
Who wants to lead the discussion where we're gonna land on this? I think all of our budget numbers are
Based on the VAR.
the voter approval tax rate. That is where this budget is based on.
So let's before you finish that, just in all fairness, go to the next chart. Keep going. Okay. So each increment you take away from the VAR, that's the amount of revenue less that you're going to have in the budget. So if you adopt the VAR, just for all intents and purposes, you have 330,000. And in reality, it's only 200,000 from the no new revenue rate. So if you go to 7 cents,
The reality is, with the way that the budget, the process we just went through, that if you don't support the budget with the VAR, then you don't have a budget, correct?
That is correct.
correct.
There you have it.
You want a motion?
I think if you can explain with all of the comments that have come out in more detail, because I just did the math for the tax note, and it's still more than a 14% increase. So it's not the tax note that has inflated the tax rate. And so if you can help explain why the tax rate had to jump so much this year.
Yeah, I'll do that again. The appraised values went down to record, never have we seen them go down as much as they have. When the appraised values go down, your effective tax rate or your no new revenue rate goes up just naturally. And I have a slide, but I think you understand that. It was exacerbated by the over 65 that we didn't take care of last year. You added 46 more, 464 to 500. That was a $156,000 hit of revenue we don't have. Okay. And then you took out a tax note, which affected the INS portion. But even if you didn't take out the tax note, the rate was still going to be 67 cents. So what's affecting it is the appraised values and the over 65s.
Even if we had adopted the NNR, no new revenue, calculations I just made, that's more than a 6% increase in the tax rate, just adopting NNR.
Well, you're limited by law for the M&O section. The thing that this tax note does is you can modify the INS portion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cynthia, where you're not going against what your limit is on the M&O. Okay? So I don't think it's a linear calculation.
Sorry, I guess I was taking the total rate there against the previous year. I guess my point is, as council, we're between a rock and a hard place where even if we had chosen no new revenue, which is meant to be a mechanism to ensure that there's fair taxation and the city's earning the same amount of revenue each year and all that kind of stuff.
Get you the same revenue that you had last year is what the no new revenue rate basically does.
And so it just, even still, it's going to be a very significantly high tax rate increase commensurate to what we had last year. And we also get into a position where we're having more expenses to cover. And so I am saying this just as an explanation for everyone listening is it's a lot. I think a lot of people that are upset about it aren't having to pay for it, to be blunt. Yeah, you and I. And so I just.
My tax is frozen 7 cents. I get it. I got 6 acres on the hill, so I don't want my taxes to go up either, but I also know what you're demanding for me to put, what you want, not demanding. Costs money. I'm sorry. My bad. Thank you. I'm the world's worst at reminding people, and I forgot what I just said. I don't remember what I said.
Could you repeat all that you just said?
Something about forcing council.
He said
right.
we're paying the tax.
Oh, yeah, the young one's paying it back, and I got a year to go, and I definitely don't want to become eligible when it's 67 cents. But history has shown in my tenure and others that, and I can't guarantee what's gonna happen. What if the appraised values go down again next year? But historically, if you have this large of a jump and values go up, it's gonna come down the next year. But I'm not promising, my job on that. I'm just giving you facts that what you have asked me to put into the budget, the COLA, the 250, the efficiency audits and all the other things that we put back, it's got to be funded. And you're not going to be able to fund that at the no new revenue rate. That's the point. And we are where we are.
The only way to fund the budget that we just came up with is to go with the VAR. We can still vote against that. That means that we got to go start over on the budget. But that's the net of this, in my opinion, that the budget that we just went through has to be funded by the VAR and a $3 million tax.
And still, even at that time, if we do NNR, so nearly a 7% increase.
Well, the NNR will make us go back and cut $300,000 or $400,000 out of the budget.
I was told I talked too much.
We have voted.
Microphone.
just about every-
Microphone.
We have voted on every article of this budget, and it was pretty much unanimous all the way across it. And now then to be actually talking about, well, I'm not gonna vote for it when you've approved everything apart, that just seems a little strange to me.
I was hoping that you would bring something like that up, Jimmy. So going through the exercise of fighting for the things that I felt like needed to be fought for, I had to go through that process in the budget in case the budget got approved. But I will tell you at this point right here, as I will vote no, because I did not see the cuts that I asked for, but I'm one person. So just to explain, and it may seem weird, but I had to fight for the stuff. If this budget ends up getting passed, still had to fight for the stuff that I needed to have represented.
Well, I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm too tired. And you gotta go to the airport. So I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt the,
Nope, nope, nope.
just given direction, can't do it. Okay, we need to give Robert direction. So he wants a vote for the direction.
What tax rate are we going to adopt so him and Cynthia can get the paperwork together? So
Oh, I can say it. I'm just going to vote against it. You have to have the VAR to support that budget. We must ask him to execute a budget with the VAR.
I will ask Robert to do that.
Yeah, so will I.
Like, okay, who suggests that we approve the VAR to recommend, give him direction to move forward with the VAR? Are there 3 people here that say yes to that?
Yeah.
Well,
There they are. So are there anybody that says no, if you want to go on the record? So it's 3-2. He gets the direction to do the VAR, right?
Is that what you need, Robert?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
okay,
No, we're almost done. Appreciate that. Yeah, again, I don't want to pay more taxes either. 6 acres on the hill, my God. Anyway, let's move on. One more thing we have to talk about is fees. And then come back to some of the things and document the actions. So we're almost there, guys and girls. Appreciate it. This is all stuff that if you hadn't been here, you could get, but we've already talked about it. Next workshop is on the 3rd. Everything has to be posted by the 7th with respect to the 27th. We have to get the posting out. So we'll start working to the changes thus far. Next chart. Okay, these are the fees that we discussed that my staff is recommending to increase. And again, all of these are very specific fees that don't apply to the total populace. So I don't know, Jennifer, how you want to go through this? What do you want to do?
Robert, this applies to the next fiscal year, correct? So are we going to be able to have impact fees by then?
Next fiscal year, it'll be tight.
How much progress are they making?
Not a damn bit. I've been working on budget since June. So, progress, I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. The team hasn't met yet. Progress as far as writing the ordinance, it's on Ryan's to-do list, but we haven't done it yet. So, once it gets through budget, we'll start that in the fall. Start having meetings and impact fees and figuring out how we get from A to B.
So if we can get to the impact fees, we'll just add it to the schedule next year.
Well, the rate study that you just instructed me to do is going to identify additional sources of revenue. And I don't really think that they're talking so much about our electric rates and water rates. Maybe those can be modified, but the tap fees are where we're losing a lot of money. So all of this, to answer your question, is going to come together next year. Impact fees and hopefully McCullough's PID and the rate study and the wastewater and this will help bridge the gap because I think some fees were low. And again, I would just encourage you to yes or no on the golf cart permit fee up from 50 to 100. And you can say no, but I just need direction tonight so we can adjust the budget. The budget that you see before you does have this baked into it. If you don't want one of the fees, we'll have to adjust that going forward as well.
Is this going to be a motion or direction?
I want motion.
Mayor, I move we approve.
No, we do that at the end. No, we do that as part of the budget. My bad. Just direction. Just direction that you're okay with these concept and increases in fees, which
Yeah, how many of us support the fee schedule as presented as it right here?
I have one concern about the fee schedule currently is there's references to nonprofits on here. Does that need to be reevaluated?
where are we?
Where?
Show me.
Like the train, there's some electricity. I don't know exactly where they are, but
It's probably gonna be.
there's definitely some nonprofits that are listed on there.
I'd have to find, I don't, it's like the rental of the train? That
Yeah, stuff like that.
Pavilion?
Yeah. Special rates for the trains, but,
Well, that'll have to be looked at because,
yeah.
charging nonprofits and all.
I guess that's my only, before we give directions, maybe we should also tell them that we need to investigate if we're allowed to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
I have to admit that was a valid concern.
Yeah.
Recap again. How many of us are in favor of approving, recommending that this schedule we give direction to the city manager to implement this fee schedule?
Oh, I need a second first.
No, we're not motion, we're just direction.
Okay, give direction. You
Yeah.
see the direction. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, the last piece of housekeeping is to go over the actions, because there's been a lot. And I want to make sure that we capture at least the budget items that you wanted me to put back, puts and takes. And any other actions that we came up with. Let me have- Department 110, I'm sorry, 100. That's general. We want to add 25,000 to the legal line item from 75 to 100,000. Department 155, increase the profits, electric and water, that's 8,400. Efficiency audit, we're going to split between 100 and 610. We're moving out of Department 300. You added back for a total of 175,000 in the economic development line item for that function. Joe Newman for 150,000 for play money and looking for another, person.
75.
Did I write 50?
You wrote 50.
Sorry.
175 total, right? Yeah,
75.
gotcha. Leaf and limb on demand, you approved. You approved the tax note. This isn't action, it's just, you gave me direction for the VAR, and you gave me direction to go with the fee schedule. Have I missed anything I think there was a couple of actions that check on the MOU for the pavilion. You know, what are we still doing there?
Yeah, I did hear that it has expired as of a year ago.
Oh, it is. Good to know.
We were gonna come back to
Yeah,
the.
the condemnation.
The nation fee.
Yeah. So you have to go back to this 175 code enforcement, $30,000 in there. And you said you wanted to come back to it again. I've got to find cuts to compensate for $128,000 worth of additional funding. And I'll take that action between now and next Wednesday. My staff and I will.
I would say giving you,
It's on the yellow sheets. Yeah.
I would say giving you more flexibility to choose exactly what should and shouldn't be there based on your staff's priorities.
Yeah, I think we need to keep something in there. So let me go back and massage the budget. Again, the target is COB next Wednesday to publish the revised budget. And then we'll talk about it. And this is new territory because typically you're able to get it out and get your input before you actually publish it. But this time it's all going to go out before you even get to see it. So let us work on that. Yeah, and we'll go back and massage these numbers, you know, to meet the expectation again that you want.
Robert, if it gives you any leeway, I don't think that law took effect until September 1st, so you would probably have 3 days up till September 3rd.
Well,
You could probably go by the 29th.
I think it's because the date of the meeting is the 3rd. I would like not to have to do this, but I don't want Mr. Gertie's on, you know.
I've talked to
legislature on my ass.
several of the attorneys at TML, and they said just to be safe, that because the meeting happened on the 3rd, we have to go back that time period to post the budget, the tax rate, and everything out there in August, because they said just to make sure that everybody's in compliance. They did a big, long presentation.
I would prefer not to, but I don't know if we can take the chance because I do want to comply with the law.
I want to comply with the law too.
And you maybe, if I can, let me just, I know TML has said, but if I get direction from Ryan as well, or not? Because that gives us a little more time to stab at this.
TML always says, listen to we are giving you an opinion
Yeah.
that doesn't fulfill. Get the city attorney's opinion.
In reality, it gives us 2 more days. But those 2 more days, when you're only have a week to do, they can make a difference. Cynthia, are you ready? You got your sleeping bag ready? I don't want to start any rumors or anything. I'm just kidding.
Okay, what else do we need to discuss?
I think
Are you good, Jennifer?
that is it.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for your dedication and love, and we all want Smithfield to be the great place to live. We are adjourned.